Thank you. Good morning. So my question operationally, are people asking questions, both in the audience and on Zoom?
Right now, we have, right now,
Right now, we just have an audio issue from the Zoomers can't hear. So they can post their messages and we'll relay them until we fix that issue.
Yeah, because I'm really not that interested, so I don't necessarily want to speak for 30 or so minutes without being interrupted. On the other hand, there's lots of off-topic issues that I'm happy to get into, particularly my favorite, which is macroeconomics, regarding the economic cycle, and of course, the imminent announcement is whether PAL is going to be renewed as Fed chair and whether or not that's going to happen. But when it comes to success and where we are at the cycle, I think it's extraordinarily important when we think about everybody that's here, everybody that's on Zoom. They pretty much have one thing in common. They've had success. And I get the fact that most investing philosophies are all about more money, better, less. I think that tends to be the reason that people take risk. But when we approach philanthropy, we are often incredibly risk adverse. Why is that? So we have a bucket of risk dollars that we're willing to go, and we're going to go to buy an IPO or some electric vehicle company that hasn't even produced one vehicle. It's now worth more than Ford, and we're like, great, I'm a genius, I've done this. But then when it comes to philanthropy, we're going to look and see, okay, what's been around for 150 years and is doing the same model, and I'm going to invest in that. So let's say I'm going to put all my money into Stop and Shop, because that's essentially the same thing. You go to the grocery store, you buy it, maybe you get your green stamps, and you cut it, and you get a little discount. That's sort of the existing approach to philanthropy. To me, we need to take risks. We need to think of philanthropy in the same way that we think of venture capital. The term that we defined at the Robin Hood Foundation, for those of you who are not that familiar with the Robin Hood Foundation, so after the 1987 market break, I at the time was working with Paul Jones Tudor, myself, and Paul, Glenn Dubin, and David Saltzman. We said, hey, New York's been good to us. We want to be good back to New York. We also felt that at that point, New York, because of the magnitude and the speed of the decline, would suffer financially, and we wanted to do things differently. So like a lot of VCs, we went around. We said, okay, who's doing this in philanthropy, who's doing that? And we made the decision, as a lot of entrepreneurs do, that we want to build, we don't want to buy. So we started Robin Hood Foundation. So the first unique thing about that was we don't, to this day, we don't have an endowment. We are market people. We said, okay, if the marketplace validates what we're doing, we're going to be able to raise the money. And the second thing we said is we looked around at a lot of nonprofits and we said, ooh, they really pay a lot of money for O&A, for overhead and administrative expenses. And we're like, I'm not donating to do that. So as Mark said, I'm a huge mission guy. And they're always after me to give money. I don't know why. And they're like, hey, we have this huge endowment. And I'm like, how much do you give away? You know, we give away 5% a year. So I'm like, okay, let's pretend I give you $10. Now you're going to go take, but I'm really going to give you 5 cents. You have to spend it this year. Because that's our philosophy. So at Robin Hood, if you give $1, in the next 12 months, that dollar is going to go out the door to not-for-profit. The other thing is the board pays all the overhead and administrative expenses. So if you give $1 and you see a staff person or you see the CEO or you go into the office and you see a nice screen for conferences, none of your dollars are going to that. It's all going out the door. So let's just speed date here for a second. First year, 4 of us met in Paul's apartment. We gave away $62,000. Fast forward to 2020, the pandemic, we had a separate effort for that, and we gave away, between the core programs and the COVID relief effort, about $200 million. Pretty impressive. We are the largest private foundation in New York City. But what's the distinguishing factor? Okay, yeah, we're known primarily a little bit as the hedge fund. We've been philanthropy, not-for-profit. We were very fortunate. Michael Novogratz just joined our board, as you know, Mr. Crypto, Galaxy Financial, and at our benefit, he gave a $25 million matching grant. So if anybody in here wants to skip breakfast and take that breakfast money and match the $25 million, we will be very happy to take that. But so now what do? So we have 3 things.
Peter, you said you wanted to be interrupted from time to time.
What's that?
You said you wanted to be interrupted from time to time. Just
not by you.
Oh. Well, since I've already done it once, up until what date can we match that 25 million with Novogratz?
I think that, like most things when it comes to money, it's going to be a rolling close, right? So sure, we'd love to close it by the end of the year. But like a new venture capital fund, there'll be sliding closes, you know? It's like, you know, think about the old salesperson where they go, this is a limited sale. It's limited to all people that want to buy it. So the board itself is comprised of, what's interesting is, like all boards, and this is for private companies or not, you have people that can give or get. But the thing that when we first started this, we realized, like, what do we know about not-for-profit? So we were fortunate to bring in real experts. Marion Wright Edelman, who's the legend, who started Children's Defense Fund and was down and showing Robert Kennedy the abject poverty in Mississippi. We brought on Jeffrey Canada, started Harlem Children's Zone, and Mary McCormick, who ran the fund for the city of New York. So that was great, except nobody's going to go to a benefit with a bunch of guys like us and policy experts. So then we brought on a little pizzazz, and the person that totally changed Robin Hood, its growth, its thing, was John Kennedy Jr. When John joined the board, needless to say, everywhere he went, people followed him when he was there and invited people. So that really gave us a push. And I'm actually personally, I still get sad to this day when I think about the tragedy of his plane crash. And more than anything, I give his mom credit, because he and his sister, of all the sort of that Kennedy clan, are really normal. So I apologize for going on that side. So now we've grown, and what do? So we look at ourselves as a VC in philanthropy. So we take risk, we take early stage, and then we also do established organizations. So you have it. Now, like every company, you're only as good as your management and your staff. And we have, oh, wow. And we have wonderful staff, which is extraordinarily fortunate. So what do I say, and where are we now, and what are we doing? Anybody think that when they're investing, they're looking at technology? Huh. Yeah, maybe that makes sense. So we're fortunate because Robin Hood has been able to attract some of the best talent. Some of that is Jeff Bezos' brother, Mark, helped us for 10 years grow, and his mother is on the board of Robinhood. And so what are we doing? We set something up called Blue Ridge Labs, and it's an incubator for technology and for apps for people who are in the community that need to use technology. And we've set up a volunteer group of 1,000 New Yorkers called Design Insight Group for things that they need. And then, this is another frustrating thing for me, we're a not-for-profit. So if we help set up a technology company and we give them a grant, we can't take equity in that company. A few of these have gone on and become profitable, and Andreessen Horowitz and others have invested in them, and that personally annoys the hell, because I'd like to see all that money coming back into the foundation. So what is this? So let's think about it for a second. One of the issues that we've seen, and we've seen the stories, if you read New York and the Post about Rikers, is people, kids particularly going to Rikers because they can't make $500 bail. And you're shaking your head and going, oh my God, and then what happens? The process is they go there, they sit around for a while, the court pleads them out for time served, and they're like, great. But they have to check the box. So now you've been convicted of a crime, and that basically ruins your life if you're a young person. And more so than anything, it happens to not wealthy people of color. So this gentleman developed an app called Good Call, where you download it to your phone, and if you're picked up, you click on this, and because you get your one phone call, most people end up calling their mother, their best friend. That's not really so helpful. But this connects you to legal aid, right? A not-for-profit traditional that Robinhood serves. And then you go, you start the process. If they can provide that bail money, keep you out of prison, keep you out, prevent you from checking the box. Another one is, for an example, and when I hear these things, it's just like when you go and you're out there and investing and you see a good idea that you haven't thought of, you think two things. Jesus, what an idiot I am, or at least I think that all the time. Why didn't I think of that? And two, how do I get engaged in this thing? Because I think it's going to be a real winner. Of course, most of the ones that I get engaged in, like, underwater basket weaving or something like that, they tend not to be so great, but other people tend to do really well. And so, there was this company, and by the way, this is the history of everything, right? You know that computers are going to change the world, so you invest in every public computer company in the late 80s and they all go broke because of Microsoft and Apple, et cetera. And then you go, the internet's going to change the world in the late 90s, and you're like, wow, I'm going to, invest in Webvan, and which, went up and went down, and then Global Crossing. So, yeah. When I go to Dwayne Reed all the time, I'm like, hey, I need some new toothpaste. And they go, it's $6. And I'm like, I got all these different shares in all these different companies. Pick any one you want. And they're like, no, I'm sorry, I need cash. So if you guys need any old stock certificates that are worthless, let me know, because I got a bunch. But then the other program relates to when Congress passed and when you're there and you're getting government benefits, there's this issue with a benefit cliff, right? As you get more money, it makes sense, the subsidies and things that you get from the government decline. How do you track that? How do you manage the benefit cliff? So there's someone else came in, again, this Design Insight Group. This is people in the community. What do you need? And they go and develop that. And so we're trying to encourage the use of technology. Now, that doesn't mean that's the early stage seed. Now, for example, charter schools are big in New York. We took that risk. We were the first funders in New York City of KIPP Academy, Achievement First. But as they grow and they become more successful, So Stanley Druckenmiller used to be on our board, and Jeffrey Canada was growing the Harlem Children's Zone, setting up a charter school, etc. Stanley left to become chair of his board. Should we continue to fund that? Should we look to the new thing, right? That's something that's gone. We seeded it, Series A, B, C, then it went IPO. So you need to have a diversified portfolio. And it's safe to invest in every organization that's fantastic and been around for 150 years. Fresh Air Fund, fantastic organization, really helping children, but it's had to morph. The evolution of the Fresh Air Fund started because when there was tuberculosis in the city, the kids needed to get outside of the city to get fresh air. Well, that's not the issue now. But the issue is, how do you integrate friends and family and camps to socialize, better educate, because these things are starting down. There's a new charter school for all you basketball fans that just opened up in the Bronx called the Earl Monroe Charter School. Now, that's pre-seed. It's too early for Robin Hood. What's it trying to do? It's a charter school. It's a lottery. Its basic motto is a book and a ball can change somebody's life. Well, the reason it's too early for Robin Hood, we don't know. Is the school doing any good? So just this year, we took in an assessment. And by the way, if you're a Knick fan, Julius Randle was up there, and he's pledged $500 for every 3 that he makes towards reading literacy. Why? Because we did the test between circumstances and COVID. The average reading level for these 9th graders is about 6th grade.
Peter, let me just interrupt you, violate your rule again. It's just me this time. I'm going to open it up.
Okay.
But you touched on things that we talked about yesterday. You know, how do we smartly invest across asset classes and stages? It sounds like you've got your sweet spot. But we also leverage our community with co-investment. So I guess 2-part question: who outside of Robinhood, who in the U.S. or the world are peers that you respect, and how do you leverage your ecosystem outside of your Robinhood, that 200 million or the 75 you raised a couple of weeks ago? You know, how do you? Because it sounds like you're approaching it like an investor.
We do. First of all, that's an excellent question. Did someone write that for you?
Just fed it to me. You see, I walked out and I got that question. Right.
No, it's because, yes, this is the issue of, there's no patent on this. You're trying to help people that are less fortunate. So we've set up joint ventures sort of outside with other not-for-profits around the country. One is Tipping Point in San Francisco, for you VC people who are from there that know it. Other organizations around the country. We convene every year at the end of February. We try to bring the leading practitioners, academics together for a conference to do this. Now, it's amazing to me, by the way. So anybody that's interested, anybody that's given $1 is invited to go to that conference. People pay $3,000 a ticket or more to go to the Robinhood benefit. A lot more people are interested in going to the benefit than they are going to this conference. We call it sort of no city limits, where we try to bring together the practitioners. So it is sort of amazing to me that putting a high price tag on something, maybe that's part of the reason that there's a lot of stocks that are completely overvalued right now versus a value investing like going to this no city limits is there. So yes, we have to reach out to the leading experts. The hugest mistake I think anyone can make, and I don't mean to be a cynic, but I am, is that most people that have had success and make a lot of money think they have the answers to everything. And they don't. And it's funny because one of my favorite lines of all time is from Tommy Lasorda, which says, if you listen to the fans, you eventually end up sitting in the seats with them.
And that's the way it is when it comes to business or non-for-profits. You can't listen to everybody. The key is, of course, the quality of the staff. And just because it's a not-for-profit doesn't mean that the people working there are themselves not-for-profits. You need to have a career path, you need to get them engaged, and you need to have them fully versed in the community which we serve. Robin Hood, we fund non-for-profits within New York City, but we want to learn from the entire vastness of America and abroad, if necessary, to find out what works, what doesn't work. All this stuff, venture philanthropy, like everything else, is data driven. We've set up a partnership with Columbia University where they have a poverty tracker. Everybody has a phone, they're going to look there. Now, our mission is mobility from poverty. So if we say the poverty line is 20,000, if you go from 19,500 to 20,500, would you define that as success? They're out of, no, nobody's going to say that, right? So we're defining success, as depending on your family size, 200% of the poverty level and a trajectory. And it has to be completely comprehensive. There are no easy solutions. Just as like most tech problems, there isn't an easy solution. If there was an easy solution, people a lot smarter than all of us would have done that. But the thing about the poverty tracker, the thing about the Blue Ridge Labs and technology is that it's essentially utilizing the smartest people to do crowdsourcing to try to come up with potential solutions to this question of poverty. Why is it trapped in so many, not only in New York, but in other cities, particular zip codes? And yes, there's a lot of historical issues associated with that, whether it's redlining or whether it's the way that public housing was built or transportation was built or highways were built. We have to deal with where we are today, acknowledge that, and try to come up with the best solutions possible.
So I'm close with Michael Carrera from Children's Aid,
Love Michael.
which he has like a holistic, you can't have one or two, three things. You need
One of the
whole-
first early organizations we funded was the Carrera Dempsey model.
Right. But similar to his philosophy, they need food, right? They need sustenance. They need mentorship. They need good education, like the whole thing. And whether they're in prison and they all need roadmaps. But the other part is to the extent that, so that requires philanthropic dollars and programs. The second half of our day focuses on impact investing. You talk about solutions. What's your philosophy? Because my personal, and you're years and decades into this, and I was with a family office that was dysfunctional on philanthropy. I think there are a lot of families like that. They don't have your discipline. The question is, how do I wish there was a taxonomy of the problems, philanthropies, and then impact investment solutions. And what I want to focus 361 is finding those bridges. Does that resonate with your thinking at all?
Absolutely. So it goes back to my first statement. A lot of families, the philanthropy is an afterthought of success. So there's somebody that's there, whether it's the first generation or second generation, then it's the third generation, and they're starting to care. And my own thing is, you may not care about the same thing that I care about. You're wrong, but that's okay. You're allowed to be wrong. What I care about is by far and away more important. I'm just kidding about that. But as long as you have a good heart and you're trying to do something, that's what's essential. So now, but it shouldn't just be out of left field. It should be integrated into the entire philosophy of what you're doing. You should think of philanthropy as impact investing. and not put it necessarily in a separate bucket. Yes, we know at the lowest level, when people are unemployed and COVID is hitting, you need to, and people are suffering, they're not going to learn if they're hungry. They're not going to be able to go to school if they're homeless. You have to start at the lowest level. There's always going to be some needs for that, but we have to have a path in which we can try to provide some sort of holistic approach. That's the impact investing that comes to it. And it just can't be sort of a side bucket where a lot of this is, okay, I've made a bunch of money. Now I'm going to make myself feel better by doing some philanthropy on the side. That justifies me lobbying for a lower tax rate, right? I personally think that that's bullshit, right? You need to embrace this as part of what makes us a better society. And how do we do that? You can't justify living in a gated community where people on the outside are really hungry by going, oh, okay, I'll give a few crumbs to some food. You have to embrace it. You know, just as I said, you've got to take risk. And if you're wrong, it's there. Now, Robin Hood, private philanthropy is never going to replace public philanthropy. But what we can do and other not-for-profits can do is we can experiment. We can try to see what works. Because if we try and do it and it fails, all right, that's the private sector, it fails. If the government tries it and fails, we've been so embedded that, oh, that's incompetent government. So what do we try to do? We try to partner. And one of the things that we're very excited about is the new mayor coming in New York who's embracing this. So if they see something that works and they have a relationship with us, they can lever it up. That has to be the public-private partnership for not-for-profits that's growing in other cities. So we have a new CEO. Our prior CEO, Wes Moore, has left, and he is running for governor of Maryland. If anyone of you guys live down there, great guy. I mean, natural born leader, politician. I don't know if you've ever seen or read his book, The Other Wes Moore, an amazing story. That's an example, right? We've seen many people who've been in our staff and just left. We had Samantha Tweedy was in our staff for a while. And then she just left to lead the Black Women's Economic Forum. And so that's great. Like any great organization, you want your alumnus to be out there in helping grow other organizations. That's what philanthropy is. But that's what investing is, right? Somebody does a startup and they have success. They go on and do other startups. Now, what is their priority? Do they do enough of this impact investing and philanthropy? And by the way, impact investing should not be, where you just take stuff and, throw it against a wall and see if it sticks. No one's going to do that. If you're taking whatever your asset allocation is and you're saying, okay, I'm going to do 10, 15% on startups, you're not going to go do it to your ex-boyfriend's or girlfriend's new spouse's startup because you knew them 10 years ago. Maybe you will, I don't know. But you're going to do your due diligence. You're going to think if it makes sense. That's what you should be doing in the not-for-profit space. That's the great thing about Robin Hood in New York City. When we do something, we have a long enough track record that it has a seal of approval associated with that. And now what we're finding with family offices is that they would rather lever up on us. If we do something
right
and they want to give money behind it because we're doing all that due diligence, that's great.
See, for us, that's the same parallel. I'm a big believer in funds. Families go directs, then they learn, then they realize funds are smart. Put a ticket in, you do the diligence, you're going to have it all teed up, and you cherry pick, or maybe you can add value to a program.
Well, that's
right?
the co-invest model,
right?
People come in and so I've got a fund and that, we have, multi-billion-dollar family offices that put a little money in. Primarily, they're paying our staff to do their due diligence. And then if they want to co-invest, if they really like it, then they co-invest. And like every good investor, I take credit for the successes, and then I'm looking to blame somebody for the failures.
So
Anybody want to volunteer for those?
Yeah, let's open it up. Questions for Peter?
Hi.
Thank you, Peter. First of all, you're very interesting. I could listen to you for several hours.
Well, that's if you need to take a nap.
No, wide awake. So my question is, from Robin Hood Foundation, when you say you invest in other firms or companies or startups or whatever it is it based on a specific social cause that is part of Robin Hood, or is it just across the board? You're like any place that they're making an impact and it makes sense to you, you would be open to looking at it?
So great question. The core of our funds go to about 220 501c3s in New York. There's over 3,000 of those. So there's a vetting process. And one of the things we learned early on is that bigger organizations that are really good at writing grants aren't necessarily the best at delivering services. So we go and make sure we do every site visit, and we are renewing them and looking at them. Are they continuing on the mission? On Blue Ridge Labs, it's the same thing. A lot of people come in, they have ideas, they're vetted. We don't necessarily fund them, but the core of everything we do is this mission of mobility from poverty. So again, if you take the Good Call app, if you're stuck and then you're pleaded out and you have to check the box, the probability of you being stuck in poverty is way higher. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a direct, but yes, you want to do, jobs, and for example. And the problem with most job training type programs, and this is tricky, is they're sort of at the end of the cycle. So if you were taking people, so the Fortune Society, and they're funding them and they're training, hey, you've come out, you need to be a security guard, or you need to do this or that. Well, guess what? When COVID hits, the demand for those drop dramatically. So you have to try to, be ahead. Do you try, it's a tech world. Do you help with sort of different coding organizations, Girls Who Code, things like that, to try to provide the resources? Because most of them, where there's a demand, for-profits will try to come in and get people to pay a bunch of money. And then, but if you're not wealthy, if you're poor, if you're resource constrained, you can't go to those programs. So it continues to further. So you start here, those who have resources, further the spread between those who don't. If we can try to narrow that gap by providing the tools that people need to work to get out of poverty, that works. There's a program that I think it's called Untraditional Roles for Women, where one of the first ones, they taught them to be, construction workers and work on high rises and do all that stuff that was generally they were out of, but we provided the skills and the training to do that. Once they get in, and then if they become part of a union, they're set for life. That's mobility from poverty. Ooh, I've gone overtime. And Mark's left.
Mark's back.
Are there,
Other
is
questions?
anybody raised their hand on Zoom or?
Yeah, Michael Daly, we can't hear you, or you could try. Just give your question in the chat.
Quick comment. Thank you for showing
I don't
up.
see it. But meanwhile, maybe Pulak, you want to ask your question, and those on Zoom, just put your question into the chat.
Yeah. So my question was more on participation and how people are participating in the Robin Hood Foundation, and specifically I have a kid who is who wants to do it, and she has formed several groups and she wants to participate. And her role has always been mentorship. I mean, she is 13, but she has
Right.
mentored a lot of kids in and around the neighborhood, and she would want to do that at a larger scale. And she feels that that has helped a number of other kids through their education process. And again, what I'm trying to understand, what I would want to understand is there are many kids who could be interested in doing different work. Is there a way or is there a path for them? Or should they ever be in touch with you or somebody at Robinhood?
So the answer to that is, first of all, congratulations, right? You want to instill service in your children as early as possible. And we have programs for teens where they come down, well, they used to, and I think they've come down on Friday nights to learn. We have summer internship programs. We have programs in schools where people have a Robinhood club and they get involved. When they come down, for example, on a Friday night, one of the first things that you have to learn is how do you deal with the resource constraints. So now you may have and in the summer, we do this with real money. So you may have a bunch of organizations pitching, and then you have to decide how you're going to allocate that $50,000 to one organization among the organizations, because we all want to do everything for everybody, but it's a resource constrained world. So we want them to get thinking about that. We want the parents. So it's Thanksgiving time. We fund Bowery Mission. It's all great. Everyone feels really good if you go there and you help serve a meal. But what these organizations really need is the expertise, right? If you're an accountant, you're a lawyer, can you volunteer? Can you help on those boards? And your children can definitely, at 13, they can be there and they can do that, and it makes them feel better. They can go on site visits. So go back to Carrera Dempsey as an example. You know, New York City, back when we started, one of the biggest issues was teen pregnancy. And we try to stay away from advocacy because you're never going to convince a pro-choice to be pro-life or vice versa. But everyone can agree how, if you can postpone teen pregnancy, you're really helping 3 generations. The mother, the kid, and usually it's the grandmother. And Michael Carrera came up with and said, you know, the last I heard, there's guys involved in getting somebody pregnant as a teen. And if you're going to prevent teen pregnancy, you just can't constantly focus on the young woman. You have to educate young men as well. Everybody agrees with that. So you try to develop a program to do that and prevent it. Now, yeah, just say no, as Betty Ford said, doesn't quite work. So you've got to have something a little more comprehensive than that. And that's what the Carrera Dempsey model was. And so when my kids were that age, and my oldest daughter, maybe 14, 15, we took her to, you know, a shelter where these young women have had kids. And how do you educate them? How do they move forward? You know, how can you help them as a young child in getting a perspective? Because New York City, more than any other city, where you live, people 30 blocks away can be living in poverty. And that is a real eye opener. So you can, that's why I said earlier about
Mark, you cannot run a fucking event like this.
Questions. Okay. Well, one is, what's your biggest need at Robinhood and Blue Ridge Labs? And another is, how do you see the future of philanthropy?
well, you know, it's like every story, it's not the money, it's the money. So that's always the biggest need. At Robinhood, right, the more we raise, the more we can do, we give it out. But at Blue Ridge Labs, we need mentors for people. We need people that have these ideas that might not necessarily get seeded by a traditional. First of all, the people that are doing this, they're not going to be able to go out and friends and family and raise $500,000 and, you know, and start something and see if it works and then go to seed to a Series A. So we need those creative young people that have sort of come up with these solutions so that we can look at them. So Blue Ridge that's where it is. If somebody's there and has an idea, but they think it can help in the not-for-profit space, but isn't, you know, commercialized or vetted, or they have no idea how to do it, that's where we are. It's a totally comprehensive approach. And we have space in you know, Robinhood is in Manhattan, Blue Ridge Labs is in Williamsburg. It's hip. There's more young people. It's an open, collaborative community, and it's fantastic. And where do I see the nature and the future of philanthropy? So I don't want to show my political stripes too much, but I did go to Michigan. I'm a fucking lefty. And I
I went to
think,
Michigan, I'm a centrist, so just so you know.
so I think that the future of philanthropy is such that the spread between the haves and the have-nots, this seesaw, and I wrote a little bit about this on Yahoo, has gotten very wide. Now, Build Better Back, some other things are going to try to change that. And if you want to bet on any one thing, which will help philanthropy, is that, you know, we had this bear market in bonds from 44 to 82. And then we had a bull market from 82 to 20, 38 years each way. And there's a lot of people that want to be idyllic about, oh, let's go back to the 50s. I don't want to get into the fact that, you know, sure, women couldn't work. And if you were a minority, you could maybe work in an elevator or something. So, of course, you know, economics works, less supply, more demand. But the one thing that happened is that by 1955, right, when Eisenhower was president, the top marginal tax rate was 92%. Of course, it was a Democrat, President Kennedy, that cut rates first, even though there's the legend that it was Ronald Reagan. But when he cut top tax rate to 50%, everybody was throwing a party. You can go long. If you want to go long one thing, it's that tax rates are going to go up for the next 20 or 25 years. That's going to help philanthropy because the higher the tax rate, the more advantageous it is to give. So all these rich people that are like, oh, let me make my own decisions, this is going to help, my own opinion, of course, make that. So philanthropy is going to grow, the intersection of needs and technology. The seesaw has to get more parallel. Now, when we look at other things socially, if you played the game of seesaw when you were a kid and you were at the bottom and someone else was at the top, the person at the top is always like, oh, please be nice and let me down. But if you're pissed off at those people at the top and you jump off, they come down pretty quickly. How is that going to be assessed? Is that going to be assessed through rapidly rising tax rates? Is that going to be rapidly assessed through market correction, which rechanges things? I don't have the answer to that. I just know that the first rule of markets, if something's not sustainable, it will end. And so philanthropy is going to change, but I think it'll be for the better. But I don't want my political stripes to show.
No worries. We're a big tent here. There are a lot of things that people like prison, like human trafficking, education for prisoners that go across all the aisles. But interesting point. Any other questions for Peter from Zoom or otherwise? Eddie.
Good morning.
Robinhood is often touted as one of the best foundations and sort of organizations out there. Who do you look up to? Who do you look for inspiration? Which other organizations do you think are great that you can hold yourself as a benchmark to?
In all seriousness, if Jim Harbaugh can beat Ohio State, I'm really gonna look to him. But every organization, I look at the quality of the leadership, the human capital, and board engagement. And I've mentioned a few, for example, Harlem Children's Zone. There's another one up there, Rich Berlin up at Harlem RBI. There's the Fortune Society. But then there's some that are sort of off the reservation, like Benefits Trust, where they're starting to collect the data. And one of the things that we looked at, which was kind of weird, you know, when someone comes to a food pantry and they're hungry, there's generally other issues that are associated with that person who's hungry. They could be homeless, they could not be working, they could have children, etc. So these guys come in and start collecting data and doing assessments to trying to have a more comprehensive approach and utilize that a little bit to be a hook to benefit from that. So those are the types of organizations that I really respect, that are innovating. And like investing, we all want to pretend that we've created the best thing, but most of the time we're looking for smart people, companies, and then jump on board and try to go for that. As I said earlier, right? The notion that you're going to pick the winner. So you could go into the crypto space and say, okay, I think it's going to change. How many crypto startups are out there? If you go back, every great startup, every great technology, go back to 1920, where we started with automobiles and radios. There was hundreds of companies, very few won. So you want to cast sort of a wide net. You don't want to put everything on that one idea. But there's a lot of great organizations, and like everything else, mostly in my mind, entrepreneurs are sort of 25 to 35. They're young, they can take risk, and that's what we look for, sort of these new startups, right? So people that started the Charter Schools Network, really young. And then they have that determination and they're willing to fail. Our risk preferences at our age are completely different because you can't fail as much now. You don't have as much time to build it back. And so those are the kinds of things that I'm always keeping in the back of my mind. And it's no different in philanthropy than in investing. Long answer, I apologize. And I've spoken way too long too, but that's okay. I told you before, you give me an audience and a mic and so I think it's essential. And as I said, private philanthropy is never going to replace public philanthropy, but private philanthropy can be entrepreneurial and take risks. And then if it works, they could partner. And the types of companies and organizations that you're doing with the state on that level is essential. So I'm very, very bullish on that. And I'm bullish because of the next generation of leadership that we're hopefully seeing. Cory Booker said that mayors are the ones who have really true power, not senators, not governors to say, because mayors are their own domain. And so we're seeing obviously a new mayor in New York City. We're seeing a great new mayor in Boston. And though that type of generational leadership, they're young, they're smart, will hopefully further that partnership in philanthropy, private-public, excuse me.
Out battery for this month. Transition to the set of panels. We're trying to solve the Zoom issue because obviously youth trafficking has so while we do that, let's say thank you, Peter.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
The program is to talk about education for prisoners, the different, and then human trafficking, South Side, Chicago, which some of the things that Peter was saying, I think looking to sort of knowledge share is what works in New York could work in Chicago, a flash or spotlight on smart cities, breakouts on all the above. And all the breakout rooms will be here on the 8th floor and then by Zoom, lunch, and then we come back for the rest of the day. We talk about transitional energy investing, ag tech, ed tech, health tech, tech and innovation, breakouts, and then a little wine for those that are here. So having said that, my man Gary is giving me this high sign like it might work. Can someone from Zoom say a few words? Okay.
Hello, testing 1, 2, 3.
A few words. Live from Chicago. It's Wednesday morning.
So we're going to turn now. It sounds like we got to go off on. We'll make it work. We're going to turn now to education for prisoners. And I think both of our panelists are going to be joining Jeanette. I know that Eric Lindbergh couldn't join this time, but maybe you could just kick off by introducing yourself. Some of these issues, again, that Robin Hood touches upon anyways, but how you're approaching it. And we'll start the discussion with you, I guess, Jeanette. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I'm really excited to be here. So I am Jeanette Panera. I'm the executive director for the Defy Ventures Tri-State chapter. I'm here. I'm just going to briefly introduce Defy and our history and what we're doing here with our programs. So Defy Ventures, we're a national nonprofit organization, and we work with both currently and formerly incarcerated individuals. We actually started about 11 years ago in the New York City area. And we really started with a focus on working with folks who were already coming back home to the community. And we were trying to find a solution to the fact that they were coming home and they were dealing with the challenge of really being able to find employment, basically mainly because of the fact that there was a stereotype and there was a bias associated with hiring people who were formerly incarcerated. And so our idea and our thought was that entrepreneurship may be a great solution to help those folks come home and build some economic opportunity for themselves. We learned a lot over the past 10 years of running our program. And one of those things was that we wanted to begin earlier. And so we wanted to bridge the gap between being incarcerated as well as coming home. And so we started our in-prison program. And our in-prison program focuses on the entrepreneurship training, but it also focuses on reentry planning, on professional development, and personal development as well. So we start there. Again, just to bridge the gap, and build some trust and start with some skill training while people are still incarcerated. And then once they get home, we then enroll them in our post-release program. And our post-release program also focuses on two different pathways. So we first and foremost, we want to make sure that people are able to successfully re-enter back into their communities and back into society. And so we spend the first 6 months just focusing on employment needs, on housing needs, connecting them with other nonprofits in the area that can support them. We have a partnership with Google, and so we provide Google Chromebooks and tech training to them. We do financial literacy, public speaking, soft skills, connect them with mentors in HR that can help with their resumes, mock interviews. So that is the first 6 months of somebody's return back to the community. And then after that, the second thing that we learned was that entrepreneurship is not for everyone. And what we want to do is make sure that we're providing options. So if people want to go down that entrepreneurship journey, they feel committed to it, they feel ready for it, especially in the place they are in their lives, then we have a full business accelerator program for them in an entrepreneurship pathway. And that business accelerator program really focuses on making sure that they can launch and scale their business if that's what they want to do. We have a partnership with LegalZoom, and we provide business grants, as well as an opportunity for investment, for seed funding from us. And most importantly, those folks are connected with a mentor that they work one-on-one with to help build out their business. So that's sort of our program in a nutshell. I'll just talk a little bit about the impact that it has had, mainly on recidivism rates. So the national recidivism rate for 1 year is 30%, and after 3 years, it's about 50%. So what that means is that about 30% of people coming home after 1 year go back to prison. For our program, it's less than 10% after 1 year and less than 15% after 3 years. And nationally, we've served over 6,000, we call them EITs, entrepreneurs in training. Those are our participants. And one of the biggest and most important aspects of our program, I'll say, is that we're really here to build community and build a network of support. And we do that by utilizing the business community and volunteers in our network. So we've worked with over 6,000 volunteers nationally as well that come in and, again, just provide that support and that network for those individuals who are coming home. So if it's somebody who's coming home and who's in the career reentry pathway, again, they're acting as resume coaches and mock interview coaches and life coaches. If they're in the entrepreneurship pathway, they are acting as business mentors, consultants. They are attending our coaching events. And then the other thing that we've been focusing on over the past year or so is this idea of fair chance hiring. Again, because we want to offer opportunities to folks that are coming home, whether that's entrepreneurship or going down that career path. And again, why we started was because you know, a lot of folks were coming home and they were not able to get employment because there was that stigma and bias associated with having a criminal record. So what we want to do is partner with other companies and have this conversation. You know, why do you have this stigma? Why do you not want to hire people who are coming home who are formerly incarcerated? And let's talk about the reasons why you might want to consider them, and just, you know, have them start to shift their thinking and shift their mindset in that way. And then the last thing that I'll just add here is that one of our goals also for the next year or two is to really expand our in-prison programming. We really consider that to be the foundation of our programming. It's called CEO of Your New Life. And over the past year or so, our in-person aspect of our in-prison program has been paused just due to COVID. As you can imagine, the situation in facilities has been worse than it is out here in the communities. And so we haven't been able to actually really get inside, but that is going to be changing over the next few months. So throughout 2022, we are really looking to expand our reach and really develop relationships with at least up to 5 prison facilities. Currently, we're in 2, up to 5 prison facilities within the next year in the tri-state area alone. So I'll stop there and happy to answer any questions. I'll put my information in the chat as well. Thank you.
Jeanette, you can hear me. You want to introduce your fellow panelists?
Yeah. So, can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I will introduce Jeremy Coleman, who is the CEO of the Children's Village.
Thank you, Jeanette. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. The Children's Village, I'm going to follow Jeanette's script here. The Children's Village was founded in downtown New York City in Manhattan in 1851. Today, we are located across 17 sites and 3 countries. We work with 3 populations, young people who are incarcerated in youth jails or touched by the juvenile justice system, children who languish in foster care, meaning they've typically been in foster care for 10 years or more, and immigrant minors who have been separated and detained. And across all 3 groups, we have one purpose: to get them out of government and charity and institutional care back to family. And we define family very broadly. One person that cares for that child unconditionally. That's it. And that's our definition of family. We work with about 16,000 children and families every year, about 3,000 a day. Jeanette mentioned recidivism. In our work getting kids out of the juvenile justice system, we actually run the largest the reform youth jail for New York State, serving Westchester County and all upstate counties. Our recidivism rate prior to COVID was under 10%, about 8%. And our recidivism rate for, we have this problem of crossing over where children who grew up in institutional care and foster care also end up in the juvenile justice system. And with that particular group in Westchester County, our recidivism year to year for the last 8 years has been under 2%, meaning we get them out and keep them out. And our goal is always to get them to someone who loves them unconditionally and get them into public school. Here are some statistics for those of you who may not know of the problem with youth incarceration. On any given day in the United States, we have about 45,000 children and youth under age 18 who are incarcerated in juvenile jails and some in prison across the United States. Many of them, we believe, or well over 50% of them, are there because of a status offense, which is a non-criminal act that is considered a violation only because of the youth status as a minor. So it's a non-criminal act, but because they're under 18, they end up in the system. And some of these are truancy, running away from home, violating a curfew, underage use of alcohol, and this broad term of being incorrigible. And that can get you in the system too. Of all incarcerated people in the United States, young people under age 18 who are held in adult detention centers and prisons are most likely to be victims of sexual abuse. We also have disproportionate penetration into the system. Black children penetrate the system at a rate of 4 times faster than a typical white child. And many of them end up in what we call secure detention, the highest level of juvenile detention. In some states, that penetration for Black children is over 10 times, and that includes the last set of numbers we saw were from 2018. That includes our neighboring state of New Jersey. Once you come into the system, young people under age 18 are also often mentored and networked into the criminal system. So it's not unusual that a young person that comes in for the first time into a poorly managed detention center will be introduced to a network that then takes him or her into criminality, and with girls into human trafficking. Let me stop there.
Yes. Before we ask questions.
So Jeanette and Jeremy, you want to carry on or before we ask questions?
Or
can
I? Sure, I could make a couple points. One is to come back to this issue of crossover populations. So the data is pretty clear. We've got about 25 years of data now through federal systems and a data system where we are states are feeding into the federal system. Crossing over from foster care into juvenile justice is prevalent, and it often happens because kids lose hope. So children that languish in the foster care system, that are not adopted, that are not returned to family, that are promised family but never sent home, often go out looking for love and looking for a connection, and often get caught in this wide net of that then crosses them over into juvenile justice. And if intervention doesn't happen timely, those children then penetrate into the adult criminal justice system. In some states, well over 20% of foster care children are seen in the adult criminal justice system. For many of our families in the urban neighborhoods, deep segregation drives a lot of police surveillance, and that then adds to the number of kids that come into the system. Right now, during COVID, there's been an anomaly, and things have kind of reversed and gone bad to worse. But prior to COVID, it was fairly typical to see a lot of our children coming into the system from our poorest performing schools. There is this direct connection between segregation and poor performing public schools. There's also a similar connection in our rural neighborhoods where we operate upstate New York between isolated rural neighborhoods and the availability of good schools. So again, the schools are also adding to the problem by calling in reports that then get kids into the system. For many of our poor families, government and charity, even a charity like Children's Village, is burdensome. To you and me, government is often a tool that we know how to use, and we use it well to meet our needs. When it comes to poor families in the United States, and especially families of color, and certainly rural white families that don't have power, government intervention, even when it's done with the best of intent, is burdensome. And often, in about 20% of our numbers, simple conversations escalate because of the demands placed on the family, and then kids end up in the system. And then, of course, the last point, you can't talk about justice and juvenile justice and incarceration and what's needed without talking about social injustice, which is at the root of the overrepresentation in our system.
So if I could ask a question, Jeanette talked about the impact of their program, the reduction of recidivism rates for the 1 year and the 3 year from, I think it was 30, 50 down to 10 and 15%. Well, maybe two questions to you, Jeanette, but first, Jeremy, could you just talk about maybe what the results are from your program, whatever the KPIs that you have, and then, Jen, I'll come back to you after that.
So we track two numbers. One is, do young people have someone that they can return home to? Because in the absence of a home, and one of the greatest strengths to recidivism prevention is having something that you don't want to lose. And for our young people, as it is for all of us, the things you don't want to lose are the people that love you and love you unconditionally. In our work, well over 86% of our young people find a family. We believe that you're never too old. So sometimes we don't always get you that family by age 18, but you'll probably get a family by age 22. Sometimes those families lead to real legal adoptions, and at other times, they are simply moral commitments where someone steps up, and it could be a mentor, it could be a friend, it could be a rabbi, it could be a pastor, it could be an imam who says, you will always have a family. This Thanksgiving, you will not eat at a shelter, you will not sleep at a shelter, you will not be in an institution, you will be in our home. And it's pretty amazing what that does. So that number is well over 86%, and it has been that way for the last decade. When it comes to returning to the system, with children who have been suspended from school or arrested for a status offense, we see recidivism within the 30 to 50% range. In our programs, in our work, it's under 10%. Again, COVID is an anomaly, but just prior to COVID, we were under 10% at 8%. And in Westchester County, where we do a lot of our human trafficking work and also manage a youth jail, it's under 2%, and it has been that way for the last 7 years, year to year, 2% and under.
So just want to make a place marker. Rob Horowitz in our family office, a core family office, is focused on his foundation on criminal justice and foster care. So you should connect with Rob, also a fellow University of Michigan.
We love Rob and Kathy. They're dear friends, and they have truly been leaders in this work. They are some of the best and most thoughtful. And by the way, they live the life. You know, they have fostered and created unconditional belonging for young people that had no one else. Thanks for lifting them up at this meeting. They're amazing people.
Question, Jeanette, hearing what Jeremy does, how does that fit into your paradigm, their program, and how could we're always looking for interconnected synergies.
Yeah, that's a great question. And, Jeremy and I, when we talked prior to this panel, we, introduced ourselves and certainly realized that there was some overlap. We primarily serve individuals that are 18 and older. We do have a youth program that we actually piloted here with the mayor's office a few years ago. However, even in that youth program, we are serving individuals aged 18 to 25. And we haven't necessarily started one of those youth programs here in New York City. So I think, the overlap here is being able to talk to Jeremy about potential partnership there to combine some of our curriculum and what we're trying to accomplish with youth as well. I think some of the stuff that we found when we were running the youth program is that entrepreneurship was an idea that really resonated with a lot of youth, and that they had some great ideas, and similar to what Peter said, right? They're younger and more open to the idea of risk and taking that risk. And I think, also similar to what Jeremy was pointing out is, and what I had mentioned is that the big focus here for us, yes, we utilize entrepreneurship, yes, we're focusing on employment, but what we want to do here is build a community and a network of individuals that can support those folks. And so whether it's for youth or for adults, having that support system around you is really eventually what will lead to your success.
So we're going to transition to human trafficking, which I
Synergy.
But if everyone could mute themselves, whether you're on Zoom or somehow sneakily on Zoom here, in the other room as well, just stay on mute, please. We'll overcome this. So what I wanted to say, Jeanette and Jeremy, is that what we're hoping to do is these events to catalyze a proper deep dive on, which is, it could be a summit, it could be 2 hours, 4 hours, and to go deep into this and get all the right people together. Bring Rob Horowitz, who's been speaking on this, and then we do breakout synergies, as we were just discussing. So let this just be thought as a stepping stone. Similar, if we're talking about mental health will catalyze, which by the way intersects, as you pointed that out. And we'll have 5 ancillary deep dives from the different speakers you'll see. And with Chicago, South Side, again, they're experiencing some of the same issues, right? And they have their local programs and then their cross-state programs. So we're just trying to find those synergies where we can. And so I'll just say thank you, Jeanette, Jeremy, for sharing your programs. And this is, until next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Let's turn over to human trafficking. Be patient with the audio. We'll try to, you can speak here. Everyone stay on mute. Otherwise, just the way it's been working, you might have to go off mic, let them speak. This one, off mic, let them speak, go on mic, etc., etc. So, thank you. Thank you.
Working now? Okay, perfect. I'll do my good morning again, and thank you for being here. My name is Jaspreet, and I am the CEO of Win This Fight, which is a nonprofit organization to combat human trafficking. And today is not much about us. We've invited a very distinguished panel for you to meet and listen to, and hopefully we'll have time for questions. But just real quickly on us, and if you have time at the end, I'm happy to talk more about our organization. But Win This Fight has taken a very unique approach to fighting human trafficking, which is by, like we say, going after the head of the snake. So we are going after the money that enables this absolutely horrific Scrooge. And of course, this is a very big enterprise, so we have to go at it from all different angles. This is one of the angles that we are going with, but obviously we're working with other organizations. So without any more delay, I do want to introduce you to our very distinguished panel. I'm so happy to announce, and hopefully they're on here because I can't see the Zoom screen. So I'll start introducing them in no particular order. Our first panel is Sir Richard Hawkes, who is the CEO of British Asian Trust, which is a charity founded by the Prince of Wales, who, as we all know, is the future King of England, Prince Charles. Now, this foundation is very close to my heart personally because of all the work that they are doing in South Asia. That's where I grew up. And I saw firsthand how a huge amount of population and poverty makes that area a hotbed for human trafficking, which is why I'm personally very grateful to an organization like British Asian Trust and the work they're doing on the ground there. And we really look forward to speaking with them more. And another thing that's very interesting that I like what they're doing is they have created vehicles for Asian philanthropists and philanthropists from UK to identify grassroots initiatives to work with in India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. So Richard, thank you and welcome. I I can't see you, but I'm sure the moment you start talking, I will see you. And let me introduce our other panelists as well. Ambassador Luis de Baca, who is a lawyer and a diplomat and was who served under the Obama administration as ambassador at large to monitor and combat trafficking in persons. Also worked with the Department of Justice in the similar area as well. So we're looking forward to speaking with them. Our third panelist, Dr. Chris White, we just learned is not able to join us. So hopefully in another time he will be here because he's done a lot of work on the ground in Afghanistan when he worked with DARPA. So we miss him, but a part of me is selfishly grateful because I have so many questions for our two panelists that I was afraid we'll run out of time. So with that, we'll get started. I do see Richard. I will start with you. I don't know if you're able to see me or you see a tiny version of me somewhere here.
I can hear you. Can you hear
first
me?
of all, welcome.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. So I'll start with you, Richard. Now there are a lot of people on Zoom from all over the world, but still primarily it's an American audience here. So could you talk to us a little about who is British Asian Trust? What is your focus? Why were you created?
Yes, of course. Well, first of all, thank you very much indeed for inviting me to join you today. Incidentally, I was actually in the States the day before yesterday. I was there for a week last week in Texas visiting my daughter who's studying at the University of Texas in Austin. So I should have got my timings more coordinated and stopped off in New York with you on the way back, and then I could have been with you in person. But anyway, I'm very glad to be joining you in this way. Jaspreet, thank you very much indeed for that introduction. Just to explain, as you said, I'm the chief executive of the British Asian Trust. And we were established about 13 years ago by a combination of, as you said, His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, who came together with some of the leading figures from the South Asian community in the UK. In the UK, when we talk about South Asia, we mean the Indian subcontinent, so India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. And there are 3 million British Asians, so 3 million people in the UK whose heritage is from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. And the Prince of Wales came together with leaders from those communities, some of the top business leaders and celebrities, to create the British Asian Trust. The intention being that this would be a British Asian diaspora-led organisation. So all of our trustees, our advisory councils and so on are made up of people from the community to galvanise the wider diaspora community to address poverty and inequality across South Asia. So to identify the issues that the diaspora and wider South Asians could get involved in through us as a vehicle to address, whether that was about anti-trafficking, mental health, education, livelihoods, and we recently started working in conservation as well. So our work is in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh mainly. We have some programs in Sri Lanka. And the one other thing I'd say is that, as I'm sure many of you will know, if you know any South Asian origin entrepreneurs, business leaders, and so on, they're the people that have set the culture of our organization, which means that it is constantly about scale, about innovation, about cost effectiveness, about getting the absolute maximum of every pound that can be given. We're a charitable organization, but we operate in a fairly ruthless way where we're absolutely focused on outcomes and impact, on keeping costs to an absolute minimum, and really using innovative approaches like development impact bonds and other forms of impact investing so as to make the biggest possible impact that we can across that South Asian region. Jaspreet, if you're saying anything,
Okay.
I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. Richard, Thank you for that. And I'm really glad you mentioned about impact and measurement, because yesterday in our audience, a lot of people are talking about, are you measuring impact? So thank you so much for bringing that up. And thank you also mentioning the word that even though it's a non-profit and foundation, you're looking at it literally like running a business ruthlessly because you want results.
Totally.
And I think that is really what a lot of people, when they hear non-profits, a lot of people are really tired of that, because many times they just exist and nothing goes on. And so it's really refreshing to hear that, because even for our perspective, we are looking to say, how do we function really like a business, almost like a startup ruthlessly, that we need to make things happen. So thank you for that. I'll switch to Ambassador de Baca. Thank you so much for being here. Now, you've worked in some very prominent organizations, Department of Justice, Department of State, you're ambassador at large in the human trafficking space. I'm curious to understand, I'm sure audience as well, is how does the role differ? Meaning, if you're a DOJ, what lens is DOJ looking at trafficking from, as opposed to the State Department, or as opposed to when you were ambassador at large? I mean, what's in the purview? And also, in your opinion, which one did you think made the most impact? Or I'm sure it was a different impact, but if you had to pick.
Yeah, I think that, one of the things, Jaspreet, that's so important when thinking about the problem of human trafficking, when thinking about the problem of modern slavery, whatever we're going to call it, there's so many labels, is that this problem has only ever been addressed successfully when it's being attacked from a multifaceted direction. Part of that is because it manifests itself so differently in different places. It could be brick kiln operators in northern India. It could be artisanal mining with children in parts of Africa that's going into the technology. The computers and cell phones that we all have with us today very probably have some slave-made sourcing as far as the coltan, tantalum, et cetera, that makes them be able to work. It also, though, manifests itself in local enslaved prostitution or child prostitution cases. And in the United States, it I think, often ends up impacting itself on vulnerable communities, whether those are vulnerable because of immigration status, because of race and ethnicity, because of gender, or because of mental health. So I was so happy to see that today's kind of entire morning is going to be focused on a lot of those different things, because those are often the drivers of human trafficking. I think as far as the US government, or any government for that matter, what we've seen is that you have to have a holistic approach. A lot of governments about 20 years ago, when the United Nations updated the anti-slavery treaty with what's called the Palermo Protocol, the trafficking protocol, a lot of governments ran out and had their interior ministry or home ministries assigned to it. And they reacted exactly the way that a law enforcement branch would. They thought a lot about border security. They thought a lot about who was there and who wasn't. And for the longest time, even in our discussions with the UK, you'd have people saying, oh, well, we're looking out for, the, Russian models who are being brought in for prostitution. And it wasn't really until the cockle pickers died at Morecambe Bay, when the tide came in, killing 19 Chinese workers, that it kind of opened up the British understanding that you can't just be looking outside. You have to look at your own situations. And in the United States, that's agriculture, that's building, that's everything around us, really, when it comes down to it. If there are vulnerable people who are not being served by the communities. So the answer to your question, in some ways, is that everybody has to be bringing to it. It wasn't until we were able to bring in the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the Department of Health and Human Services, the Education Department, until we were able to bring everybody together like that, start thinking of it with a development lens, to start thinking of it with a social service lens, we were just chasing the bad guys. And we still have to chase the bad guys, and we still have to put them out of business. But at the end of the day, we also have to serve the victims and the survivors.
Ambassador Baca, thank you for that. So I like what you mentioned that I don't obviously like that part that we are still chasing the bad guys, but it seems like we will continue to do that. But having that approach, and it's encouraging to know that from a government organization, the openness to understand and realize that it's not them alone, and which is why we do need a lot of private organizations, someone like a British Asian Trust, many others, in order to look at it in a holistic way and go at it from all different angles to address it. Which actually brings me to a related question for Richard. Like in South Asia, you are actually working with the local governments there to do all the work on the ground. Could you talk a bit about that, please?
Yeah, and let me first of all just echo the exactly what the ambassador said. It's the only way of dealing with these problems and these issues is to bring as many people as you can together to work in a holistic way. I think, unfortunately, very often in the charity sector, historically, people have tended to deal with the problem after it's become a problem, and they'll look at how do you help people who need help, rather than looking at the real causes of an issue. And so you have to look holistically with something like child trafficking in India, where unfortunately the scale of it is just enormous. You cannot just do, for example, rescues of children. You have to look holistically. You have to look at supply chains. You've got to look at the private sector. You have to look at prevention. You have to look at how you work with the government, and so on. So, Jaspreet, you specifically asked about working with the government. I mean, we believe absolutely that in order to affect long-term sustainable change, we must complement and strengthen the government mechanisms, the local government mechanisms, and so on, rather than setting up parallel systems. We've been working on a very large program in Jaipur, in Rajasthan, which is, and the aim of that program is to make Jaipur a child labour-free city. And unfortunately, as I'm sure some of you may know, there is a lot of child labour in Jaipur. It's the trinkets and the jewellery capital of India, and unfortunately, the children with very small hands are often the people that are kidnapped, trafficked to Jaipur, to the workshops to work in those factories. And what we've been doing is working really closely. Yes, there are some of our teams and the partner organisations that do rescues and return kids and support them back with their families. But as I said, working with the local government systems, the judiciary, the police, and so on is absolutely crucial. And we've been doing exactly that, working with the police, working with the judicial systems, to strengthen the prosecution of traffickers and employers. We've had caseworkers who've helped to bring strong evidence against traffickers. We've been petitioning the courts to use video testimony from child survivors rather than in-person evidence, which has been accepted. And we've been working to capacity build and sensitize judges and the police and so on. And all of this over the past year has resulted in a record 6 convictions for traffickers, 4 of them for life imprisonment. So up until 18 months ago, there hadn't been any convictions for traffickers. In the last year, there's now been 6 convictions and 4 of them for sent to prison for life. So by changing and working with and strengthening those local infrastructures, working with the local government, the judiciary, the police, and so on, that is the way to affect the long-term systemic change that we really want to be bringing about.
Richard, thank you for that. And you brought up something very interesting on supply chain, which I know I've heard you talk about this before. I've heard Ambassador Baca speak about it as well. And would love to know, I mean, right now in America, when you say supply chain, everyone's thinking of shortage of goods, but obviously we are talking of supply chain related to human slavery. So since you're already talking, could you talk a bit about that as well, Richard? You were talking of, I believe you want to create transparency in supply chains.
Yeah, so as I hopefully conveyed, our approach is really based on partnering with people, and in this case, say partnering with the private sector. So working together to try and enable and affect change within that sector, rather than campaigning and from the outside. And again, I'll use the example of in Jaipur, where we've been working with local producers to map out supply chains and document any practices within those chains that need to be changed. On finding cases of child labour or other equally bad, if there are other bad practices, we then work with those companies to address the changes and bring about the changes that need to be brought about. So, for example, we provide educational opportunities to families of employees, making sure that their children are enrolled and stay in school. We conduct regular announced and unannounced audits of suppliers. And what we're finding is this greater compliance helps to reduce demand for child labour and also helps producers clean up their supply chains, enabling them to both meet global compliance requirements and market themselves as clean providers.
Thank you. Ambassador Baca, I know you've talked of supply chains as well. Could you comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, there's, if I could, maybe switching a little bit from kind of what the problem is, although the problem is very much, that slave-tainted goods, whether it's some of the things that we've talked about already today that might be coming out with child labor or even child slave labor, or things that are coming out with prison labor, especially from the Uyghur Autonomous Zone and other areas. But I think there's also that notion of kind of what can foundations, what can philanthropists, and what should people be doing. I think that one of the things that we always have to be very careful about, and I was glad that Sir Richard kind of laid out the process by which they're doing their work, because it's exactly what we'd like to see, is this very careful approach to empower the local and state governmental actors, the people who actually are the ones who should be using, for lack of a better term, the state monopoly on violence or the state monopoly on the law. We've seen well-intentioned non-governmental organizations based in the United States and elsewhere who have created a lot of mischief and wreaked a lot of havoc under the guise of doing anti-trafficking work from a rescue perspective around the world. And they come in sometimes claiming to have been former SAS or former US Special Forces or others who had no mission fighting human trafficking, but basically say that qualifies them to bust down doors and drag people out. Many times in Southeast Asia, it's been folks who did not want to be dragged out of wherever they were working or what have you. So that notion of very careful work, how does one do supply chain work? How does one do business intelligence? How does one look at money laundering or other things like that without becoming kind of this, for lack of a better word, great white savior, rescuer type of situation? And I think it's with that kind of long-term respect, working with the leaders, working with survivor communities, and really backing their play, rather than necessarily coming in to bust down doors or what have you. I think that the supply chain work that's very interesting right now that's going on, really the transparency movement over the last few years, certainly the last decade, whether it's the California Supply Chain Transparency Act, whether it's the UK law and then now the Australian law that follows up, or whether it's the related issues around due diligence in broader human rights things that we see with the French law or some of the proposals in the EU right now. It's basically trying to say, get this information out so that people can do something with it. So whether it's the Business and Human Rights Center, whether it's Transparentum, whether it's the folks over at Liberty Shared, you now have a number of organizations that are doing the really hard work. They're linking up where that palm oil is coming from. They're looking at the shipping manifests. They're trying to figure out who are the insurers of the boats that turn out to have all of that slavery that is rampant in the Pacific seafood long line trawlers. It's not just about who is the captain who's abusing the Indonesian or Filipino men. It's who are the owners. Trace it back up to Taiwan, trace it back up to Korea, but also who's insuring it? Who are the financiers? Where's the money coming from? Those are tools that I think a lot of folks have used, whether it's for counterterrorism, whether it's money laundering in the other contexts, such as organized crime, but traditionally haven't necessarily been using for human trafficking. And I think that what that ends up doing is it incentivizes the companies to then start thinking of this as a compliance issue and getting their own lawyers involved. So they're looking at cleaning up their own supply chains. At the end of the day, though, it's going to take a reassessment of how procurement gets done. It's going to take a reassessment of how buying gets done. And it's going to, frankly, take a reassessment of how much corruption lead companies in the West are going to accept 2 and 3 tiers down in their supply chain. So I think we're all in this together. And if we can support each other, and if we can place those philanthropic investments and support on the groups that are actually doing the hard work, maybe you don't always hear their names, but they're the ones who Interpol turns to. They're the ones who the FBI or Scotland Yard turn to when they come across the transom with the information about palm oil, cotton, etc.
Thank you. Asher, I just have a follow-up question on that. You have also created the incredible gold standard for anti-trafficking. What is that? Does that exist? What exactly does it entail?
Well, I think that there's 2 things if you were going to say, and we don't have, I don't have a stamp or anything like that I can give people. But I think that when you really think about, kind of based on the reporting that the United States did over the last 21 years now, against the standards, the international standards for combating trafficking in persons as articulated by the 2000 Trafficking in Persons law here in the United States, but also through the Palermo Protocol at the UN. The gold standard really is a country that is following what we call the 3P paradigm, where prevention, protection, and prosecution end up being co-equal. It's not just the state's interest in punishing that criminal. It ends up being protection of the victims, which also includes not deporting them, and incorporating them into your society. If you find somebody who is cleaning a house in Kuala Lumpur, who thought she was going to be having a good job in a garment factory and came down from Cambodia and was locked up for 3 or 4 years, she has already, for instance, contributed to Malaysian society. And the way to deal with her is to actually transition her into being able to be part of that society rather than simply jailing her and deporting her for working in a job that she wasn't authorized to. So first of all, there's that 3P paradigm: prevention, protection, and prosecution. And then secondly, there's something that we call the victim-centered approach, which is making your decisions based on the needs of the survivors. Helping them, everything has to be about helping them from going to active traumatized victim to survivor, and then turning around and having that feedback from the survivor community inform everything that we end up doing. So I think that if you've got an effort that you can say is truly looking to advance the 3P paradigm and is victim-centered, then I think that at that point you're really looking at a gold standard effort.
I know we've got a few minutes left, and I already have so many more questions, but I'll ask you one last question to both of you. Obviously, you're both incredibly talented. You've both got great resumes. I didn't even go through everything, or that's all I would have read in half an hour. But what motivated, for Richard, I'll start with you. What motivated you to be part of this NGO? You have had a stellar career. You could have done anything. And Ambassador Baca, I'll ask you the same question after that. And the reason I ask you that is because, unlike any nonprofit, being in something like this, it takes an emotional toll on you. You know, you see a child hurt, it's different. So I'd love to know more, because we want more people like you in this world.
So Richard, do you want to take that one first?
Okay, well, I'm delighted you've come to the conclusion that I'm really talented, because you hardly know me, but I'll definitely pass that on to all of my colleagues, none of whom would agree, I'm sure. I would say, you know, I've been very fortunate. I've spent the best part of 30 years working in the not-for-profit sector, with a desire, ultimately, very simplistically, to make the world a better place. You know, that's why those of us who are in the sector are in it. I think we want to change the world. There's nothing that's more horrific than child trafficking and child labor and forced child marriage. You know, it totally destroys lives. And I think if you want to be in this fight against poverty and disadvantage and making the world a better place, you've got to try and deal with some of the most difficult, extreme, and challenging issues. And for me, this was one of the big programs of the British Asian Trust, together with other programs like mental health, for example, which is another huge challenge. And so, if you want to be doing something to make things better, then dealing with issues like this is challenging, but it's incredibly motivating as well. And I just finished, and you know, linking to the point, the other question that you mentioned. Of course, it can take a toll, take a toll on you. I was in Jaipur a couple of years ago, just before the COVID outbreak, and I met in one of our partner organisations a young boy who was 6 years old who'd been rescued, and it turned out that he had spent 6 months having his hand nailed to the floor every night because he'd been trying to escape. You know, this was a 6-year-old kid who'd had his hand nailed to the floor every night. And when you have children yourself, like I do, and you compare the worlds and the lives that they've had, just by the good fortune of birth, to a small boy, 6 years old, who's been nailed to the floor, it's disgusting. And if you feel that you can play a role in doing something about that at a strategic level, there's nothing more motivating.
Yeah, and I'd second that. In fact, I jumped off video for a second to go over to the other part of my office and grab this. This is a piece of construction paper that was written, for those of you who don't speak Spanish, it basically says, with love and thanks from your friends. These are 56 deaf and hearing impaired Mexican nationals who were lured to the United States with promises of good jobs and a better life, only to be put out on a begging ring in New York City in the streets and subways. And for 3 years, they were out there, and almost everybody in New York saw them. And nobody actually stopped to ask them if they were okay. And we discovered them because they themselves found a way to write a note with the help of an American deaf person, and were able to bridge the language gap. And the things that I learned from them, the things that we then took and put into the new law in 2000, the things that we took to the UN to get the trafficking protocol, they all start and stop with people like them, the survivors themselves. And so when I get down about either the trauma that I'm seeing or that I'm taking on, what I realize is that I'm giving a voice to people like them, folks who for so long think that they thought correctly that they didn't have a voice here in America or around the world. So the ink is fading on this little thing, but my memory and the things that drive me from them and their example certainly does not fade.
That's incredible. Thank you. And I know we're nearing the end of time. So thank you so much, but I also want to take a moment to thank Mark Sainer and 3621 for always putting the spotlight on this. And Sir Richard Hawkes, Ambassador Baca, thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed.
So we're going to switch to mental wellness, which has many tributaries, and there'll be some of them will be represented here. So there's a Leslie McCarthy and Michael Daly are going to kick it off from Zoom. 3 of the panelists are here: David Burstein and Miriana. So you can come up, take a mic, a stool. I think there's one other person. Oh, Ann, yeah, of course. So, but I'm going to hand it over to you, Leslie. Hi, MJ.
Hey there.
You'll see where there's a little quirkiness on our side on the mic, so we look. When you speak, we turn ourselves off, vice versa. Otherwise, everyone keep yourself on mute. And I'm excited, and I see many deep dives coming out of this. And we need an evolved one, MJ, on yours that we did last July. So good to see you.
Same
So
here.
over to you,
Good to see everybody.
Leslie.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you all, and I'm honored to be part of this launch discussion. Upon touching into this topic a few weeks ago, there are lots of scary statistics and details, and we have chosen to take an action-oriented approach to building forward with foundational.
Leslie, I think you're on mute.
No, she's not. I hear her fine.
I hope that this is coming through, and I'd like to introduce my colleague in approaching this great topic, who will kick us off. Mike Daly, who's a global tax specialist on the West Coast. We share a lot of common interests and intentions, and it's been a pleasure to create a conversation today.
Yes, we could take all day. I want to thank Mark for introducing me to Leslie. We've had an amazing year getting to know each other. She's a mentor, she's a mom, she's a sister, she's a wife, and she has an amazing legacy story, you know, about mental wellness. And she's put together a phenomenal panel of 4 people today, 2 men, 2 women. And as Mark indicated, we can't only begin to scratch the surface on the different pillars of mental wellness, but we'll give it a shot with a few minutes per speaker. Back to Leslie.
So very briefly, thank you, Mike. I will share with you that my inspiration for connecting into being part of the solutions around mental health and well-being, pre-COVID, post-COVID, for the future, had to do with 2 touch points. One was 1 month, it was August, when I lost 3 different friends and colleagues in my small town in Connecticut. And leaders in the community, successful on the outside in many measurable ways. So that was a touch point of concern to go forward and figure out some solutions. Secondly, over the course of the last 20 months, as Mike knows, I have lost 2 different sisters to extended illness and disability. So I personally pick up the mantle of developing a sense of self-care, grit, and resilience so that I can shine a light on a topic to, you know, create a little less stigma around mental health. I'm really pleased to introduce our first speaker, MJ Gottlie, who is a successful entrepreneur based in New York City. He navigates the world of building sober, healthy lifestyles through the creation of an innovative application called Lucid. So MJ, thank you for joining us. We'll look forward to hearing your perspective on global abuse, addiction, and building healthy lifestyle.
Thanks so much, Leslie. And I know I'm looking at my clock. It's 11:06. I'll stop at 11:11. We have 5 minutes, correct? I hear a feedback. You guys hear feedback? No? Okay. So thanks so much, Leslie. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, everyone. I'm going to be speaking for Leslie about a subset of mental health addiction. 300 million people suffer from alcohol use disorders worldwide, and 95.3 million people suffer from substance use disorders, which is roughly 38% of US adults. The problem is not many people know about this. In order to solve the problem, we need to know the problem that exists and on what magnitude. So there are some of the statistics. What we need to do, and what we've been trying to do, is destigmatize addiction. Sadly, it's not moving quick enough. And with COVID, things have escalated quite dramatically. The truth is, the American Medical Association has declared alcoholism a disease since the late 1950s, and addiction a disease since the 80s. So how come everybody seems to think that we're bad people, right? I certainly thought I was a bad person. And so what I think that we need to do is the opposite of addiction is connection. And we need to build niche affinity groups with people who share a common bond and get it. Because there's a saying, those amongst us, no explanation is necessary. Those not amongst us, no explanation is possible. So if we have 500 million people suffering from a disease, and it's a disease of isolation, then the way that you solve this issue, or at least try to make a major dent, is to first show them that they are not alone and put them within niche affinity platforms where they finally realize that there's people that share that exact feeling. Even though our experiences are different, those feelings of isolation and needing to get out of the now is the same. And in order to connect, you need to identify. And so this is one thing that, I've dedicated my life to. The other thing that I want to talk about, and I talk about this quite a bit, is we, as an app in digital, we have the power to embolden and change lives for the better, or we have the ability to absolutely destroy. And what I mean by that is people are using social and to compare and despair and FOMO and fear of missing out. And people are putting pictures of living my best life next to a 20,000 square foot house, a Ferrari. And first of all, normally that's all BS. But what people don't seem to understand is they're killing people. Suicide rates are skyrocketing. Addiction is skyrocketing because they're saying, why can't I be like them? And so we need to have a very, very extensive conversation of how we leverage digital for good or for bad. So as Michael said, I could talk about this for 30 hours, but a deep dive discussion we're going to be having over the next couple of months. But I wanted I know we did a mental health deep dive about 8 months ago, and we're going to be doing it again. But these are some of the main points that I think need to be discussed, because we need to put people together and show people that they are not alone. That's all I got.
What you have is phenomenal. MJ, thank you for kicking off a spotlight on abuse, addiction, and how we can have support tools, some of the positive uses of technology.
Thanks so much, Leslie.
I'd like to next introduce our second speaker. Ann Eberly Thomas is the Chief Revenue Officer of Pepper, and she has surfaced an excellent direction about talking nutrition and brain health and how this applies to our mental wellness. Anne, thank you for joining us on Healthy Food Choices. You're, as Chief Revenue Officer and mother, I look forward to hearing your comments. So if you would provide a brief introduction, thank you.
Can you hear me? You can hear me now. So thank you so much, Leslie. So in addition to my role as Pepper, I am a longtime student and advocate of food and nutrition, motivated by diabetes in my family and also by my experience with one of my twin daughters who at age 3 had to undergo intensive feeding therapy in order to learn how to eat, and with a couple years, several years after that, of intensive protocol at meals. And so it's really turned my attention to nutrition. And so when Leslie asked me a couple weeks ago to talk about food and mental health, it really just paired very well with what's developing right now with integrative medicine and the gut-brain connection. So I think when most of us think of food and nutrition, we think sort of like from the neck down, right? We think, okay, well, I'm supposed to eat well so my body functions better. I'm not supposed to eat bad foods because they're going to make me fat. But there is a direct connection between what you eat and your brain. And it has been shown to affect cognitive issues, anxiety, depression, and other sort of concentration issues. The right nutrition can actually help when someone has psychological or neurological issues. The right nutrition can actually help with those issues. And as Miriana and I were talking about yesterday, we were talking about Alzheimer's, and that's one of her focuses. And there have been studies done on how stress affects the hippocampus. But there have also been studies that show that nutrition affects the hippocampus. And when the gut microbiome is in a depression-inducing pattern, which means you're eating bad food, they actually have seen a change in the activity in your hippocampus. So it's also a factor in Alzheimer's. Not the only one, but it's certainly a factor in Alzheimer's. So I think of food in two categories. Food is either fuel, nutrition, medicine, or fuel is slow poison for your brain. Plants feed your brain, processed foods starve your brain and harm your brain. And when I first read that, it was just very powerful for me. Processed foods starve your brain. It's just, I think that's just so powerful. Likewise, healthy fats protect your brain, and bad fats destroy your brain. I think the food industry, unfortunately, especially the processed food industry, actually has chemists who work to make sure that food is addictive. I mean, processed food is addictive. So I think, you know, for most of us who, or many of us who have at some point thought we were the ones fighting, trying to eat healthy, you're not being helped by the food industry. And I think a lot of times you have to really do something very extreme to sort of break that pattern. So I think, you know, as Leslie is putting together a sort of integrative approach to mental health, nutrition is just one of those key components. You really can't think about helping mental health without thinking about the right nutrition. So.
And thank you. I share the commitment to eat a lot of color and eat from the ground. And there's a lot of sustainability reasons to think about that for the future. I'll throw in the chat a couple of resources. One is Dr. Mark Hyman, who has a lot of point of view on integrated health and wellness. And another is a guide to cognitive health published by Harvard Business Review, which, you know, essentially is similar to the framework that we are starting to chip away at this morning on wellness. So it's a pleasure to move forward and introduce Miriana Prophet. She has joined us. She's UK based and navigates a really interesting world of emphasizing innovation. And she's just joining us from a trip to Dubai and will address rest, relaxation, and the importance of good sleep hygiene in the whole context of wellness. Thank you, Miriana.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Leslie, and thank you, Mark, and everyone here. Yes, I am based in UK. I am sleep deprived, funny enough, coming from Dubai and back 9 hours. And the reason why I started Hungary is from my own personal pain, mental and physical. Being in the past a global chief marketing officer in chemical industry, as well as business turnaround specialist, helping SMEs to scale up to be sold to Fortune 500s. So just imagine all my life in the last 12 years before starting this business was on the plane, changing time zones, sitting for long hours, having terrible back pain. You just can't sleep, you can't function. And the only thing that kept me going is my swimming routine and my running routine and eating routine. So point to Anne's discussion or points earlier, diet doesn't work, but changing the habits in our mind, how we approach to eating, sleeping, drinking, because these are three main functions that keep us alive, is the key. So, and funny enough, we as a society actually put all these three main functions on the back burner, and we don't think about them. So what we are only focusing on, let's just do everything we can now. Let's just sleep deprive ourselves. Let's just starve ourselves. Anything can wait. What happens later when we are 65, 70, 80, we hit the moment when we only have a body and mind is gone. So Alzheimer's hits. And lots of research is pointing now that is actually fast forward because of all different problems that we don't really pay attention to. So in terms of sleep, one thing I just want to point out right now is if we can't sleep 7.5 hours, which is the main norm for our brain to keep sane, keep focused, productive, make those decisions with a clear mind, and be there for our loved ones as well with the full ourselves or full presence. The main problem is how we can make up for that loss of sleep. We cannot. So there are techniques and technologies that are popping up that there is possibility maybe to hack somehow that sleep deprivation through power naps. But how and where, so just power nap itself, it doesn't really help memory consolidation to happen. But there is a rocking element and rocking device that can enhance that memory consolidation and clear that beta amyloid protein, which is actually the destructor of our memory storage. And so this is something that I've been studying with lots of scientists and doctors in the past 4 years. And we built our prototypes and tested it excessively with lots of people. We have some amazing doctors and scientists on the board, and one of them treated our Prime Minister Boris Johnson from COVID last year. So there are ways to help, and but first is that hygiene of clarity in our mind and how we can pay attention to these three issues. I have some slides I just wanted to show. I don't know if we can show that, but okay, there is a video about a product that I designed together with doctors, scientists, and designers, which is world's first forward incliner. And I don't know if there is a sound as well, but combines benefits of body suspension, so lean forward for people with back pain, rocking motion, and sensorial technologies. So when I said, it's a shame you can't hear it, but I'm happy to share this video with everyone who's interested to learn more. But in terms of everyone, even in science, we all, when we want to research something, we focus on one problem in silos. But actually, we have to step back and focus holistically on connection between body and mind and what really influences one problem and how they're all connected. So stress point, we are working crazy hours, we are so stressed, that influences our body spasm and musculoskeletal problems. So you're constantly in that muscular kind of tension. Eventually, that turns into low back pain, and that becomes a chronic problem. Eventually, that takes you to insomnia because you can't sleep from that pain, but also that mental stress is hurting you. And then eventually you are hitting depression as well. So everything is so interconnected, and yet we are just looking into silos. I'm glad that MJ actually showed and explained abuse, substance abuse as well, because that's another connection to sleep deprivation as well. Because if you can't sleep, if you're totally stressed, you're not good for yourself, you're not good for your loved ones, you're not good for society, you're not working anymore because you can't go to work, because you're in pain, and that costs economy huge amounts of money. So I just pulled some numbers here, and this is global problem, obviously, and sleep deprivation is 2.5 billion people in the world suffer from. That costs 400 billion, this is the other one, 745 billion US dollars a year. Five main global economies. Stress and anxiety and depression, 2.6 billion of people. And funny enough, during COVID, daily cost of depression, stress and anxiety was 3.15 billion a day in the UK. Just imagine how big it is in the States. And back pain, for 550 million people that are registered with back pain issues. And then if you go into the States, because this is very close to your heart, majority of you are from here, 32% of people have sleeping difficulties, which cost 400 billion a year, US economy. And in terms of stress, anxiety, and depression, 1 in 5 people suffer from. So here, in this room, how many of us, probably 20–30% of us have some of these difficulties that we are not willing to talk and share with others. And then back pain is costing on a yearly basis 100 billion US economy. But the problem is people who commit suicide as well, and costs lives, costs families, economies, and world overall. So this is what I'm focusing about. This is Impact Investment Summit, and this is something that is so relevant to today's topic. So thank you for that, and this is a great panel. I'm very glad to be here. Thanks.
Miriana, thank you for shedding light on this topic. I mean, how basic eating and sleep and healthy lifestyle choices. So these are our initial foundation discussions, and we have lots
Leslie, we can't hear you. Just wait for a sec.
Sorry, are we good to go?
I think so.
Okay, I'd like to next introduce David Burstein, who is a successful investor in the mental health and wellness space. David, thank you for joining us. He is going to share a look at the mental health sector, investment opportunities, voids, and challenges in this emerging landscape of well-being. He is the director of Redirection Strategies, a frequent speaker, commentator on millennials, social innovation, and politics. And David, thank you for joining us to talk about innovation.
Thank you.
Okay, there we go. All right. Hi, everyone. And thanks to everyone who's been on the panel. I actually think it's kind of fitting that I'm going at the end of this because over the last several years, in addition to the background Leslie just mentioned, I've been really focused on the mental health space. I've been lucky to invest in a lot of really great early stage mental health companies, many of which have now done very well. We have several unicorns and a couple SPACs in our portfolio on the mental health front, and work with some really great founders, as well as get involved with a lot of folks in the nonprofit side. And as you heard today, this is a pretty massive sector that kind of span, if you include everything that we're talking about, nutrition, health, sleep, meditation, addiction, you look at the projections are this is like a $5 to $6 trillion sector in the next decade, and it's only going up and up as all of the many problems on all of these fronts continue to permeate through our society. So the question really is, what do we do about it? And traditionally, mental health has been in the bucket of government funding, nonprofits, and that's kind of how people have thought about it. It's become clear, I think, now slowly to more people. It became clear to me 10 years ago, but I think now has become clear to investors in the market that this is a problem that needs more scalable solutions than any kind of nonprofit enterprise can provide. The government certainly can and should do more, and you're seeing states and federal government increase resources, but it's inevitably not going to be enough. And a lot of organizations are trying to scale, but you've seen. Okay. Is that okay? Great, that's better. But we're starting to actually see, and we've seen over the last year, a number of exits and SPACs in the space and mergers, which I think are actually showing people that there is possibility for it. And so far, the majority of those, have kind of been what I would describe as kind of two categories. Consumer applications, things like Headspace and Calm, which have scaled very successfully, but are basically at the core kind of CPG companies, or subscription companies. They're really kind of selling people a discrete service, which, despite a lot of their best efforts, we know that meditation helps. There's a lot of studies and research about it, but people inevitably need much more than that, and so that's sort of one piece of it. The second piece are things to help employers manage the costs and treatment around mental health. And that has also become a growing sector as more and more employees, and this has obviously increased with COVID even tremendously, but it was on the rise before that. People need to provide employees, they are realizing, with mental health benefits and care. So those have been the two biggest sectors to date, and they're solving existing business problems, but I would actually go as far as to say, from my analysis of the space and looking at this pretty extensively over the last 5 years, I've probably seen over 500 companies in this space, and they're just growing by leaps and bounds. And looked at the research and the science on this, we're really still not even scratching the surface of the kind of transformational products that can actually help people really manage their well-being and can ultimately be able to provide that at a level of affordability which doesn't currently exist. There have been a lot of efforts to try to, for instance, take therapy, move that online, but still therapy is unaffordable for most people. The kinds of professional services and resources that a lot of people need are really not available on a widespread basis. So the next kind of series of opportunities we have are both on that side of how can we actually bring more services to scale with people, whether that's therapy, whether that's new models and modalities of things like group therapy, which still has a lot of promise and opportunity, and also data and tracking to really be able to help people understand and measure improvements in mental health and well-being, because we can feel it intuitively, but on the cost side of that, that's the biggest obstacle. That's, for instance, keeping insurers from actually covering the kinds of costs that are needed for a lot of these products and services, which will in turn open up the ability to really scale solutions, right? When someone goes in and says this person needs to have a triple bypass immediately, we know exactly what benefit that's going to give, how much that's going to extend someone's life, what the benefit that's going to be to employers. So we have a very precise way for figuring out the cost and the benefit from that, and you can get covered and gets paid for. On the mental health side, it's still all very imprecise because we still are learning and understanding so much about the brain and the gut and the brain-gut connection and how those things work. So a big part of this has eluded us. So I think those are some of the big opportunities on the horizon. But this is just thinking about everything here. This is going to be one of the most, I think, high potential growth sectors over the next decade. So I would encourage folks here to think about the ways that they can contribute and help expand the sector, and look at companies in this space and can make a really big difference.
So Leslie, I told you we packed it in, and you went 1 minute over. So unfortunately, we don't have the Q&A, but there will be breakouts in I believe it's the Spruce room over here for the mental health, and I'll show the slide soon. But I just need one of you with a device. Miriana, I'll make you. Just go quickly to that room at 12:10, set up the Zoom. Everyone can move on to these rooms, whether it's human trafficking, prison, education. I'm going to put both of you, I think it's in the cactus room with the fern room, sorry. I'll show you where everything is later. But let's transition over to the last full panel we were so inspired by the Chicago Southside tour. Thank you, Lauren and team. And we see huge opportunities, problems, but opportunities. And want to interconnect our network. Boy, Lauren dressed up for this one. Hi, Vet. Good to see you. Really enjoyed seeing your community and your platform. Too bad I didn't get to have any of your food that time. Real men cook, as you'll explain. And I got Sam and Cedric. Anyone else from Chicago? Okay.
Yeah, I think we've got the whole crew either online. I guess is Cedric there in the room with you?
I'm going to hand it over.
All right, Lauren, you want to get us going?
Where's Bruce? Bruce is here. He's online. Okay, folks. Good morning. Welcome. Thank you for being here. This is the where are we here? Okay, wait, hold on. Let me get this on so we can be. All righty. Can everybody see my slides there?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we want to welcome you to the Chicago South panel. We have a very dynamic group of talented, motivated, dedicated people here. They're going to talk to you about investment opportunities. If you're here today or you were around yesterday, probably are interested in impact and impact investing. However, you're not going to really hear that word very much from us. You're not going to hear a lot of the alphabet soup, DEI, SEG. And while, these things are definitely important, what we want you to know is that we're going to talk to you about investment opportunities, activities that you can get involved in, that you can help us with, that you can be a part of, that are going to bring you a return on your investment just as good or anything that you would be experiencing with anything else that you're hearing here. Okay. So that's, as I say, that's what we're here to do, to talk to you about investment opportunities. I guess we can start by just telling you a little bit about how we got here. As Mark mentioned, we hosted a Southside tour, which was the first event for the Chicago Roundtable, which was the first day of the 361 Midwest tour. If you've been around by now, if you've been around the 361 community, no doubt you've already heard a lot about the Midwest tour. And so we were here in Chicago, really wanted to take the momentum from this South Side tour and use it to really implement and move on and work on some of the things that many of us have been working on for decades. I'm going to, you're going to get a chance to hear from the people on our panel, and they can tell you a little bit about themselves and what they're doing. I guess I would like to take a little bit of time here to just acknowledge some of the other folks. Sam Cashy, who I guess is there in New York with you, and our Manino. They've been really fantastic support for us. Bernita Johnson Gabriel, who is with CAST Cleveland Avenue. That's a fund here that probably knows as much or more about impact investing as anyone in Chicago. Nat Zasser, who joined in with us. Bill Marcus, who was with Green Axis. He's based in Glencoe, and so he's here with us in Chicago. And of course, I also want to give a shout out to Anand and Mark Sanner, basically for helping us document the South Side tour. So as I said, very dynamic group of people. I mean, just the talent that we were able to bring into the room to work on this initiative. We very quickly came up with what our objectives. One of the very first things that we, you could say, talked about or were able to determine is that there's already quite a lot going on here on the South Side. A lot of investment opportunities, a lot of groups, both nonprofit and entrepreneurs who are already doing a lot of exciting things here on the South Side. So basically what we did is we came up with, you could say, two basic objectives for what it is that we wanted to do. The first, as I say, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. That's not our intention. So our, you could say, most important objective is to amplify and accelerate. We want to amplify and accelerate existing investment opportunities. And we also are, along with 361, wanting to build up this ecosystem that would include, accelerators, incubators, different funds working that can invest and support, enterprises at different levels of development. The second objective that we decided, or that we thought is important, is attracting new sources of capital. And we'll talk a little bit later about how we intend to leverage the resources that we can attract here in Chicago with sources of capital and resources through the 361 community. As I say, all of this with the intention of not only providing these investment opportunities, but also job creation and community revitalization. Okay, so like I said, that is the basic overview of where we are. So what I'd like to do now would be to present to you the other people here on the panel and just let you know what actually here is going on and what you can do to get involved in it. First person that we're going to bring up, Bruce Montgomery, and he can tell you a little bit more in detail about what he's doing, but educator, fierce advocate for development here in Chicago, broadcaster, has a weekly radio program on one of the local stations here, WVON, and as I said, where he uses it as a spotlight and a megaphone to advocate for real development here in Chicago. So I would like to introduce to you Bruce Montgomery. Go ahead, take it away, Bruce.
All right. Do you want to bring up our slides, or you want me to share the screen?
Yes. No, here we go. I'll bring up your slide right here. Okay, there you go.
Okay, very good. Again, my name is Bruce Montgomery. I'm here in Chicago, 35 plus year veteran of the technology industry. Worked in a variety of aspects in technology, hardware, software, systems integration, also several venture capital backed startups and software. And for along those years, I've also been heavily engaged, always lived in Chicago, even though I worked for companies on both coasts, but a lifelong Chicago resident, and very much committed to rejuvenating Chicago's innovation ecosystem. I guess when you've been around for a few years, you reach your 60s, everybody wants you to provide a history and background lesson. So I've been chosen to give a little bit of background on Chicago. I know from the illustrious panels that I've watched over the last couple of days, I know there's some very distinguished liberal arts educated individuals. So you guys probably know everything I'm going to say, but I'm going to just give the history of Chicago in 2 minutes. So certainly, but I would say I've really enjoyed all the panels so far, and I want to give my hats off to Mark. There's been some really unintended consequences. Sometimes you look at these things and you think you're going to go there to be focused on one thing, but the mental health panel was phenomenal, and I enjoyed that quite a bit, and it is extremely relevant to quality of life issues all around the world, but here in Chicago in a very particular way. So again, Black Haitian put this place on the map. Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable started out with something called Fort Dearborn, which is a trading center. I like to say that what he started is what Chicago is known for around the world today, from the mercantile exchange, board of trade, trading activities, commodities markets. That's what Du Sable was about. That's what Chicago was still about. 1871, a world's fire kind of wiped this place largely off the map. What came after that was the fastest growing city that the world has ever seen. And to tell the world about it, there was a series of World's Fairs that brought people from all around the world to see what was this miracle on the lakefront that we call Chicago. There was another thing that went on as we moved into the modern era called the Great Migration. This is where after Reconstruction, African Americans came north in great waves and established the Black metropolis, sometimes called Bronzeville here in Chicago, which has been the epicenter of Black and urban entrepreneurship for decades. So again, Chicago, this estimable location, people coming here for a vocation, and still to this day, because of its location, is a destination for people to come far and wide and enjoy this very intensely diverse metropolis. It is diverse socially, it is diverse culturally, is diverse economically, and as a transportation, distribution, and logistics hub with airports and rail and also fiber optic, is still this equidistant point in the center of the United States. So it's a place that sometimes is flown over, but everything kind of passes through here. While it does offer world-class research in terms of some of the leading universities on the planet, and it's had this last couple of years has come to the fore as being a place where VCs and unicorns have been hatching at an previous rate of success. What we see right now in Chicago is in fact unsustainable, because Chicago is a clear tale of two cities. We've had a bifurcated economy, as many know, and even though some of the old firms have faded away, the loss of jobs, all of the things that have beset modern society in America still is besetting this glorious place. And there is a need for near-term innovation to salvage how this city can be as significant as it has been moving forward. Next slide. So this is a call, as Mark and Lauren alluded to, we're looking for some action. This call today is a call for difference makers to stand up. And what I wanted to do in the brief time that I have is bring some evidence that Chicago is in fact turning the corner in a constructive way, and there is some leadership. We're looking for additional leadership because we must move from inequity to equity capital. We must move from shareholders to not only stakeholders, but stockholders, so that everybody can participate in the benefits of a free enterprise economy. So I'd like to just give a few quick examples of some things that I think are making a difference in the environment of investment and impact. One is something where the treasurer of the state of Illinois, as all of us know, there's a lot of public dollars that are part of the managed investment community. Pension fund dollars are the biggest dollars, and the state of Illinois treasurer saw fit to move some of the state of Illinois holdings out of safe areas into some areas that could really support the fact that people who've contributed to those state coffers deserve to see some of that money come back in some constructive ways, especially in terms of making equity capital available to venture opportunities that could create jobs. And so this firm, this entity called Cast Us, is actually a collaboration between a private venture capital company, Cleveland Avenue, a state of Illinois treasurer, and additional investors who wanted to put equity to work to drive innovation with Black and brown entrepreneurs. They raised about 70 or just under $100 million, and they're putting that capital to work right now in some very positive ways. So this is showing that public-private investment and collaboration can in fact happening, and it could be a replicable model around the United States. Also, government can set the table. The city of Chicago under Mayor Lori Lightfoot, and the comment was made earlier this morning about power really lies in the mayor's office and city halls around the United States, and that's absolutely correct. And so, to the credit of Mayor Lightfoot here in Chicago, she immediately recognized that the disinvestment on the south and west sides of Chicago were unsustainable, and put forth something called Chicago Invest Southwest, which is a $750 million commitment by the city to be an incentive for more people to come to the table and to make commitments to these underinvested areas in significant ways and bring these boulevards back online. Just for the point of clarity for this presentation today, I've provided an additional document which is available on the 361 firm website, probably attached to the presentation. So there are links to all of these things, and I'll also put that document in chat for anybody that wants to do a deeper dive on some of the things that I'm scurrying past right now. I've added to this last piece, I did an iteration on that, but I want to point the fact that there is, again, for the first time in probably my lifetime, I am seeing billion-dollar commitments to the south side of Chicago that is starting to move the needle in phenomenal ways. It starts out with previous President Obama. The Obama Presidential Center will be $1 billion commitment to the south side of Chicago. And right behind the president's announcement to build this Obama Presidential Library, which undoubtedly Illinois has the #1 presidential library in terms of tourist visits. That's the Lincoln Library in Springfield, Illinois. No doubt the Obama Presidential Center will bring millions of visitors to Illinois year in and year out, and also drive economic resiliency on the south side of Chicago. There's a multi-billion-dollar project that is coming right behind the Obama Presidential Center, and that is something called the Bronzeville Lakefront, which has taken a historic hospital and research facility that used to be the Michael Reese Hospital, for those that have some Chicago knowledge and history. That area, which is prime and right next door to McCormick Place, which is the largest trade center in United States, McCormick Place. Bronzeville Lakefront is looking at a 40-plus acre site and has a multi-billion-dollar focus, which is focused on life science, wellness, healthcare as its core component. And I think the last thing that I would mention in this area is we know that there's been a terrible imbalance in terms of making early stage capital available to Black and brown entrepreneurs. There's an entity called TechRise that's been having, in effect, a local Shark Tank activity, and they've been matching seed stage investments with Black and brown entrepreneurs every week for the last, I believe, 20 weeks. And it's been a phenomenal thing to begin to recognize that innovation is everywhere, and that innovation needs to show up to address some of the systemic imbalances that we have. Next slide, please. Okay, so, I wanted to speak to something that I thought had to be mentioned. And again, the goal is to bring somebody talked about this notion of build back better. Well, the good old days weren't all that good, as was mentioned. A lot of things got left off the table, and I would hate to see us build back the same things the same kind of way. So this is really a call for everyone who's participating in this program, because out of your portfolio, I would hope it could parallel some of the commitments that we see, or just the president just signed this historic legislation on Monday. And I've heard through reports that Illinois is scheduled to get $17+ billion from the Biden infrastructure bill. So one thing early stage and innovative companies need is a customer. This seems like this is a great chance to deploy some of the innovations that come from the portfolios of family offices and venture and equity investors to put a pin on getting these innovations in place as a result of this historic spending of dollars. A lot of these dollars are taxpayers' dollars, the taxpayers' dollars that Black and brown people paid into. It's time that we see a way to be part of this process, not just a bystander or witness to it. So here are some of the ways that this $17 billion is going to be chopped up in Illinois. $2 billion to improve drinking water, $10 billion federal highway projects, $2 billion bridge replacements, $4 billion to improve public transportation, $100 million for broadband upgrades, $600 million airport upgrades. Everybody's all hooping and hollering about electric vehicles, but if you look at where electric vehicle charging stations are, it looks like a red line map that takes you back to like when those good old days weren't so good. So if electric vehicles are going to be what they potentially can be, they need to have charging networks that are equitably distributed. $150 million on the table for that, and a few other areas like the ones that are mentioned. Next slide, final slide. So again, this is a call to lead by example. What I've heard today and over the last couple of days, and again, when I participated, thanks to Lauren and Mark with the tour to Chicago, it is so impressive to see the range and the breadth of innovations that also could be business opportunities for folks like myself and others to bring these innovations to bear on market opportunities here in Chicago. Now, somebody might look at that and says, well, why didn't the spell check fix solutions? Well, it did, but then I changed it back, because to bring your soul to the party means that you bring your entire mind, spirit, soul, and body. I want the people on this call today to bring their soul. I mean, what do they feel? There's got to be some feeling behind investments, not just analytical ROI numbers and mental exercises. Sometimes you just feel it's the right thing to do, and you put some dollars behind that feeling. That's what we're looking for here in Chicago. My name is Bruce Eric Montgomery. Look forward to having additional conversations with everybody in the 361 community, and thank you for your time.
As I said, one of the most fierce advocates that we have here in Chicago for Black entrepreneurship and development on the South Side. I would like to add a note to that when Bruce is talking about, the feelings and how we feel. What we're looking for is to build sustainable development. Okay, one of the things I can point out on you could say a macro level, Black Americans are contributing anywhere from $1.2 to $1.4 trillion every year into the American economy. And that's just our spending. That's just the money that we spend from our earnings. Okay, that doesn't even, talk about the other, economic impact or economic contribution we're making. So in a lot of ways, when we talk about access to capital, we're not even talking about how much we should get, as much as what is it that we can do to try to retain some of that $1.4 trillion. It's said that a dollar circulates in the Chinese American community for about a month, right, before it finds its way back into the larger economy. Black communities, about an hour, about 1 hour. That's about how long we hold on to our capital before we have to send it back out into the larger community. So as I say, a lot of what we're talking about is really aimed at sustainability. Okay, next up, as I say, so much talent on this team. One of the people that we have is been 25 years working here in Chicago in the investment space. Gerald Beecham, are you there? Okay, where was he here? I saw him on earlier. Yeah, Gerald. Okay, I tell you, he must have stepped off. So what we're going to do, we'll fast forward. Cedric, are you there?
Lauren?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, so I will speak on Gerald's slide real briefly. What we wanted to do was just show, different stages, types, and opportunities within that Chicago space. And Gerald had put together a list of a couple of investable opportunities right now. Okay. Sure. Good morning. My name is Cedric Watkins, and I'm founder and CEO of DAP Inc., Diversified Agricultural Products. And we are a financial advisory firm focused on sustainable and regenerative processes, primarily hemp and cannabis or cannabinoid-based products and processes. Kind of inverting, again, Gerald had a couple of ventures that are, okay, here we go. So again, these are not my slides, but I will. So as Bruce eloquently introduced the history and the soul of Chicago, again, we wanted to highlight investable opportunities right now, and then I will go through a slide of opportunities that we personally are involved with that we're hoping that the 361 firm community would also. So there's a group, Nature's Find, that is producing, what are they doing? A protein. Okay, so he's, whose slide is that? Okay, that's not my slide either.
Lauren, can you go back? Lauren, can you go back to the to Gerald's slides?
Yeah, we'll do briefly. So again, Nature's Find, they just raised $500 million. I believe they're doing a plant-based protein. Manufacturing facility is again going to be on that kind of south side. This yellow banana, a grocery store, I think they've been recapitalized. They're looking to kind of integrate into that south side. This green era, to be honest with you, I don't know what that is. But the point being is there are opportunities right now to invest in the south side that have already been vetted, already at scale. And I think Gerald says you would not be a pioneer to invest in these type of opportunities that support the type of sustainable development that we're all here speaking about in impact. Lauren, you can go to my slide, please. And I've had the pleasure, not that slide, that's okay, of being involved with 360 for about a year now. And again, we were already working with a portfolio of companies producing, again, sustainable and regenerative processes. One of those companies is Province Brands. And what Province Brands does, again, after cannabinoid products are produced, there's a waste that is produced. That waste that is produced then is able to be developed into other monetizable commodities. They produce a natural sweetener, has some nutritional components. They're a little different than regular. Yeah, a little different than regular sugar. They also produce an ingredient for ready-to-drink mix, seltzers, things of that nature. So again, the idea of leveraging local or regional agriculture to support light manufacturing is kind of the thesis of these opportunities. There's a second opportunity that if Lauren can see and beat it up on the screen. Sure. And the other opportunity is, again, the manufacturing of sustainable packaging leveraging again the hemp and cannabis biomass that we do foresee being able to be leveraged within the south side of Chicago, producing commodities that the community is consuming. And then we will pass on to Yvette. Do you want to introduce Yvette Lauren?
And what we will do is we'll make all of these materials available. I've forwarded most of this stuff to Anessa at 360. And also, of course, if you talk to Cedric or Sam there in New York, they can help you and connect you with these materials that we have. Okay, so I guess moving on then. Next up, we have Yvette Moyle, who basically is the one who more or less stepped up, and she can tell you about it, stepped up to sponsor the Southside Tour. The reason why I'm really excited about working with Yvette and having Yvette as part of the 361 community, she is what I would consider an example of the best example of a social entrepreneur. Okay, someone who is both working on community initiatives, but is keenly aware of the importance of economic development and has folded most of the activities that she's doing, you could say both on the philanthropic side and the entrepreneurial side. So I present to you Yvette Moyle. Take it away, Yvette. Okay, you got to unmute yourself. You're muted.
Happens at least once a day.
Yes.
Welcome. Hey, I'm happy to be here. Uh-oh, my screen just went away. Can you still see me?
Yes.
Okay, so my screen is totally blank. I don't know why, but thank you for allowing me this opportunity. I think I'm just here to simply say thank you to Mark and to actually give you an idea what the spirit of the South Side is really about. And I've been asked to showcase and probably do a case study of some of the things we've been involved in without investment whatsoever, so that you can get an idea of what the spirit of the activities would be if you should look at any of those opportunities that have been previously presented to you on these slides. So, our nonprofit is, our activity for our nonprofit was to challenge Mark to say that you can't come to Chicago without coming to the areas, if you're talking about impact investment, and coming to some of the areas that have been most negatively impacted by the racial economic exclusion of parts of our community in South Shore and in Chicago, South Side of Chicago, and South Shore is one of them. So I'm going to just give you a case study of what we've been doing with our social enterprise, Real Community Investment Group, which owns the Quarry Event Center in a South Side strip that has been neglected for decades, where there are absentee landlords that find some type of advantage to not participating in the community and owning shuttered venues that we're having a very hard time getting into to change our community. And these strips I'm going to talk to you with you about. So basically what we did in a community that was called Terratown, for the number of the violence that was taking place. This turned it into something after working since 2014 in this area that was referred to by one of the residents as the Corner of Love. And the reason is that we distributed over 1 million pounds of food to the community during the height of COVID, when our community was considered one of the number one cities for deaths to COVID. And we also provided coats and other kinds of supports to the community. It is what we've been able to do without investment that has made a difference, which is to demonstrate to you what might be done on the South Side with your sophisticated way of investing and looking at opportunities. So 361 is to be commended for immediately responding to our challenge to visit the South Side. And Cedric Walker, who you just heard from, is there in New York, and Anon got a chance to get the tour with me, and which was dispelling myths that they had themselves about what the South Side must be like, totally depressed and scary. And it was not. It's full of green. We've got the lakefront. We've got many assets that are very attractive to people that are hungry to travel all over the world right now to get towards some water and some greenery. And we've got plenty of it right here in Chicago. And so while our accomplishments pale in comparison to the multi-million dollars that you're looking to examine, the opportunities the South Side group is presenting are much greater. So the message I was asked to communicate is what we've done as a single entity. We're located a mile away from the Obama Center, where the construction has already started, which will generate lots of a tremendous amount of tourists to the area, as well as visits from people in other parts of Chicago and the suburban areas that don't usually travel this far south. So the Obamas are to be commended for that. So we already have that area of interest. So whatever you do on the South Side will be able to be leveraged from that kind of international visibility. Our community activities have included magazine publishing, the venue ownership that I just talked about, and the nonprofit in the area of food stability and mental health. So I'm very, very excited about what we've done today in the area of mental health. We've been a go-to operation for community mental health, which is really has contributed to some of the negative things that you hear about sometime on the South Side. But that's not all that's happening on the South Side. So I'm going to just wrap up quickly, but I want to let you know that one of the areas that we work in is that strip, 75th Street south to the lake, where Michelle Obama actually wrote about in her book. That is a corridor that definitely needs attention, and 79th Street. And there is a plan for these that any investor could plug into and reap benefits but we're only inviting those that are willing to build these relationships and to be in touch with their soul, which is what Bruce talked about, to partner with people that are already there to make a difference in these communities. So in addition to what we do on the South Side, we build 2 national brands. So we're not just sitting on a corner in a storefront. The Real Men Cook for Charity, which Mark mentioned, has generated millions to nonprofits. So we're based on self-help. So this is not a charity effort that we're pursuing here. It is really business development. I might not be in those business developments because my entities are not that large. But again, I'm representing to you the spirit of the South Side and what we call South Side Drive, which is also the name of our magazine, South Side Drive. And the other national brand that we created is Moby, Marketing Opportunities in Business and Entertainment. It's an advanced.
Inessa, can you let me go back to the screen share? Can you go out so I can, while she's wrapping up, can you?
And I can't see the screen. Yeah. Are we over time, Lauren? Because I can.
No, you can wrap it up.
Okay.
Inessa, can you take out the screen share, please? Thank you. Go on. Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead, Yvette.
All right. So I was Moby Marketing Opportunities in Business and Entertainment is the 30-year-old brand. So we're not new to the party. We're talking about 30 years and a 33-year-old brand. And Moby is not just a consumer market. It is a B2B market move to get Black people to get some of the dollars and to partner to accelerate their businesses, brands, and careers. We've been successful in that for 30 years. I'm going to just thank you for the opportunity to be part of the Southside group. I believe that we are very committed, and there is certainly should be high interest for this innovative kind of spinoff within 361 that we have in a particular part of the country that certainly requires your attention. So I commend this effort, and I encourage you to be the difference makers and encouraging you, as Bruce said, to please stand up. My work here is simply to provide you with an idea of what can be done without investment, and with your investment, how much greater things could be.
Thank you, Yvette. Okay, we're wrapping up here. as we said, one of our intentions, especially today, is to talk about how we can leverage resources and capital via the 361 network. It's been a kind of an organic process. Mark maybe can talk about this a little bit if he has time, afterwards, or if we've got like some minutes here. But also want to let you know that, we are, as I say, these are investments. These are investments. We know what the requirements of capital are, and that, your main objective is a return on investment and to make sure that there is some measure of due diligence. So Mark allowed me to share this slide with you. This is showing, in a sense, the system that we are trying to develop in order to vet and have the required due diligence for anything that we're going to be doing through this network in this community. Sam Cashy, are you there? Sam.
Yeah,
I want Sam wasn't officially on the panel, but since he's there in New York, I want him to speak for these last two slides that we have there to talk about, that talks about next steps and where we're going from here. Sam Cashy, are you there?
I am here. Thank you. So what's our role for you? We're going to be your concierge. Those who want to self-identify and say, I'm interested in learning more, this team will work with you and help you align to your investment thesis. Some of you are real estate investors. Some of you are industrial investors. Some of you are interested in emerging markets like cannabis. Others, technology are important. I love the, Jeanette, what you were talking about in the entrepreneurs, and Illinois has a whole program about social justice, cannabis license, and that stuff is happening. I would imagine some of your constituents could be there, or they may don't even know about what you're doing, and I think that's something we should collaborate on. And then the next slide, Lauren, but we're going to change the email address. We'll send a new one. We're not going to use that. We're going to use, it's not set up yet, but feel free to email this team, email me personally. We're going to be at your concierge to help you navigate this if you're really interested. And again, Bruce posted information to the site to give you some background on the velocity that's already happening here. But please join us for our breakouts. And I think that's where we're going next, Mark. And so we're going to work together with you, and we're going to make an impact in Chicago, in a neighborhood that has a lot of potential and a lot of velocity that's already there. And we're just going to amplify and we're going to accelerate what's going on there. So thanks for your time. Yep. So we're going to Spruce. We're going to spruce up Chicago and go to Spruce.
There you go. Okay. So what I've sort of made I wanted to keep it simple. And Lit Thompson, we're going to speak to us. Well, first of all, thank you to Sam. Thank you, Lauren, Yvette, Bruce. We're committed and we're focused. We're soulful. And we'll be back in the Midwest tour. It's in June, but I think we need to do a Chicago deep dive. I have to say, deep dish, pizza. And where's Julia? I want to hear her say Chicago. You'll hear it later. So we have some Chicagos that represented here as well. So thank you again. But what I have, the Lit Thompson was going to talk about smart cities as a little spotlight. I think we Lit. I'll try to tuck you in somewhere else because I think we've run out of time. We have lunch for those here that's gathering. Is it ready? Right, 12:45. It'll be here. But right now, let's move to these breakout rooms. And the people who are designated, set up your room, log into the Zoom, try to position your camera so everybody can see that room. We're all on the 8th floor. It's basically, if it's prison education or human trafficking, it's Cactus and Fern. If it's around by the elevators. It's sort of right next to each other. I figured you guys have some more commonality anyways. Mental health is in the Cypress room. Help me. Okay, I don't want the Cypress room. I want to keep everybody who's not in a group, wants to talk about philanthropy and impact generally, will stay here. So I need a room for Chicago South Side. That's Spruce. Okay. So we need mental health, which was a great panel. Thank you. Where's the other room on this floor? How about the cafe? Okay. So cafe for mental health, Spruce for Chicago, and then Fern and Cactus for human trafficking and prison education. And I'll be here. If you want to talk more philosophically or about what we're going to do, and that was great what we heard today from Peter Borish. I think our minds are thinking alike about how we approach philanthropy with the same kind of discipline, and we need to be not so risk averse. We need to be investing in some startups, not the whole allocation, but we need to have a nice diverse portfolio as we build this. So if your name is up there, please go to your room right away and set up a Zoom, because then if you're on Zoom, the breakouts have already been set up for you. You can go to the Chicago South Side, Chicago South as you're calling it, the opportunities, mental health, human trafficking, prison education, and the thing I want you to think about are your takeaways. Introduce everybody, who you are, what you're doing, so you get the network. Think about, share some content, and think about the takeaways. One takeaway you want to share with our group as we're having lunch here is think about what the next events should be, and and maybe it's a series of events about the Chicago South Side. What was great is Ted Keening was very modest. If you know him, Monroe Capital, 11 billion. 2 weeks after our Chicago event, he announced a $1 billion scholarship program. He also loves and was his own self-critic of Chicago, but I want to get him back, right? You guys, whatever that's just an example. Think about what it is you want to do. Actually, Sam Zell, I'm looking at Chris Wood and the Lurie family. Like that's, and the Pritzkers, we need to interconnect our networks as it relates to all this. So, all right, with that, I'll be here, and we'll come back at 12:45, have a bite to eat, and we'll do some takeaways. And then John Denniston is going to wow you. I mean, you're just going to be like, who is that guy? And I'm looking forward to that. So I want to get him to start as soon as possible after this takeaway. So we're just going to morph it in, probably even by 1 o'clock. You might be wowing us. Okay, talk to you soon. Bye.
So folks on the remote area, if you go to the Zoom bar on the footer on your Zoom app, you'll see 4 boxes and it says breakouts, and that's how you get yourself remotely into the Zoom meetings. So we'll see everybody remotely in a moment.
And Greg, if you could allow the Zoom volume to turn on in case people have questions right now.
Somebody else said I work till like 1:30. They said it's Bruce is already
Anybody on Zoom, if you have questions, please ask now. You're live. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if people can see us. Yep, I'm here. Yeah, so I think I can give so is anyone else joining? So I don't know if people can hear us or not, but I would like to comment, ask questions.
Yeah, if you could enter your Zoom room.
How do you see kind of think about the biggest problem that you're facing?
Yeah, I think it's
Hi, Anna. Nice to see you yesterday. Nice to meet you. So we are on Zoom. You want to join us this side as well? Now, is Sherry doing a different breakout from this? I don't really know, Francie. This one as well, so.
Yeah, I'll tell him.
I don't know. I really don't know how this is going to work.
Sustainable infrastructure and job creating companies. So we've been working pretty hard with developers and military bases and mayors and governors and universities to really bring capital to these low-income communities in an organized, programmatic fashion. We just finished a project in New London, Connecticut, the first new project in years, to build workforce housing for 200 units that support the U.S. Navy with their workers to build the next subs. So really trying to do transformational investments, working a lot with solar and wind. And we'd like to work with other families, developers, and other partners to really organize a programmatic approach.
So, Andrea.
Yep. Good morning, everyone. I'm Andrea Liu. I used to practice law, but I've been representing a Hong Kong single-family office for the last 3 years or so. We typically make direct investments into disruptive tech, notably in the impact space in emerging markets. Outside of that, work on some real estate deals and have relationships with other families in various, we're fairly industry agnostic. Thanks.
Great. Wendy Kraft, I don't know what to call you, you're like titleless.
Hi, I'm Wendy. Nice to meet everybody.
I knew she would do that. Joe with his foot up. Joe Jarabek, I get it. Introduce yourself. You represent an impact fund of sorts. They're not a client. Okay, they're not a client. You know what one. Talk about yourself.
Joe Jarabek, by trade I'm a lobbyist, and we work with family offices and ultra high net worth individuals, as well as their portfolio companies through our network in all 50 states as well as DC. So anybody needs some help, we're here for you. How's that, Mark?
Perfect. Richard.
Hi, Richard de Villiers at UBS. Do a lot of impact investing for international family offices into liquid portfolios. I also represent quite a few founders of pre-IPO liquid companies, preparing them for the liquidity event, whether it be a SPAC, IPO, etc. Thanks.
And he's been great. He's brought a lot of thought leaders and CIOs from UBS to our events. Appreciate that. Also, we have a tradition of Thursday lunches at Bryant Park, and you were the first to actually put the credit card down, the tradition of passing the hat, and we're now getting that more established so that you get the floor for 5 minutes if anybody wants to put their card down, but you just said, I'll pick it up. I appreciate that. That started a nice tradition. Anand, this is your place. You can talk about the primary.
Sure. Yes, welcome everybody. I hope you're enjoying this space and it's easy to navigate. The staff here is awesome, and really it's a community here. I started actually getting a unassigned desk in this room initially because I came in the city once a week and then just wanted a place to put my stuff down, and I had a locker and it was great. And then all of a sudden I started seeing different companies in tech and lawyers and accountants, and started to see which companies were growing and getting more office space. And invested in a few of those and became a very nice little incubator kind of situation. And so post-COVID now, this space is opening up again, and there's space available here on the 8th floor. Actually, Pepper has an office here now that started about 3 weeks ago. And so members of 361's community happen to have office space here already, but there is also space available on the 3rd floor if you haven't checked it out, which has more of a wider layout, not so much event space setup. I prefer the 3rd floor. It's very tranquil. There is a workout area with really nice showers, and so we're trying to build vertical communities here. So there's interaction between different industries, like very much in line with 361's philosophy. So I'm going to be focused on cannabis and psychedelics, but there's plenty of companies here that are in other industry verticals. So if you do need office space or are interested, let me know. There is a discount available through Bar Capital, and Bar Capital is an investor actually in this space as well. So I'll
And I'm thinking of officing here every other Tuesday and doing a lunch. So we'll have the Thursday lunch every week, and every other Tuesday we'll do something down here. Because there are like 5 New Yorks, right? This is just one, probably 10.
Yeah, and if people were there last night, Route 66 and Stone Street is just a stone's throw away over there. So there's lots of places to hang out here too.
Yeah, it's interesting. Anyone else that did get to introduce themselves? Like Tom Jump, the former CEO of Leo Burnett. You have a new colleague.
Hi, I'm Keith McDonald. I'm a VP at Bar Capital with Anand. And yeah, so that's what we're working on right now.
Tom?
I'm up?
Yep.
Yeah, for those of you who have not met me, my name is Tom Jump. I'm from Boston. I'm a classically trained marketer who got into the venture space about 6 years ago. Started out, working with big global brands, worked at General Motors, PepsiCo. Ran Leo Burnett Worldwide, which is one of the largest ad agencies in the world. Started opened an office in Tokyo, New York, and then 6 years ago I got in venture space just because a guy called me and said, "Look, I want to invest in companies, but I also want somebody who can help me grow them and really understands the power of a brand, not a product or not a technology platform, but great wins are when you can build an enduring brand that you can differentiate and kind of innovate over time." And so that's what we did. Raised a couple funds, invested in companies like Idea Paint, Drizzly, which you probably heard of, that just sold for $1 billion. We invested that and then launched it with our kind of brand consulting capabilities and a bunch of others. So I'm in Boston. I'm spending a lot of time working with founders, entrepreneurs on kind of business strategy, go-to-market strategy, and in some cases helping them raise capital. Who's next?
Yes, I got handed the mic, so I'll hop on next if that's good.
Next, go ahead.
Hi guys, my name is Spencer. I used to be a founder. I founded C-suite at 4 companies, venture-backed 2 of them, sold 1 of them, raised at a really high valuation with another one of them. I then flipped over to the venture side, worked at a fund called Lofty Ventures in Chicago. We did 61 investments into 84% of them were in Chicago and 70% were female or minority led. We deployed the whole fund, and now I'm raising a new fund called Unmatched Ventures, and we're investing in early stage startups with a focus on underserved markets and underserved founders. And I also consult a few family offices on NFT strategies, and I'm pretty active in the crypto Web3 space.
Perfect. Jacob, tell them where we met.
I met Mark Sainer in 2018 at the St. Regis in Abu Dhabi. Mark had hit me up on LinkedIn. Hey, I'm on a global tour. I'm in town. Maybe we should meet. And we just kind of put it together that afternoon, right? So we sat in the St. Regis and had a very nice chat. And I came over, I think, a few months later to the first conference in 2018. So very excited to see how the community has grown and all the new faces, and tribute to Mark and everything he's put together. So thank you for that, Mark. Jacob Lebo. I've lived, I was 10 years over in the United Arab Emirates. Today I'm back in the United States, splitting time between Detroit, Indiana, back to Abu Dhabi next month, some more time in New York. Family office guy, entrepreneur, investor, a lot of different industries, so probably easier to list what I'm not involved in, and happy to be here. Thank you.
Just name and serial number. Joseph Chan. These days I'm a real estate and early tech investor. It's one of my portfolio companies, so if he screws up, blame it on him. Happy to meet all you guys. Great conference, Mark. Thank you very much.
Hi, Chris Wood. I am a reformed investor turned entrepreneur, healthcare entrepreneur. During the pandemic, I helped build one of the country's largest COVID testing and vaccine businesses that we turned into roughly a $100 million business in about 18 months, which was pretty great and pretty hard. We're now transitioning to home testing and going beyond COVID to do a lot of other health and wellness services and transitioning the business and what I'm doing.
Hi, I'm Andy Fish. I'm a 37-year buy-side veteran professional investor. Five Oceans is our group. We are essentially a gatekeeper for 23 member family offices, mostly in Europe. We focus on idiosyncratic private equity and mid-market private equity, but not necessarily traditional private equity. Private equity from a structural standpoint, that they're private securities. Could be anything from income-driven to growth equity.
Hi, good morning or good afternoon. Angela Gorham with Tap and Go Technologies. I'm based out of Ottawa, Canada, so one of the Canucks here, I guess, but great pleasure. I'm in the FinTech, InsurTech, or neobank space, so I'll be on a panel this afternoon on the next gen, so I'll tell a little bit more then.
You know, some people had like the COVID hair change.
I had the COVID hair growth and just decided not to cut it. But good to see everybody. Joe Azzaro, I used to work closely with Mark at 361, and I'm still continuing to partner with him on the Stonehaven platform under my new brand, Cedar Ridge, and just helping to raise capital for different companies and ideas and investment firms across credit and crypto and sustainability.
Brittany, you want to walk away?
Oh,
Just
what?
introduce
I
yourself.
didn't hear. What are we doing?
We're just introducing ourselves as we're the hodgepodge breakout. Just intro.
Okay. Hi, nice to be here, and good to see 361 back in person. I live in New York. I'm executive director of a single family office and a partner in one of their other companies. We look at early stage companies and also do private real estate investments. Oh, Brinkley Sky. I thought I already said that. Okay.
Need to. Thank you, Brittany. Need to. Real quick.
Hi everyone, I'm Neetu. I'm a GP at Unmatched Ventures, focusing on early stage investments, and my background is in fintech and SaaS. And what else do I'm from California, moved to New York.
Well, in our lunch we say fun fact, but that would be too long here. But you've been to our lunches, and we will do one more tomorrow. It's at our favorite restaurant, L'Adresse. And by the way, December 15th. Ping pong spin. We have 10 tables. We might have to have 20. 19. They have 19. We have 10 tables. December 15th. I'm looking at you, Joe. And this has to be said. Just ask Rob Colorina who won a 21-point game. So 11 point games don't count. They do not count. So. We're going to just let the other breakouts come back. As you can see, there's prison education, human trafficking, mental health in Chicago South Side. But if you have a passion project, we want you to think of our platform as something you can leverage. And we had a great speaker with Peter Boris earlier today. We want to take that same discipline towards philanthropy. And I'm just looking at, as I look around the room, there's so many different disparate interests, but a lot of what he was pointing out is that they also need talent. And if you can lean in, so we'll be doing a lot of interconnecting of the philanthropy platforms, foundations. And it's nice when we were talking about prison education, they were talking about the juvenile delinquents foster care, criminal justice system, and I mentioned Rob Horowitz, and clearly that was they knew them really well already. Those are all good signs. So the same way we co-invest on deals, what's led by a great fund or a sponsor, when Robinhood does its due diligence, we want to ride on those coattails or other platforms. So we want to share that same co-invest model as it relates to philanthropic interest and impact investment. So, question?
I have an ask. So I had met, my name again is John Coppolino, because I saw a few other people come in. We have a specialty chemical company, and what we've been able to do is develop a safe acid. And one of the applications is in inhalant therapeutics to fight COVID. And we just completed in-human trials in the Dominican Republic, working with Dr. Attal at Wake Forest Institute of Regenerative Medicine. And one of the things we're looking for are healthcare systems outside the US that we can partner with, because we're a mission-driven company and we want to save lives. And when you put our acid in a nebulizer and you inhale it 3 or 4 times a day, we've seen results that shows that you'll go from positive to negative anywhere from 3 to 7 days, and it relieves you of the symptoms. We have plenty of safety data. So we were looking at India, New Delhi, working with Dr. Sarin, who was the head of COVID response in New Delhi, but fortunately for New Delhi, they got like a 95% vaccination rate, and now they don't have a lot of patients. So the countries we're looking for relationships are Brazil, the Middle East, Singapore, Australia, and South Africa. And what we want to do is look for healthcare companies that will be willing to run parallel clinical trials while we're starting our trials in the US. So just food for thought.
If anybody think I can help John on that? Oh, with Jacob? Yeah. Will you guys connect? Anyone else? Any other asks? I'm gonna go walk around, get everybody to come back in here. Lunch should be out there, and we're just gonna have our debrief sessions. You can grab your food, bring in it, it's sandwiches and salads and whatnot. So grab a bite. We'll be back in here in a few minutes.
So I usually love this, by the way. So we were the first. In July 2020, that was the only one. We're on our way to Dallas, and I got more like a bio. It's a survey. Usually assuming you're getting all the back end, right? So it's the guy who gets actually will start. Yeah, so Yeah, I wasn't selling my business on the but you build something.
All right, if you haven't picked up a little bit of a sandwich or a snack, go ahead and do that. Bring it over here, and we're gonna get started. We're gonna be wowed by John Dennison. I'm wowed by his flannel. That's what I used to wear at Ann Arbor.
You can like me. Yeah, exactly. I like you guys, but
He has an
he needs
adapter
the
I gave
dogs.
him. Yeah, I gave him an adapter. Let me ask him what it is.
No, that's me there. What did
Most people I represent. Yeah.
Mark's gonna get it. If you don't mind, just plugging it in.
It will automatically recognize?
I think so.
On a Mac, it usually does.
Yeah.
But everybody's Mac sets are different.
Yeah.
Oh, I will. Thanks. Okay.
I need,
What do you need, buddy?
a charger for my.
For your, yeah, I don't know, yeah, that's the one for your iPad? Yeah.
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 I need, this is a supercharge. I need to give it a supercharge.
Oh, you need to
I'll
give
bring
it
it back.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
remind
yeah.
me. It's over.
And
it's
I
gotta
can
be
plug
back.
this in then if you need to the laptop. Good deal. Oh, you got it. Good. Who was the first speaker this morning?
Peter Borish.
He left already, did he?
He did, yeah. He's a good guy.
He's a great guy. He knows a couple of guys I know.
Huh?
He knows a couple of guys I know.
Shouldn't leave. There was another one that was bigger.
There was one, yeah, I seen one that you had that was, had like 5 ports on it.
Yeah, yeah.
I seen that you had that yesterday. Yes.
I didn't know if I was gonna sleep here last night. So.
Sorry, I brought all my stuff today, but I'm just gonna throw it all together and get out.
I think I left it out here. Shit. And yeah, I did. But you know what? I have it. The one, the Apple one attached to my
iPad.
Does that work?
Yeah, that'll work.
All right.
It should be a USB-C just like this.
Put it your side this out.
No, I have Altoids though. Always run with Altoids. Okay. Let's see if you're set up.
Testing, testing. Hi, everyone out here.
COVID testing, COVID vaccines. Yeah. Let's start with business
Hi, everyone. We're going to start in a few minutes, and as I said, we will be wowed about what we're going to hear from John Denniston, who has an interesting vantage point and pedigree as a Kleiner Perkins partner who launched their first impact-oriented fund. They thought about it. He'll actually tell you the story, hopefully, a little bit. We got morsels of it. He throws things out in morsels, so you'll see. But it's a great perspective, and more importantly, of the future of impact investing. And he has a paradigm shift angle here, so I will say that. Actually, let's, without further ado, I'm just going to change. I'm going to change the slide. So, John, just start wowing us and sharing. Set the stage for the rest of the afternoon. We're going to talk about investing in energy transition, impact. I guess what I'm told is we're going to stop using the word impact because we just need to invest in energy transition. We need to invest in ag tech and innovation and ed tech and education innovation, health tech and health innovation. And we have this thing called opportunity zones, but there's also real estate sustainable development, which has 5 or 6 dimensions to that. And if Sherry Witter was here, she would do a 3-hour on crypto. But we do have Joe Zaro, who will carry that flag. But we don't have a panel for you, Joe, yet, but we'll get it. And then we come back, we do our breakouts like we just did. Oh, before, sorry, John. You're technically on 1:15 anyway, so I was trying to give you more time. Quick takeaways. mental health, prison education, and we've got human trafficking, and the fourth, Chicago.
Chicago.
All right, I give everybody a quick 60 seconds of what are we going to do in the future for mental health? And because you're here. We're going to take an integrative. Here you go.
We are going to take an integrative approach to it, including all the important factors. I need to switch. Including things like sleep, all the basics, basically, right? Sleep and food and lifestyle. And we're going to develop those a little bit deeper and talk about those a little bit deeper. Miriana, anything I missed?
This definitely requires much more attention, and it's a topic that we don't really spend time talking about, and it's essential for longevity, healthy lives, if we want to really live long and have our mind in our head clear. So, yeah, thank you.
All right, Chicago. Cedric.
Next steps. We're going to begin an every 2-week working group, moving towards a second physical Chicago trip for 361, and putting together some steps leading up to that. And we'll provide updates to the community.
Perfect. So, actually, Stephen Burke, because I can always count on you. I know the prison education discussion.
Right. A couple things. One, obviously they always need money, but they also need help and talent. So part of what we need to do is figure out how the community can get behind and help them with the talent that's going to really make a difference for these two organizations, because I think they both have really great stories, and we just have to figure out how to get the community more involved with them. So,
and what Peter Borsch was talking about was very congruent, and we need to learn from what Robinhood's investing in across other cities, and I really want to go to their February event. I don't care about the gala. I'll go to the gala too, but I think that February event, it's all about how the thought leadership piece. I thought it was very inspiring. We need more time with Peter Borsch. And then finally, human trafficking, we don't see anybody in the room, but we will be continuing that theme definitely as well. So, with that, John Denniston. Yes. But you can start wowing without slides.
Thank you, Mark. It's really, can we just have a round of applause for Mark? Just a force of nature. Just a force of nature. I mean, who else could organize or not something like this? So I've never experienced such productive, organized chaos in my career. Anybody? Any more? Okay, serendipity between us, organized chaos. You know that. But in a good way. In a good way. So, and I really admire Mark's integration of doing good with the for-profit, with the trends, with everything. Just the holistic approach is incredible. So Mark and I have become friends. My background is I'm from Chicago, actually. I moved to Silicon Valley right after graduating from school and have been there ever since. I began as a lawyer, got recruited away to become an investment banker, got recruited away to become a venture capitalist, and now I'm an impact entrepreneur. So I'm going to give a presentation that's mostly about the impact economy and a little bit about SharedX, our company, our impact agriculture company, to put that in context with my presentation. So I'd like to begin by taking us back to a very different era. 61 years ago, at 2 o'clock in the morning, on the steps of the Michigan Union at the University of Michigan, Senator John F. Kennedy electrified the students by announcing the idea for the Peace Corps without naming it. Here's the thing. Within days, students mobilized, and within 2 weeks had produced volunteer commitments from 800 students to do manual labor in emerging countries to be named later. Word of the extraordinary events got back to Kennedy, and some aides believe it was the Michigan students' enthusiasm, thousands of them at 2 in the morning, some of whom sight unseen signed up for an adventure they didn't really know much about. That gave Kennedy the courage to announce and then launch the Peace Corps. In the midst of discord, there was unity. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to try to talk to you about the impact economy through the lens of 3 very public figures from the 1960s. John F. Kennedy, Milton Friedman, and Jane Goodall, each in their own ways. Next slide, please. Before getting to those 3 public figures from the 1960s, I promised you an economic insight when some of you were in the room yesterday, so I'm going to try to fulfill my promise right now. I was honored to give the commencement address last year at the University of Michigan Department of Economics, class of 2020. So I felt compelled to show up with an economic insight that they hadn't already learned from their professors. So I came up with the following, which I'd observed but hadn't seen anybody write about. I call it, therefore it's probably wrong, okay? But I'm going with it anyway because I promised you something yesterday. So, all right, so I call it the triple upshift of the demand curves by consumers, investors, and workers, all putting pressure on companies to declare their ESG. The data is overwhelming. In the consumer market in America, half of the growth over the past 5 years has come from sustainability marketed goods. Set aside the greenwashing. What was the consumer's intent? In the capital markets, today a third of professionally managed public equity funds are screened for ESG with a growth rate much faster than conventional, just like consumer products. And if you look at the surveys of the younger generations, overwhelmingly, they want to combine in their career a paycheck with a purpose. And that's happened just in the past 5, at the most 10 years. And so, I've asked my friends, can you name a more sudden and dramatic market shift? The consumer market, the investor market, the worker market, without coordinating, simultaneously doing a dramatic shift in a very different direction. That's a throwdown challenge for all of you. In your career, since the dawn of capitalism, can you think of a more sudden and dramatic market shift? I cannot. That's the triple upshift. There's some good things going on, and this is market driven. Next slide, please. Oh, I got the clicker. Next slide, please. Okay, right. I'm sure I'm aiming at the wrong direction. Oh, can you go on back? Okay, yeah. I'm going to talk about Milton Friedman first. So after Kennedy's speech at the Michigan Union, Milton Friedman published his most prominent book, Capitalism and Freedom. And in it, he asserts a philosophy. This is not an economic fact proven, The philosophy is there is one and only one social responsibility of business, and that's to increase profits. And you hear that today, it's like, it's anachronism. Nobody would be bold enough to put your hand up if you agree with that today, but I don't think many people in the room would, so I'm not going to even challenge anyone to do that. And the thing about Friedman is 60 years later, the markets have rejected that philosophy, are in the process of dramatically rejecting that philosophy because of the reality of the triple upshift, sudden and dramatic. Less well known, in Friedman's book, the only person he cites in support of his philosophy on the only social purpose of business is higher profits is Adam Smith, who actually didn't say that in Wealth of Nations. Adam Smith did say, talking about the idea of purpose-driven businesses, that's an affectation, a feeling of the heart, not very common among merchants, and very few words need to be employed in dissuading them from it. In other words, it didn't exist. Entrepreneurs weren't in 1776, that's the year The Wealth of Nations was published, were starting companies to do good in the world. They were in it to make money. Well, that's sudden and dramatic change. Next slide, please. Okay, Adam Smith. I promised you some Adam Smith yesterday. Everybody knows about the invisible hand. Read The Wealth of Nations. It does not say, in my opinion, Friedman took that out of context. It's about GDP growth. That's what the paragraph's about. And so, of course, people work harder, GDP is going to go up. Does that make society better in everything, in all ways? No, Adam Smith didn't say that. So it's in my opinion, out of context. The more interesting thing is, I think Smith's better book, more interesting book, is A Theory of Moral Sentiments, published earlier in 1759. Adam Smith was first and foremost a moral philosopher, later in life becoming a political economist. And basically what he says in A Theory of Moral Sentiments is the only path to human happiness is to combine our best head with our best heart. In other words, to have a purpose beyond ourselves, to serve others. In 1759, one of the best moral philosophers said that. And so therefore, I wish Adam Smith, he published The Wealth of Nations about economics. I wish this book had been called The Health of Nations. That's really what it's about. And so I think Adam Smith is a very interesting compare and contrast with Milton Friedman, and doesn't really stand at all for Friedman's assertion. Next slide, please. Okay, everybody knows who this is. Jane Goodall, another figure from the 1960s. Here's the cool thing. Jane Goodall published a new book last month. The cooler thing is the title of the book of Hope in this time of discord. And so Jane Goodall is hopeful of the future. She cites 4 reasons. 2 of them are, she's from Britain, so she can get away with saying something as beautiful as this. The indomitable human spirit. We can. And the second, the younger generations, hearkening back to my prior point. So the other thing about Jane Goodall's book is she recognized early on in her career the inextricable link between poverty and the environment in the following unexpected way. She was assigned, many of you know, by Dr. Louis Leakey, anthropologist, to go study chimpanzee communities in Tanzania and save them. They were being killed and trampled upon and so forth. So Jane lived amongst that community and tried to help the chimpanzees until she realized unless people could help alleviate the poverty of the local indigenous communities, the chimpanzees had no hope. Because the poor people in those communities were, for income, killing the chimpanzees and cutting down trees. The inextricable link between the two. Next slide, please. And so the company I co-founded, SharedX, 6 years ago, Jane Goodall was half a century in front of us. Our founding mission statement is the link between poverty and the environment. This is a direct quote. We lift smallholder incomes by deploying sustainable farming methods. And so when I read Goodall's book, I fell off my chair. It's like, oh, that is so cool. And of course, she got there half a century before we did. Next slide, please. Okay, I promised you yesterday, I vaguely alluded to the paradox of the 70s and the 2% solution. I'm going to go through this quickly, but from an impact perspective, they're foundational and largely unknown. The paradox of the 70s goes like this. Small farmers around the world produce about 70% of the world's food, and yet constitute about 70% of the world's poor. Just think about that. How could that possibly be? There's just the injustice in that. The people that provide 70% of our nutrition occupy 70% of the base of the economic pyramid. How can that be? The 2% solution's even crazier, including the fact that it's not very well known. This is from a Morgan Stanley research series earlier this year called The Future of Food, and other places too. Check it out. A 2 percentage point increase in soil carbon concentration would offset all the world's annual carbon emissions. I'm going to say that again because it's so consequential. By going from 1% of soil carbon content to 3%, a tripling, 2 percentage points, we could offset all the world's annual carbon emissions. That might be an important thing to focus on, the 2% solution. Next slide, please. So I gave I guest lectured in a Stanford University graduate course earlier this year, and I taught about the paradox of the 70s and the 2% solution and other things. And at the end, I wanted to ask the students 2 challenge questions to really drive the importance of both of those points home. It's an impact course for impact and sustainability. The first challenge, meant to be rhetorical, but there became some pretty good discussion out of them. The first is, how can we alleviate poverty if we don't include 70% of the poor in the impact economy? Well, we can't, because it's 70%. On the 2% solution, how can we achieve it if we don't empower the farmers who grow 70% of our food? Well, we can't. It's going to fall short. Jane Goodall was right 60 years ago. The inextricable link, poverty and the environment. Next slide. If you look at the UN SDGs, I've boxed in green at the top, those that are mostly about poverty, and in blue, those that are about the environment. You'll notice that virtually every box up here is green and blue. Green is not. So if we're going to work on the impact economy, there are a lot of good ideas, but focusing our effort on the misery of people at the base of the economic pyramid and planet Earth is important too. Next slide, please. Okay, so very quickly on SharedX. My co-founder is from Lima, Peru, educated in America, master's, PhD, MBA, agronomics, agriculture, became the Undersecretary of Agriculture for Peru, and then led a global ag consulting firm where he and his team did 500 agriculture projects in 30 countries over 30 years. So I really don't add any value to this company. I'm just along for the ride. So I don't have that background. So he has invented, we have deployed an innovative farming model that has 3 elements in it. Regenerative agriculture for higher yields, healthier soils, advantaged market access for higher prices, and transformational smallholder engagement. How do groups work with those communities effectively. Next slide, please. Okay, to date, we just passed our 6th anniversary as a company. On our 2 impact metrics, poverty and the environment, we've demonstrated our ability to lift smallholder incomes up to factor 5. And third-party testing, our soil carbon concentration is 3.5 times greater than that of control group farms growing the same crop in the same community. Next slide, please. This year, SharedX is ranked the number 76 global impact company by an organization called Real Leaders. It's a fantastic, of course we like it because they rank us, but we like them independent of that. A great organization. Their collaborators include Bain Capital and KPMG and YPO and others. They're just really terrific people. Last year we were ranked number 99. The MacArthur Foundation previously named us a top 200 global impactful solution. And we admire MacArthur as well. Next slide, please. I've been curious about what exactly John Kennedy said when he gave the speech on the steps of the Michigan Union 61 years ago. And so I went about to find a recording of the speech. There is no video that I could find. There's an audio. And I listened. And I could feel the students' extraordinary energy, none more so than when Kennedy closed with this. The University of Michigan does not exist, and I quote, merely to help its graduates have an economic advantage in the life struggle. There is certainly a greater purpose, and I'm sure you recognize it. To you, here's my challenge question to you. Was Kennedy right? Do our degrees have a larger purpose? And do we recognize it? Here's the thing. We get to decide. And in so doing, we will determine the future course of the impact economy. Thanks so much.
All right, any questions to John before we switch on? We're going to talk about all the themes that I mentioned before. But
By the way, Jane Goodall was on the cover of Time magazine last month. So pick it up.
Timely.
Just fantastic. Gives all of us reason for hope.
Milton Friedman, Adam Smith. Sorry? Yeah.
Thanks so much. I think what you're doing is fantastic with the company, but out of interest, like where are you guys with the test studies when you start to see like 3.5 is a huge increase on the impact in farming, right? And a 5% increase in what you're seeing is getting people out of that poverty. Are you taking this as an implementation to put it into other countries? Like I'm assuming you were at COP26 and following a lot of the mandates of what they're looking for in the next movement, but I'd be curious because you're doing this in Peru. Is it going to be applied elsewhere? Is that, yeah?
Yeah, that's the idea. Thank you for the question. We began in Peru, expanded to the Dominican Republic. We've done some work in Zambia. We wanted to grow faster there, but then the pandemic hit, so we couldn't expand. So our vision from the beginning was Latin America and Africa, but now we're also coming to America because it's just a moment in history. And really, we think a big part of the future of agriculture is regenerative agriculture. So on a spectrum, chemicals, you know what that is. Organic is don't put too many chemicals in the soil, and regenerative is not the chemicals, but also inject nutrition to restore health and vitality to the microbes. And healthy microbes provide great nourishment, the best nourishment to the plants because it's nature helping nature.
Any other questions before we move on? Yeah, I'm at the Phil Donahue here, so if anybody, it dates me probably. Joe Azar doesn't even know who Phil Donahue is. Who's Phil Donahue, Joe? He did. By the way, I remember Donald Trump. That's the first time I saw Donald Trump was in the Phil Donahue show. Who is this guy? All right. So Greg Schuler, I don't have your slides up yet, but Stephen Burke, maybe you could tee up the energy transition well, it's sort of almost like a fireside chat, you and Greg, talking about the energy transition situation and opportunity. So I will be right back to tee up his slides. Or Greg, can you tee up your own slides, or do you need me? If you can hear me, Greg, we're going to let Stephen talk for a second, and we're going to give the audio to you. Oh, you already did it? Beautiful. Beautiful. We're all learning how to Zoom here. Perfect. Got it. Done.
Clearly, the energy transition issue is a big one, and all you have to do is pick up the papers and know it's not going quite as smoothly as we would have hoped. And it's getting almost crisis-like in certain parts of the world. And what's going on, just the announcement today of Germany not approving continuing the approval process for Nord 2 actually had a big spike up in natural gas prices. So, getting to where we want to get to requires planning, it requires time, and it requires having a sense of how much can you do, how fast, and with the resources that we have, and how do we save the planet at the same time. It's a big process that we're going through, but getting the planning right seems to be something that we haven't quite nailed on this globally. And coming out of the COP conference, what you heard was we're going to try, but certain countries with big populations are going to be on coal for quite some time. The OPEC put out a report about a month ago that said from 2020 to 2045, the increase of different sources of energy are going to see about a 30% increase in sustainable energy, but also that oil and natural gas are going to see about 16 and 21% increases over that time period. So how do we affect this transition is going to be one of the really important things, but you can't do it without a plan, and I don't think we've had the planning quite nailed yet. And what's happening from the fossil fuel side of it is, as their investments were being pulled back by the investing community, they were pulling back and not investing for growth at a time that feels like the aspirations are ahead of the actual ability to deliver on the new fossil fuels to offset it. So that's the stage we're set. They're great opportunities. We talk about them a lot here. Greg's going to give you a sense of the different phases of the energy transition, then we'll open it up to questions. So with that, we'll turn it over to Greg and leave it to you, Greg. Okay,
thank you, Stephen. Can you hear me?
This on? Can't get him yet? Okay, so we're not going to leave it to Greg just yet. So I want to just talk a little bit more about, we did a seminar on this, I guess it was back in October, we were talking about the transition and the challenges, and I think there's a couple questions that are worth asking as we do this, and I'll just throw them out as things that we think about when we think about the energy transition. And clearly what's going on around the world, whether it's in China, the power problems they're having, what you're seeing in Europe with the power problems, and even in our country, these rolling power issues are just going to continue to increase because we think the weather problems are going to continue to increase. But then you have this climate transformation still in the early innings without really clear guidelines as to how we're going to get there, and governments are trying to do it, but if you're a government leader, you always fall back to the most important thing to you, which is taking care of your own country, not trying to help the world. And that's with the financial problems that countries are having and the different speeds the economy is running in right now, that creates even more problems and more strains. but fossil fuels have been powering the global economy for hundreds of years, and how we make this transition, how fast we can do it, I think that's one of the big issues that we have to fine tune and get better. But I think there's a couple questions that we should be asking, and one is how quickly can we practically make the transition? Not wanting to make it, but realistically, how fast can we make it? I think the other one is how long will the supply and demand imbalances that we're seeing around the world continue, and if we can get them squared away, because a lot of this is done very locally. And then how will the Delta variant continue to affect, and as we continue to have this going, it's going to change the dynamics, because we could have a surge in the use of energy because of the reopening of the economies more fully. And then the other question is, where will the respective prices be of the different fossil fuel sources or different fuel sources going out in a couple of years, because the subsidies and some of the challenges, it's going to be hard. The good thing is the tech advances that are coming can really accelerate and speed up the process. So let me turn it over to Greg now. I think we're teed up. Is that correct? All right. Greg, over to you.
Okay. Great. So you can't hear me, is that right, Stephen? Okay, great. Well, thanks so much for allowing me to participate today, and I apologize for not being there in person. And if John's still there, I congratulate John on a great presentation, and I'm going to unabashedly transition to my conversation using two parts of John's presentation, which I think are right on the mark. And I think the first one is around Milton Friedman and Keynesian economics. And I think ultimately it's not going to be impact investing that gets us to a long-term solution that we all want. Whether you're left or right on the spectrum, it's got to be economics that takes us through this transition. It's not going to be people willing to accept lower returns. In fact, the pressure on all of us to generate returns is only increasing, it's not decreasing, particularly at the pension level and the endowment level. So it's going to be, as we invest in energy transition, we got to be thinking about this as capitalists. What are processes and companies that we can invest in that will generate outstanding cash flows and benefit from this incredible tailwind that we're all going to see at the corporate and sovereign level that is going to be focused on reducing carbon emissions? And then secondly, it's Jane Goodall and his comment on wise apes. And I think what's missing from this conversation of energy transition, given we're at such early stages of this, is understanding that carbon in fact is a commodity that's no different than gold, aluminum, any other input into the industrial process. For the last 150 years of industrialization, we've had our carbon for free. And none of this transition can happen until we have a price on carbon. Now, whether that's a carbon tariff, which I think is the most likely outcome, or a carbon price for mandatory requirements. But at the end of the day, carbon is a commodity. And I can best illustrate this by giving an example. And if you think of a good produced in the US versus a good produced in China, a unit of kilowatt in China is much dirtier to produce, given 75% of their electricity comes from coal as an input, much lower than the US. So as we think about goods that are being imported and exported from our trade partners, I think it's an inevitability that we have to eventually say that carbon is a commodity and add that into the price to standardize one good versus another. So I think, John did me a favor with those two parts in his presentation, because I think that puts it in as a nutshell. To give you 30 seconds on Waterton, I founded Waterton roughly 3 months ago. I was historically the CIO at the University of Pittsburgh. We were big investors in energy transition and an early adopter at the University of Pittsburgh. And it became obvious to me that energy transition is a misunderstood and undercapitalized area of opportunity, and it's going to be like this for the rest of my career. And so how do I capitalize on this opportunity while making the world a better place? And if I was to summarize what are the things we focus on and how do we invest, we think about the world as a capitalist. And where is that commodity of carbon the cheapest, and where is it reduced the most cheaply? It's the antithesis of what we're used to with gold, aluminum, copper, where we want to produce it at its lowest cost. In the case of carbon, it's the inverse in that how do we extract carbon at the lowest cost? Instead of producing it, we want to pull it out of the industrial process. And I don't think this is recognized yet as we talk to many investors. I think there's two simple questions as we think about energy transition. What's the cost to reduce the carbon, and how long does it take? And that leads me to this phases of energy transition, the slide that you see up there. I think the most misunderstood thing about energy transition is what's the tenor? And we've all seen this week, or the last 2 weeks really, the euphoria around Rivian and Lucid. And I think what's missing about this conversation about those two great companies, they are great companies, but they're many, many years away from being viable solutions. And you never hear anyone ask the deeper question of what is it really costing to reduce the carbon that you're pulling out of the economy per dollar of CapEx. And I think if people went through that analysis, they would see very quickly that Rivian and Lucid are incredibly expensive carbon alternatives versus other things that exist in our economy. So as investors, I think the key in the next 5 years is getting your hands on the entities, on the companies that reduce the most carbon for the lowest cost. So that when that market eventually does wake up to carbon as a commodity, you're already going to have your hands on the most profitable and subsequently the better positioned companies that will be the most highly valued and sought after once the market recognizes that it is about carbon reduction. So there's going to be 3 phases in the way that I put this graph together. The first phase is asset optimization. So how do I use today's assets to reduce emissions? How do I alter, how do I use them? And that could be process, that could also be technology. The second phase is going to be asset replacement. So if we think about this in terms of our everyday lives, most of us don't sell a car after 2 years or 3 years. Many of us will drive it for many years. In fact, the average automobile is now on the road for over 12 years. People just don't go out and buy a new automobile because they want an EV. They'll go out and buy an EV when their existing internal combustion engine automobile is no longer suitable for what they're trying to accomplish with their car. So asset replacement takes decades. Same thing with a coal power plant. Utilities, which are already in a terrible, terrible industry, they're not going to go out and mothball a coal plant in the existing environment. They might mothball it in a scenario where carbon is priced. And likely, if carbon tariffs do come into the marketplace, we will see accelerated asset obsolescence. But as it stands today, asset replacement, coal power plants, internal combustion automobiles, it's going to take decades for those assets to work their way out of the market. And then the last one, I think this is the one that's the most misunderstood, frankly, and I think sadly it's the one that is leaned on the most by media, which I think causes a lot of misunderstanding in the marketplace about where are we really in this energy transition. And I think hydrogen's the best example of it. We think about hydrogen today in the way that it is currently used in industrial process. It's a very important part of semiconductor manufacturing. It's an important part of the food industry in terms of converting unsaturated to saturated fats for things like butter. It's important in fertilizer. So this is already an important industrial process. And if we think about using electrolysis, which is the most highly sought after use of green energy for hydrogen production, if we used electrolysis to generate all of our existing hydrogen, that would be the equivalent of all the electricity that's currently consumed on an annual basis in Europe. it would be a huge undertaking just to create clean alternative energy to create existing demand for hydrogen. Forget the alternative demand that would come from having this in automobiles, tractor trailers, airplanes. It would be a huge undertaking just to get existing hydrogen demand green. Forget the movement towards additional hydrogen demand. So as we think about how we invest at Waterton, it's almost entirely phase one. It's such a cheap market right now and an underutilized market that people don't understand. If we can think about where is GHG emissions produced, this graph really sums it up. 80% of all greenhouse gas emissions come from CO2, and on a CO2 equivalent basis, methane is only 10% of greenhouse gas emissions. So if we really want to get at where the carbon is the cheapest, where the greatest opportunities exist, it's actually in traditional CO2 emissions. And we hear lots of projects going on with respect to methane. In my opinion, I don't think methane got a large enough total addressable market in terms of trying to capitalize on areas. So things where we see agriculture, where you're trying to capture waste from pigs and cows, or we've actually seen projects where people are trying to capture burps from cows. The market just isn't large enough. But if we can have CO2 solutions that can capitalize on some of these methane emissions, that is then a viable solution. But CO2 ultimately is going to drive our investment theses for the foreseeable future. And we think the two greatest areas of opportunity are transportation. And transportation is primarily truck transport and automobiles. And to put that in context, the U.S. burns roughly 20 million barrels a day of gasoline, of oil. 8 million of that 20 is used for automobile gasoline. Roughly 40% of our oil consumption goes to automobiles. So that's an incredible area of opportunity. And then electrical generation. So it isn't just traditional electrical generation in the way you think of a power plant, but it's also electrification of processes. So can I make buildings more green using electrical pumps rather than natural gas pumps? Can I use solar panels on windows instead of traditional windows? So it's electrification in all aspects of it, from generation to transport to the infrastructure that supports projects. When I was at Pitt, we made 6 investments, and they were equally split between transportation and electrical generation. And all 6 of those companies have an incredible growth tailwind where EBITDA is growing at over 10% in all of those companies. And the companies were relatively cheap on an EV to EBITDA basis. And so this area of opportunity is still misunderstood by the market, and it's where we see our greatest opportunities today.
Questions? Did you hear that? Greg, if you have a closing comment, then we'll open it up for questions. Or should we just take questions?
Okay. Questions for Greg?
Questions for Greg.
Or just to the whole group on this energy transition subject.
Or comments. Thank you, Mark. Yes, in the back. Can we get a...
One thing Phil done, he would run, right?
Yes, he would.
You didn't see that. Easy.
So I believe the obvious question in any transition in energy is how you deal with China, Russia, and India. Because without some kind of plan there, everything else, will have some impact, but not the type of impact that everyone's looking for. So, if you have that answer, you could go right to DC, just get on the Excella train and,
John?
It comes down to economics. And the only thing that is going to drive this argument is economics. And tariffs are going to be the only way that we do it. So it's got to be a carbon tariff where we're pricing the goods that come from all these markets and incorporates the carbon that they're emitting. I think that's the only thing that's going to drive economic decisions in each one of those countries you just mentioned.
Hi, it's John. So let me add this color. Bill Gates wrote a book earlier this year, How to Avoid a Climate Disaster. And the central thesis of his book is that we don't have the technologies to avoid a climate disaster. And I testified in front of the U.S. Congress several times on this. I think every time, going back 15 years, encouraging Congress that it didn't happen to create an NIH equivalent for breakthrough sustainable technologies. The NIH has an annual budget of $30 or $40 billion and created cures to cancer and diabetes, and the mortality rates would be much higher without them. That's where we are with sustainability. So we're not there. We don't have that. But if we did, an answer to the China and India and other questions question would be an innovation that reduces their cost of producing energy. That would be the best energy transition, but we don't have that because the public policy in America hasn't permitted it.
I would just add that I think if the U.S. doesn't do it as the number 2 emitter behind China, it's going to be hard to get China, Russia, and India to come along as well. So if we don't get our act together, it's going to be hard to tell other people to get theirs together, although that's something we've done in the past and haven't had any problem with. But I think in this one, they're not going to change, because if you're a leader of any country, your first obligation is to the country, not to the world. And with the economics, and to Greg's point, with the economics overall, it's very hard to get people to focus on anything but what's their own population's needs first. And so there's a balance that I think they're going to have to deal with as we go forward. I saw a question in the chat, Mark. I didn't see what it was, though.
It was me saying that we're going to start at 2:05.
Okay.
A combo, well, thank you for teeing that up, thank you. A combo of the opening panel, which I completely did a hand wave on. This is a 2:30 panel?
Yes, I know.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Wouldn't it be nice if you just told me that when I told you it was going to happen?
I thought you were ad-libbing again, so I just went along with it.
I am ad-libbing. All right, so
I didn't want to be the problem.
Phil Donahue would not ad-lib, so I'm no Phil Donahue. So 2:05, 2:06 now, combo of the opening and the next gen panel, Kirby and I will co-moderate. But another few minutes of questions on the energy topic.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for this very important, enlightening discussion. And speaking about climate, it's hard for many to think about climate without thinking about global warming. So can you integrate this in this conversation?
Well, I'm a big scuba diver, so I've been following the water temperature changes and how that's being ruined and what that does to the food source as well, and we have real issues there, so that's an issue. The other fascinating thing, that the jet stream is starting to wobble. It normally would be tight, and now it's wobbling, and that's creating all sorts of violent weather patterns that are going to create real economic hardships for states and for countries right now. And look at the Caribbean islands, and they've actually run out of names for hurricanes for the 3rd time already this year, because we just are having much more different storm patterns. So I think that is a real issue, and we're going to have to deal with it, but it's all part and parcel of what's creating it, and it's all the emissions. So, and we got to solve this one thing at a time. I don't think you can solve it with trying to do too many, and I think that's part of the problem. We have limited sources, and you have to focus on things. If we just eliminated coal, for example, and started with that, you'd have a big upgrade on the global economy. But how do you get China and India off that? You got to give them a cheaper alternative that works for them, and they have the supplies for it. So I think we're going to be in this problem for quite some time. This will be a long transition. I don't know if transition is the right term. When we talk about inflation being persistent or transitory, I think this is going to be more in the persisting camp than in the transformational camp for longer than we would want to see. Greg, closing comments from you?
No, I think you're right. It's going to be a multi-decade transition. It's not going to be quick. Can't hear me again? Got nothing.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, you can hear me now? Okay. So it's going to be multi-decade. It's going to be long and persistent. And John's comment around technology, it's going to be a must. There's going to be many process reinventions that go on existing assets that will lower carbon emissions.
Which is one of the problems I think we have with so much of all the debates we have today is one side has to be right and the other side has to be wrong. And I think the challenge with the fossil fuel industry, which we're going to rely on for some time, is how do we bring them in instead of vilify them and leverage the technology, the data, and the information they have to create the solutions. And if we don't figure out how to bring corporations in to solve problems instead of making them the problem, we're not going to succeed in this transition. I think that's one of the things as voters, we have to make sure we're not vilifying people. We need to change the world, because if we keep doing that, we're going to have worse problems. And you're seeing it now with the oil prices going up, natural gas prices going up, things that are abundant. They're bad, but they're abundant. They're going to help us through this. And if we don't get that right, I think that's going to be one of the things that's going to hold us back for a long time.
So listen, every Tuesday at 11 a.m. Eastern, we get together. Some of you are on it, some are not. It's a half hour you shouldn't miss. Stephen kicks it off with a subject. This same discussion happens every Tuesday, 11 a.m. Great content, 86 weeks in a row. It's a COVID silver lining. Well, I'm not done yet. Yeah, and Greg has been a featured speaker more than two or three times. So you have CIOs of $5 billion endowments that they're now transitioning to create a new asset platform. So thank you, Greg. Thank you, Stephen.
Thanks for having
everyone. We're going to, thank you. So if Kirby, you're on, you and I are going to tag team. I'm going to ask Allison to come up, Wendy to come up. John set the stage so well, I quickly transitioned. But I was trying to actually have a couple transitionary, yeah, please, is to set the tone more broadly to talk about a combination of impact investing among the family offices or funds, and Wendy represents sort of a proxy of the family office community, and Allison, different communities now, a fund, and then the next gens, where this is really, these topics, we talked about it, John talked about it earlier, is where it's more of a front and center issue, where they don't really want to work for companies that don't have a purpose, et cetera, et cetera. So, Kirby, do you want to, you're much better on this topic probably than me, so maybe you could set the stage. You've got, just so you know, if you can see, Wendy and Allison over here.
Hey, Wendy.
Thank
hey, Allison.
God, an all-female panel. There we go. And a couple of next-gen women. So kick it off.
Sure. Welcome. So excited to jump in, and not exactly sure, Mark, you'll have to rein in our time, because I'm not sure if we're going for 30 or more, since we're gyrating on the agenda. But this panel, I think, is really just intended to surface and bring up, well, obviously combining both the impact discussion and views from the next generation. And I don't want to leave him out, because Zach is also on the Zoom with us, and he's on the panel. So you're not all alone, ladies. You do have a male peer in the group. So Zach, if you want to take yourself off mute and also share your screen, that would be great. And hopefully we can hear from a gentleman perspective as well. But I think really where we're going to start is just maybe quick introductions. If we can just do like 90-second elevators pitches, and I'll model it by just saying Kirby Roswalk. I am a female entrepreneur born into a complicated, enterprising family. And before impact was actually in vogue, my family sold a piece of property that has kind of set the bar for green development in the United States. pre-2008. And pretty much one of the largest green developments in the United States from the ground up has emerged on this 17,000 acre piece of property in Florida. So I can talk to you more about Babcock Ranch if anyone's interested. And then also just work with families and have written several books behind me, and also have Tamarind Partners and Tamarind Learning. So my interest in the next gen really stems from the fact that I think there are hope in our salvation, and we'll unfortunately have to do the lion's share of work to bring us out of our climate crisis, our social justice issues, our political scramble. So that's my mantra, but I'm going to turn it over. Why don't we kick it over to Kristen, and she can tell you a little bit about herself. And we'll kind of go back and forth between both panels, if that's okay.
Hello. There we go. Hi, I'm Kristen, and I'm the founder of Gen E, which is short for Generation Environment. And it's a micro philanthropy app addressing climate change. You can think of us like the Acorns and Venmo of climate fintech. And my background quickly is I worked in consulting and CPG, and also led global marketing for various beauty brands in the luxury space. And then 3 years ago, I decided to drop everything and focus the rest of my life on fighting climate change, because I just couldn't spend one more second doing anything else. I think my connection to Next Gen is really, Gen and generation is in my company name, so it's kind of a big focus. And I think it's less about age or demographics and just that everybody alive right now is part of this generation that's going to either save the planet or not. So we're really focusing on the individual level and giving them the tools to take climate action in their daily lives in an easy way, using technology through an app that's just set it and forget it. You can add it to your lifestyle. And then we're at the same time redefining philanthropy, because currently, there's been studies to prove that giving money to nonprofit organizations that are high performing is the most effective way an individual can take climate action. And currently only 3% of American philanthropy is going to the environment, which is insane if you think about the magnitude of the climate crisis. So there's a lot of opportunity there. And by giving them an app, I think that philanthropy should be thought of in the same way your other finances are. So you should be able to manage it, track it, have it in a cool UI-driven app, and that's what we're doing. So that's kind of how I view the Next Gen.
Thanks, Kristen. I've got your app up behind
That's the website.
you as you're talking. So why don't we flip back onto the other side? I don't know, Allison, Wendy, do you want to go next?
Oh, she's talking, I think.
Oh, go ahead. We can't hear you. Go ahead.
Back to you, Kirby.
I'm speaking. Can you not hear me?
Yes.
Okay, you can hear me. No, I was going to say, why don't we switch over and have Wendy or Allison introduce themselves next, and we'll go back and forth between the two panels.
Can you hear me? Allison Smith. I, about 10 years ago, started very personally getting focused on impact investing, really from a risk and opportunity perspective, saying, does this give us better opportunities, and is this a gauge of risk? And at that time, that was a very unique idea, and so I really started kind of in small circles focusing on this in my personal endeavors. And then it became more and more mainstream, and that's certainly been the case since. I then joined Cornerstone Capital, which focuses on investment advisory, all focused on impact. And then I wanted to have an even deeper impact and joined Rethink as a partner earlier this year, where we focus investing in real estate as well as in venture capital, specifically around having as large of impact as we possibly can while getting top quartile returns. And so that's been the entire focus of my professional career as well as my personal career. And what excites me about this is when I first started being interested in impact, it was, oh, you're a tree hugger, or, oh, that's just silly. And now it's become mainstream, where report after report, whether it be US CIF or Morgan Stanley or some of the reports that John referenced earlier, focus on that you're actually getting better returns. And so this is what's moving people in that direction. And this is why there's been such a immense growth, which, I'll probably go into later what the other flip side of that is, but it's so exciting to see the level of growth that there's been, and happy to kind of get into, what we focus on at Rethink, which is under 4 strategies: education technology, gender equality, community development, as well as food technology. But really expanding from there in a deepest way, realizing that there's an intersection and nexus among these issues that gives you an understanding of how a company is going to perform and what you're looking to achieve in a really deep, meaningful way. So I could talk about this literally all day. I kind of do. And I want to hand it over, given that I think we're consolidating into about a half an hour for this panel and making sure that everyone has a chance to discuss the really interesting and fascinating things that they're doing that touch on this space.
All right, do we want to kick it back over? Wendy, do you want to go? You've got the mic, it looks like.
Wendy Kraft, I run. It's a 3rd generation family office, one of the iconic families in the space, and I'm an old gal. So I was around in the family office space before anybody had used the word impact investing. And to take you back, we didn't know what it was. And a lot of families felt really weird about it at first when they heard it. They're like, well, if you're just going to help somebody, you just give charity. Remember this, right? Why are you trying to make a return? That makes it dirty charity. And I mean, these were the discussions we actually had. And nobody knew what impact was. And Kirby and I have had this discussion. There were people, kind of charlatans in the space, who are doing things like, I put in better windows. That's impact investing. It's now a green building, but it wasn't a LEED green building. But people said, oh, it's making an impact, so it's okay. And I remember the real fuss that came up, and I'm betting Kirby will remember this as well, is when the charter schools started up. And people were making returns on charter schools. And then it became this kind of ethical thing. Is that impact investing? Does it help? Does it not help? So it's been really a neat journey on the family side to see this coalesce. I know a lot of families now who actually have small departments or at least dedicated personnel for impact. I think that the matriarchs and the patriarchs have been able to use impact investing as a teachable moment and a bridge to the next generations, as opposed to always relying on philanthropy, which may have gotten as far as donor advised funds, not that there's anything wrong with that, as a bridge. And the kids were like, who cares? We need to do more. We need to do things specific. We don't want generalized checks. We want projects. So it's really grown up. And it's been very interesting to see. And I think a lot of families that weren't fully into the space during COVID did a huge pivot, and now they are.
Fantastic. Why don't we kick it? Can you hear me? Yep, perfect. Kick it back over and we'll round out with Angela, and then we'll go to Zach.
I don't want to yell and check? Oh, perfect. All right, well, good afternoon. My name is Angela Gorin. Those that haven't met me, but I did speak last night, so I'm going to keep it really brief because we don't have a lot of time. I'm female founder of Tap and Go Technologies. We are a niche neobank that has a combination of bespoke insurance products as well as financial services technology. I kind of like that there's a split. You guys are impact investors, and we are tech companies making impacts. This is kind of cool. We didn't decide that we're doing this split, but so we're going to get it probably into some neat chats, but particularly with the niche vertical bank feature is really focused on making impact in each one of these niche communities. So it's dissecting and authenticating who the audience is that's transactioning every day. So that's really our specialty, is going into niche verticals, whether it's sport and wellness, female founders, youth, and making impact in the environment. So love what you're doing. But that's really our specialty, is going into those markets. And aside from that, I'm big into sports. So people always know that I love the pro athlete space. That's my background personally. So, but hey, Zach, over to you.
Thank you, Angela. Hi, everyone. I'm speaking from Dubai. We're a family office. We focus on venture capital, like early stage and late stage. I do a lot of philanthropy and charity as much as I can, and I think I've dedicated my life to impact. I wasn't sure what to cover, but since energy was covered a lot recently, like this week, I'm helping like some wind energy projects and like solar projects that my cousin does in France. Like helping them either get a new, home or expanding some of them. Like I was happy with the presentation so far today. Me and Mark tried to organize this day around like impact and philanthropy, and like I'm glad so many amazing people joined, like John and Peter in the morning. And I'm hoping we get into more like Q&A because I didn't really prep like a spiel. Thank you.
All right, so since we're gonna kind of spitball this and we only have like 5 or 10 minutes or so, since we started a little bit late, maybe each person can just pass the mic around. And I know Mark asked us what keeps us the most awake at night, and then what opportunity we see. I'll start and I'll model it, and then we can kind of go around. What keeps me awake at night is I'm really focused on preparing, I think, those individuals who individually have the greatest opportunity to make a difference. And I'm talking about beneficiaries, affluent beneficiaries who are kind of that rising gen, and the opportunity that's at hand. So my passion is really helping solve for those kinds of foundational missing links when it comes to estate planning, wealth, investing, and those building blocks of education. Because I believe that we don't do a very good job of, we spend a lot of money making money, but we don't invest in our human capital to prepare them for what's next. So if we're going to grow the next great crop of impact investors, we also have to teach them, how estate planning works and how tax works, and just broadly how to plan. So that's my passion on the Tamron learning side, because what keeps me awake at night is how many people haven't figured out that they've not adequately supported that next generation. All right, so who wants to go next? Do we want to go Wendy and around?
What keeps me awake at night is the manner, and Kirby and I have talked about this as well, the manner in which families do impact investing. And sometimes they get very excited about a project, but from a tax, I hate to bring that up, but from a tax perspective or an estate perspective, it offsets another investment that they're making, and there doesn't seem to be a whole big plan. And it's a very hard thing to talk to your family principal and their offspring about. Yes, everybody wants to help, but if you do this, it offsets this and creates a problem over here. And it's hard because these are investments, I almost want to say, of the heart. So to talk cold hard facts makes you seem very rude, but sometimes you have to. And sometimes I think what I'd love to see in the space, Kirby, is somebody putting together impact investing in a box so that you can have, okay, if you're going to invest in impact tech, then a good thing to correlate with that would be this, and almost like a map for the impact industry? Because right now it's a little, I'm going to date myself, loosey-goosey.
There you go. What keeps me up at night, besides my 3.5-year-old, is really, I think, to double down, is the lack of understanding of personal finance and investing combined with how grave these issues are. And I think there's a lot of headwinds that are moving in an incredibly positive direction. And I'm certainly an optimist in seeing the amount of dollars that are rushing into the impact investing space, as well as just seeing some amazing companies and then amazing work that's happening in the equity sector that's just so incredibly exciting. But at the same time, I think the fact is that most individuals, no matter what type of family they come from, are not being taught about personal finance, as well as the grave issues that we're facing that are more detrimental than probably any previous generation has had to face, is a little horrific. But most of the time at night, I'm just praying that my 3-year-old doesn't wake up.
All right, well, I think to play on this, for myself, what keeps me awake at night is definitely access and accountability. And I think from the fintech space and talking education, I think we've all said that is the access point at all purposes and all points in life. So my former company was a social enterprise that focused on youth, and we had a big application, and that was all about teaching youth how to give back through their causes they cared about, and that led through the ability for them to market and sell a product they cared about as well. So it kind of taught me early on that importance of education. But I think going back, Wendy, to like the family and the impact, like here's Kristen and I outside this morning as two tech founders, and I think this applies to impact investing purposes. Here's a Jen environmental company, they're based on giving back through transactions, and she'll probably share her purpose there a little bit more. But right away from being a neobank, I can link into what she's doing through a youth card program that has an e-wallet that we can say every single time somebody that's 18 to 35, 40 years old, which is the demographic of our Joven card program when it launches, can actually transaction to give back to environmental causes. So right away you can link all these alignments, and I think that's neat when you start to create cause mechanism, which is what 361 is doing, is putting people like us under the same roof to drive forward the conversation. So we are making impact right here, which is, what keeps me awake at night is getting into the right networks, the right people doing great things to put great minds together. So there you go.
I think we'll probably go into like the things we're excited about too, hopefully. But I guess obviously the thing that keeps me awake is the climate crisis and the demise of our planet. But I think the other thing is I'm a little skeptical about Gen Z and whether or not we're going to see it play out that they truly are the sustainable or the sustainability-minded generation. I think we kind of like saw with millennials, as marketers, we were really excited about, oh, this is the socially conscious generation, and they're going to really change the way people consume things. But now we see that they make purchase decisions the same way as everybody before them, based on price and convenience. So it's going to be like another at least 10 plus years before we see if Gen Zs are going to put their money where their mouths are. So I guess that's, something I'm a little skeptical about, but I really hope that they keep holding the torch.
I'll go ahead. In general, I think what keeps me awake is like unforeseen things, like things not seen by the majority of people, and then they come smack us in the face. An example of this is like food and water. Water in particular is like overlooked, but there are like some groundwater problems surfacing up from now. Food as well. That's why we look into agriculture tech and alternate foods, alternate meats, lab grown meats. I've been looking at those since there might be a shortage coming up that we don't expect, because we're used to the good old ways, or the good old times where like nature took care of us. Then life sciences. I mean, we noticed with COVID, all of us, like the gaps we have there, I might end up setting up with a couple others, like an $80 million fund for life sciences. Philanthropy, we've talked a lot about this, like the lack of consolidation in philanthropy, but there's some good examples from our community, and I like what's happening in Chicago now, the consolidation of efforts and organization of efforts, and how Peter described what's happening in New York as well. So I think city by city, there could be hope. Opportunities, I'm going to say esports, even though I sort of got a crash course on it today, with some big projects happening there. And I think last year a lot got talked about it, like I think Jonah and whatnot. But with the announcement of the Meta, the brand transformation, and we talked about the metaverse a bit, I think yesterday, it's true that a lot of people have a virtual life already, and they spend there and they get entertained there and whatnot. So if you've been, avoiding esports, it's gonna come at you like the football game that's coming up, even in the NCAA, and like there's a lot of things happening in all facets of culture that we're used to, like schools, colleges, and afterwards. Finally, I was going to say in renewable energy, what's interesting is also in emerging markets, there's easier labor to build renewable plants, hydro and solar and like these sort of things. But in developed countries, you have a lack in skilled work, like construction workers and whatnot. So it's interesting with this displacement, like what we could do. And, in the developed world, you need to overhaul the, electric grid and the power plants and all that. So these are my thoughts. I hope it wasn't too many, dispersed areas, but I work in many projects usually.
Thank you, Zach. Did we have someone just join the panel up front?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Milena. I work at a company called Unreasonable, and we work with companies that are solving the world's biggest social and environmental problems. Essentially, we have a group of values-aligned investors, and the entire organization's existed for 7 years, committed to helping these growth stage companies that are on a mission to solve these huge problems. And we essentially support them with connections and funding. And anyway, I think it's a testament to how incredibly important this space is that we have launched an impact club in the last year that has 150 impact investors who are dedicated to, backing these ventures that are solving these great problems. So it all keeps me up at night, and I'm studying it as part of my Green MBA as well. But I just wanted to ask a question to the group. What are you seeing investors particularly resonating with and at the forefront in terms of whether it's particular industries or missions? Are you seeing them drawn and pulled to certain areas?
What I've seen, and I think I've seen this for a long time, even though the philanthropic dollars don't represent it, but in the impact investing space, that it's 90% about climate. And I think that's because of how large the problem is. We have strategies that focus not only on climate, but also on social issues and other issues. And there's a big connection between a lot of these issues, whether it be that women and people of color are disproportionately affected by climate change. That said, what I hear from investors is that climate is their largest concern, in a general standpoint.
I will say it's broken down, at least from the families I know, a little more by age, and that the older impact investors, some of them are clearly concerned about the environment. A lot of them will look at education and things like that they can make an impact in, giving computers to kids during the pandemic or selling them at a discount rate, whatever. Families did a whole bunch of things during the pandemic to really help the school systems as they started to fail because we were not prepared to go online. I see the younger family members, some next gens. There are a few that are in control, and they're much more on climate, and they're also much more specific project. So if something happened, they know villages need cows. And what they're going to do is they're going to go from village to village to village and buy them 20 cows and hope that that does that. Some of it's philanthropy, a lot more of it's impact. There'll be a lot of building programs that will get families to be able to have their home businesses and really elevate themselves. But they're much more as a group, and I know I'm generalizing, but project specific, climate specific than the older generations who just want to, I don't know, have everybody seen Elon Musk lately? I'm going to solve world hunger. So you get that more with your older patriarchs and matriarchs, and the younger generation is, I'm going to put a well in that village through charity water.
Angela or Zach?
I guess
or
because we're
Kristen, do
coming
you
from a
wanna
very
answer?
different angle from investment, but I think the important part is definition of investment. It doesn't always mean capital, right? It means strength and numbers, and I think that's one of the biggest thing when you take the application between investment from a dollar perspective, and you work with companies that are doing innovative applications or innovative tech or innovative work in the social impact by putting students in workplace, right? So again, going back to the education model, it really comes full circle. It's all about economic drive and how can we better that. So I think to address what you're asking, from an impact side is, innovation and education to the next gen that are having that ability to come up knowing that there's investment dollars to support concepts and ideas that are going to go and create change in the next gen or the generation we have now moving forward, because it all comes down to the community effect. So hopefully that comes as an ecosystem.
I guess I'll just add more from the consumer user perspective. On my platform, we have a variety of environmental nonprofits and climate solutions, and we try to just hit at every cause so that the user can choose. But I'll say that supporting indigenous communities is definitely an issue that rises to the top. It's a lot harder to quantify, the actual impact there, but I think in certain cases that doesn't matter. People just know that it's good to support these communities, and they hold 80% of the world's biodiversity in their land, so it's so important that we, give them the resources to stand strong. And then, of course, planting trees is really, exciting for consumers and individuals, and obviously those of us deep in the climate world know that's not going to solve everything, but it still is an important piece of it, and if it gets people engaged and gets them in the door, then I think that's a positive thing.
I was gonna mention space since I wanted to mention it, but I forgot. So we're supporting space. Something we're doing with the startup we supported is allowing to send a cube satellite for $20,000 only. Or if it's a bit bigger, 40,000. This is for the first launch in a year, and we're gonna mainly go with target universities. But in general, with what we're doing, we're making it really cheap to send cube satellites so that students, doctors, students, and whatnot in universities could do more research, and also with more research, you get new innovations, and it's good for everyone, right? We improve quality of life for everyone. And from space, you could detect fires, you could do so many things. And we're sort of behind on space because there is one major satellites that are getting decommissioned silently, but not a lot of people know because it's malfunctioned, and we're going to use 10-year-old technology instead of it till the new one is ready in 3 years. I'm not going to name the satellite right now. But I was gonna say about space, since in the last month I talked a lot about it. There are a lot of charlatans, so you have to be careful, and I learned a lot more about it also today because I got an expose of the different startups besides the one we support, and some really, like Eddie said yesterday, raised a lot of money on just a PowerPoint deck without the actual technology and engineering to support their ambitions.
Thanks, Zach. I just want to kind of add to this vein of thinking that one thing I think is a tremendous opportunity is to really reevaluate your existing portfolio and look at what you have today that has a future impact lifespan. And I'll go to real estate as a really great one. My family had held this piece of property for nearly 90 years when we ended up selling it in part to a green developer and then having the majority of land go into the Florida Forever program, about 70,000 acres. And so one thing I really impress upon, the investors out there is to actually look at how your portfolio could potentially be repurposed, because our family knew that we had water issues where eminent domain, that many municipalities and cities around our land would say, we need your water. And our family felt very strongly about that water being committed back to the replenishment of the Everglades. And so the natural resource aspect of real estate is so incredibly impactful. And 99% of every family office has real estate in their portfolio somewhere. So I'm just throwing that out as another way to rethink about how you can, have alignment with impact. I think Lauren has a question. I don't know if you want to ask it. How can we change the narrative so impact? Oh, go ahead.
Okay, basically it's something, that we had touched on, in the Chicago South panel, this idea that sometimes impact is almost kind of like a code word for, in a sense, an enhanced form of charity. But we know that there's even, data out there that shows that impact investing can be just as profitable, have just as much of a return on investments as any other kind of investment. So just how do we change that narrative, or what is it that you folks are doing toward that, or, talking to people about the return on investment that they get?
And if we can just spend about a minute, because I know we got to wrap up this panel pretty quickly. Whoever would like to respond, go ahead.
2005, 2006, people thought that there was going to have to be a concessionary return. And then in 2016 and 2017, and 2018, there was a lot of studies that came out that said, it's not a concessionary return, you can get the same return. And then most recently, there's been a lot of studies, whether it be US SIF or Morgan Stanley, that have come out to said that it's actually better. Morgan Stanley is one of my favorite that said, equities outperformed, equity ESG or impact funds outperformed by 4.3%, which is very significant in 2020. And so I think that there's really been this shift of thinking between concessionary, and this is over the past 10 to 15 years, to actually being a performance indicator. And so I think as there's more and more data and more reputable institutions, whether it be USF or Morgan Stanley, and there's tons that are coming out, it's almost hard to digest all of them. That shift will happen naturally. And I think as people are, speaking about how other portfolios done, it will be understanding that, more diverse teams, being thoughtful about environmental risk, and the many, many other things that we're looking at actually are leading to being indicators for some of those performance. And, I'm focused now in the VC space, which certainly there's not nearly as many studies on, but in equities as well as in fixed income, there's a lot of data that's out there. So I think it's starting to be a real focus for many investors to move in that direction. And I expect that to only continue, and to us only, as every year that passed, it to move at a pretty extraordinary rate, which is, the opposite of what keeps me up at night. It's what really, really excites me.
I know we're out of time, so I'm going to do this really quick. I would say that sometimes we get caught up in the return because, like you said, we've been watching the same data. It's great. And what I remind the family that I work for is we also need to track the impact. Were those goals and objectives achieved, not just the return?
Yep.
Does anyone else on the panel want to respond? Otherwise, there was a request for the Morgan Stanley data, Allison, if by chance you have that available to share with the community, the 360 community. I'm super mindful of time, and I know we're catching up here, but I just want to thank all the panelists. Thank you to Wendy and Allison for, acquiescing and joining us. It's great to see your beautiful faces, and it's great to connect with Angela and Kristen and Melina and Zach and your insights. Because I think, this panel has given some great insights to both the next gen and the possibility of impact. So Mark, I'm going to turn it back over to you, and hopefully we caught up on time a little bit.
Hey, just real quick, Bruce Montgomery just threw into the chat the link from the Morgan Stanley study.
Perfect. Thank you, Lauren, for calling that out.
Thanks, Lauren. So actually, ironically, I'm accelerating, as it turns out. So, but I know some people have to catch trains and automobiles, and so thank you, Allison. Thank you, Wendy. By the way, Wendy has another title. She's not on her LinkedIn profile yet, but she is the chair of the fund department of 361 firm. Actually, before you leave, why don't you what are we going to do next year with fun?
All right, so we're going to try to start in January once a month. There'll be a fun activity. Kind of depends on what the sponsors want to do. Please give Mark your feedback. But we're probably going to do a Sopranos tour. We're probably going to do Catacombs by candlelight. We may go snow tubing. But the point being, enough of us have sat in enough conferences, and they serve their purpose because we don't have school for family office, right? This is where we learn our best practices. But we also need to have fun. And I think the bonding part of what keeps our family office community tight happens at those activities. So I've already had a few volunteers. You guys know who you are. They're going to help. If that's something, if you're on the south side and you want to sponsor it, I don't commingle events. So if you're going to sponsor, it's going to be your sponsored event. And then we just go and we have a good time. And there's a lot of things to do in the tri-state and other places that we usually don't take time to do. We're like, I gotta get the train, I gotta go home. But stay, have some fun. Maybe this summer we'll do a jet ski tour around the island. Well, we will have some fun. Okay, can I go now, Mark?
Go now. You can go have some fun. But there'll be lots of, when we can, everywhere I try to have a round table and we'll try to have fun. Last night we had fun. We'll have fun tonight again. So, we actually have a bit of time. I'm going to audible. I play soccer. It's not like, it's all a very fluid game. So, is Al Pucala here? He said, call me anytime. He's from my neighboring hometown. Al Pucala, you're probably in this other room here. I'm going to bring you in real quick. All right, 0 on that one. Because I'm basically going to try to make use of time. But the next panel is actually education, but it's not until 3. Oh, you're ready. I get that. There's Don. Don and Amit in London. Alan is hesitant because he's never been part of our functions before, but he'll do it. I mean, Melina, she just came 2 minutes ago and she stepped up here, so that's how we roll. And then we're going to do Ag Tech at 3:30. What I'd really like to do is, as long as I'm not missing anybody that would be coming in from Zoom, we can start. So why don't we just start with that? Come on up, Don. I'll get our friend Eddie Vonderpart, who's an their fund invests in all these verticals, so he's really easy. And why don't you buy me some time? You kick it off, and I'll go get everybody.
Sure. Excellent. So EdTech, let me kick it off. So the sector itself has been, as you probably know, a laggard in using technology historically. Like, there's always that famous picture of like the manufacturing floor of 100 years ago and then the current one, or the operating room 100 years ago and the current one, and then you have a photo of the 100-year ago classroom and it looks exactly like today's classroom. So it has been a laggard, but within the last, I would even say 5 years, education has really started to adopt technology and become technology enabled. And as you know, during the pandemic, everybody became a digital learning provider. So if you were a physical school or a physical plant, you had to become digital because no one was allowed to come to your physical location. So that has been a real accelerant to the education sector and the adoption of technology, and just a bunch of new companies that are continuing to accelerate, because once people got used to it, they said, oh, this is easy, we can do this. And there's been better and better experiences, because if you recall, most of the schools just kind of all of a sudden had to change next week, and they just did what was called Zoom school, where they did the same lecture-based classroom thing, and they just put it on Zoom and did it when you were at home, and it was like remote learning. And that is not an ideal form of tech-enabled learning. There's much better formats for tech-enabled learning. And I think parents kind of saw, well, geez, that form of schooling isn't that good in the physical classroom. It's really not good on Zoom school. But they were able to find a lot of other types of formats, and there's one company in particular by the name of OutSchool, which does interest-based learning. So if your kid's interested in potentially launching a YouTube channel, they can take a class on OutSchool, learn how to launch a YouTube channel. They can become a TikTok influencer, and there's a class on how do you become a stronger and stronger TikTok influencer. How do you hack robots? How do you create your own video games? So a lot of interest-based stuff. They went from 0 probably 3+ years ago and went over to 100 million, largely accelerating during the pandemic. And I think the U.S. families are spending a much bigger percentage of their budgets on education now. It used to be that U.S. compared to China and Southeast Asia was pretty small, but now the U.S. is the percentage of the budget of their family budget that they spend on education has been an order of magnitude bigger than it was before the pandemic, and it continues to do that. So they haven't dropped back now that their kids are back in physical school. They've continued to do this kind of engaging interest-based learning. So there's a lot of trends in the education space, and again, I'll just mention a couple of them. From a K-12 perspective, usually I live in Fairfield County, Connecticut, pretty wealthy county in the U.S. I pretty much have two options. I can send my kids to public schools, or I can send them to traditional private school. And that's all there pretty much is, as far as if I'm going to give them to a full-size school. But now there's these thing called micro schools, and everyone knows Elon Musk. What you might not know is that he started his own micro school called Ad Astra, and he originally said, there's no way I'm sending my kids to traditional school, because I think that's a crummy experiences. And he's got enough money to do whatever he wants, so he created a school for his own kids, and then he offered that up to everybody at SpaceX, and that micro school is called Ad Astra. And basically what they do is kids get to decide what they want to get better at. And a lot of the kids are, kids of rocket engineers and stuff, so they want to build rockets. And so kids, say, well, okay, well, what do I need to do to build a rocket? And if you guys all remember, I'm an old man, SD rockets, you could build those when you were a kid. There's all sorts of cool versions of those now, and there's drones, and there's all sorts of really cool things you can do with aeronautics for kids. And kids would, jump into these projects, and then they embed, kind of adult curriculum that we care about: reading, write, arithmetic, creative thinking, critical thinking, practical problem solving. They embed that along projects that kids really care about and that kids are engaged in, so they want to pull the education through. We're not just pushing it down their throats like we are in traditional K-12, where kids have no idea why I need to learn that. It's just adults tell us we have to, and if we don't go to school, it's compulsory school because you go to jail if you don't go to school. So there's just a totally different form of education coming down the pike. And this, what we call pull model of education, is really, we're at the very beginning of that. Because, again, we've got K-12 traditional schools that fed the industrial age very effectively. We used to have an illiterate society, and now we have over 90% literacy rates. So the traditional school was fantastic for educating people for the industrial age, but it was necessary but not nearly sufficient now to get people prepared for the innovation age. And we really need to reinvent what we think of as education, because we're all used to the schooling model and we think, oh, well, that's what there is. But no, there's a lot of different ways to learn. And if you think about your adult world with all the different roles and responsibilities and all the different domains and fields of expertise, and getting good at something in the real world, you probably wouldn't design a school to get good at something in the real world, right? You get good at test taking and listening to lectures, regurgitating on multiple choice tests, and that's not a skill set that we really need in the real world. It's a skill set we had to play that game to get opportunities, and we all in this room probably played that game pretty well, but it's not a game that gets you future ready and gets you ready for the innovation age. So the education sector in particular is at a very early stages of, I would say, a radical, historic transformation to very different models of education. And most of where that innovation is happening is it's happening in the pockets around the institutions. So K-12 schools, they have the DNA of a K-12 school. And you can try to reform them as much as you want, and there has been some successful reforms. But in general, they've got a DNA and an operating system that just isn't going to change. So most of the change is coming from the outside in, from the fringes in the B2C markets, like that OutSchool example I told you. That's just a consumer model where you sell right to the parents. And then some innovation in the schools. Everyone's heard of charter schools. There's now a movement where these micro schools can show up as online charters, and they have local pods. So it's kind of like cloud-based school, but yet it will have a pod of kids in the same geographic area. They might meet more like an Airbnb model where they show up at some power parent's home who's helping facilitate and stuff. But basically they have the curriculum being driven, that Ad Astra curriculum I described, being delivered on the cloud with local manifestations and a local affinity groups of different kids working together on different projects. So again, it's happening on the fringes of the big institutional models, and eventually it'll take a bit of time, but I think you're going to see a brand new kind of 21st century model of education, which looks very different than the industrial model of education. So that was my quick overview, Mark, and I don't know if you got the rest of the guys up and running, but I'm happy to have a panel discussion and talk about different specific opportunities. Okay, good. Now he's ready to come up. So super. Here's.
All right, I'm Alan Olson. I'm out of Silicon Valley, and one of the things I was involved with, the founder of Udacity, which was one of the first models for education doing the micro degrees. Udacity spawned from the individual Sebastian Troon, who was the founder of, part of his master's thesis at Stanford was a self-driving car. And so he went on to Google and was with Google X and was a Stanford professor there. And he opened up an online class at Stanford. He had something like 350,000 kids attending his class by Zoom, before Zoom was there. And Stanford says, we're only going to give the 40 kids that are enrolled at our school credit, but Sebastian realized there was a huge market out there. And so he went out to start this company called Udacity. And Udacity now has reached over $1 billion valuation, has taken on about $238 million of funding, and they offer all sorts of nano degrees or micro degrees. It first started in robotics. They aligned with Georgia Tech, and they did, rather than go to the traditional program of getting college degrees and getting a balance of humanity and writing in English, they just said, we're going to do competency degrees. And Udacity guaranteed that if they passed the program, they would guarantee them employment or give all their money back. And so they've gone on to continue to expand the program. And this spring, they put another program in called micro degrees, and this is in the area of cybersecurity. And I kind of have to tell how this thing has evolved. There are 4 nanodegrees that they put in: cybersecurity, security engineering, security analysis, and the ethical hacker. which I thought that was kind of interesting. So they continue to expand, and again, it's disrupting the education model, or I should say transforming the education model from what it has been traditionally. And I would not be surprised if we begin to see some IPOs in this area. Here's some things in the wind taking on that much money. But I believe that we're going to see some great things in the future. Also, one of the other things that I've personally been involved with is putting in learning centers. I helped to do seed stage for a philanthropy project of bringing people that had dropped out of high school back into the college program. And we have scaled that now to 1,800 sites around the world, and it's been very successful, tens of thousands of kids coming in. And then the third thing that we're putting in, this is exciting, just following up on your comments about with the advancement of technology for programs, we're now able to give kids who would have really never had opportunity for college education the opportunity through use of technology. And a learning center that we just involved, and I'm a trustee for a liberal arts college here on the East Coast, but some of our first kids in the learning center are 3 blind triplets that we're now putting through and giving a college education. The school could not afford the resources, but through the advent of technology, more and more kids are available for this stuff.
And to the point of Udacity, over $1 billion valuation, there's a lot of unicorns in ed tech now, and there used to not be. Like if you think about the ed tech space, it used to be Pearson, McGraw-Hill, kind of the old Scholastic, old textbook publishing folks, and they would pay, some paltry of, multiple of EBITDA as opposed to multiples of revenue, right? And so there wasn't a really good kind of M&A market for ed tech. And now you've got a ton of players that have already gone IPO. You've got Pluralsight, which is in tech education. You've got Coursera, which is, I think, $5 billion. You've got, I think, Guild is now $5 billion IPO. You've got Udemy, which is another kind of B2C, kind of learn anything you want, Excel files, tantric this and tantric that. They got everything you want to learn, and it's kind of like online education for the price of a book. And so there are now a lot of players that have real currency to do M&A work with. So as far as the investment area, ed tech not only is no longer a laggard, it now has that whole tier of players that are new tech players that can pay 10 times revenue or more on whatever their multiple is that they're buying your revenues for. So it's a really great market. Not only we have a real good liquidity with IPOs going on, and again, there's been more IPOs in the last 2 years than there were in the 20 previous to that. So it's a really active area, and now those companies like Pluralsight, they're doing like 10 acquisitions a year. So again, it's becoming a very lucrative and liquid market, and a lot of good exits, and VCs are much better than when you could sell your company to Pearson and that was all you could do. So it's financially it's fantastic. And to the other point of Udacity, that's a great example of a company that's not doing schooling, like they don't lecture you and then you regurgitate what concepts they gave you on a multiple choice test. You're doing practical stuff. So Udacity was really known for kind of taking tech skills and kind of cutting edge tech skills like driverless cars, AI, machine learning, and giving you hands-on projects with real world practitioners that knew what the heck they were doing, and you'd like get scaffolded by these real experts and practitioners from the field so that you walked away with a real competence and a real skill set, not just that you just memorized some facts. So that's a really good example of the new type of kind of innovation age schooling that's coming down the pike, and Udacity is a fantastic example of that. Coursera started at the same time as Udacity, to another Stanford professor who I think was, who did the machine learning class with Sebastian Thorne. And they went a totally different route, and they just kind of automated the old school, right? So they basically made it accessible to everyone. So you'd take an MIT course. edX is another one that was MIT and Harvard were involved with. And you would take the MIT course and you just videotape the lectures from the professor, but you make it accessible to everybody, which was fantastic because it made MIT courses all over the place. But unless you were an autodidact in India or somewhere in Southeast Asia, they would get people that would really take it seriously and graduate with, the equivalent of an MIT degree. But in general, 1% of the kids would do that. And, they only had a 5% completion rate, and 95% of the people started but never even finished the course and stuff. So Udacity, I think, is a much more interesting model than the Coursera model. But Coursera is evolving, obviously, but Udacity kind of moved to that model very quickly.
So we all can't know everything, right? I can't know healthcare and its nuances, and healthcare has at least eight segments that I need to really understand. Education, same thing. Zach Nasser, I don't know if he's on. Like Rob Colorina, we're going to give an awards ceremony on December 15th. It'll be fun, and we'll have awards like the most likely to invite you to an event 5 minutes before it starts. But Zach is most likely to show you I have a compelling opportunity, but you have to close in 3 days. But what's great is we're developing, and you, Don, represent like Udacity. You have a point of view, because Alan's going to tell me about Udacity, and I was like, heard about it, don't have a deep, nuanced point of view. We're trying to have funds in these sectors that are our go-to lean on, and so that's a nice case study of the way that played out. The other is that life isn't so easy. It's not ed tech, right? Now I've got a 5-year-old, so a 13-year-old, middle schooler, high schooler, worried about, wants to go to Michigan like your son. Go Blue. I have I sort of feel like my niece just graduated, getting into the work world, and my nephew is out of the PhD program. So I've always, but they're all so different. All these kids, right? And by the way, Gary Bowles would say we're all going to be learning until we're 100, right? Because everything's changed. We're going to live longer. We all need to. But then we had a mental health panel today. So at the softer side, the innovation side, are you seeing innovation as it can tailor? Tech can only go so far, right? I mean, it seems like we should be able to tailor. At Arthur Andersen, God rest its soul, we had a program where we were all trying to be skills, soft and hard skills at all levels, matrixizing it, meritocracy, knowledge sharing, who's the best practice leaders. Which is, by the way, the one firm and 361 firm is the Arthur Andersen one firm. We were a one global firm sharing profits. Unique model. That's what made us collaborative. My question, how, it's sort of to the softer side. How do you, I know you want to invest, we want to invest in scalable business models. But the world needs scaling on the softer bridging. On the ADD, OCD, you'll have these IEPs, and then some use it as an advantage. They go through these, and there's public, there's private, there's charter, and then there's postgraduate. We have prisoners that need to be or juvenile delinquent. Like, I'm looking for bridges that go the technology with an extra mile bridge. How can you maybe? How can we invest in that area as well, if there are some? Do you understand my question? It's just like that. This is like I'm trying to bridge the tech to some impact applications.
One of the things that we're working on right now is at very, very early stages, but that is with the metaverse and using AI and technology and avatars, and we're actually begin to put that into school curriculums, into learning centers, and trying to, one of the things that has been lost is the ability for critical thinking in the classroom. It usually is a professor coming up, they're lecturing, they're saying, think like I think, and I'll give you a good grade, and it has been destroying innovation. And we're working through a project right now where we're reopening up that and trying to get innovation at a much earlier stage through the use of technology and through the use of AI and the metaverse in a collaborative environment. So.
Yeah, and absolutely. There's, education is almost by. Is it on? Hello. Okay. Is that good? Okay.
Maybe.
So in education, by definition, if you're helping learners get more competent in something, it's got social impact. So like I kind of feel like all of education is social impact if you're actually delivering something that's useful. And to cover a couple areas that you were concerned about, we're an investor in a company called Opia, which is for autistic spectrum disorder services. And basically, if anyone has autistic spectrum disorder child, you'll understand like it's impossible to get diagnosed, like you don't know when it's happening, who do you go to get diagnosed. Once you get diagnosed, the line you have to get in to get services, and then not just services, you have a speech therapist, a behavioral therapist, an occupational therapist, they're all different. And you gotta get serviced on each one, sometimes through different agencies. And so it's a real Byzantine system, really bad service to the families. These guys now integrate all those services, help you get assessed immediately, help you get provisioned immediately, and they do it all through one place. So it's kind of organizing everything, and it's a tech-enabled thing. Like if you think of One Medical, they use technology to make this really seamless. Yeah, One Medical is fantastic, and if you guys, do people know what One Medical is? Okay, I'll just. Yep. Yeah. So, and what One Medical is it's basically your general practitioner in your wallet, right, or in your pocket. So basically, and you can like have a symptom, you just call someone up, you kind of say, hey, this is what I've got. Within 3 minutes, you've got somebody on the thing, and they can do telemedicine and stuff, and they say, oh, you don't need to come in for all. What you need to do is XYZ PDQ, and you're good to go. So you don't have to like make an appointment, come in, waste all that time, wait in a waiting room. It's really great way to leverage telemedicine and asynchronous stuff, and it's just tech-enabled healthcare. And well, yeah. So Opia is one medical for autistic spectrum disorder education. So we can diagnose you. We can actually take videos. Like your kid doesn't display all the different symptoms of his autistic spectrum disorder. Kind of variables and symptoms. But at home, it happens much more frequently. You take little video, you pull out your pocket, you take a video, you pop it into his database, and the professionals can look at that and help you think through what's going on and help the parent be part of the solution and understand better what's up. And so basically it's just a wonderful kind of One Medical for autistic spectrum disorder. We invest, and this is very broadly speaking, we invest in also a holistic pediatrician. So pediatricians usually focus on just physical stuff, but I kind of want to know about developmental stuff too. So just like you go to your physician and every month you're getting a different shot, and you have these well visits where you do a certain shot every wellness, or they do an assessment of you on your wellness front. Well, you can do that as well on the developmental front, and you can kind of make sure that my communication and language development's going well. All the developments are going well, not just my physical development. And so this company's called Brave Care, and they're the One Medical, which is a great metaphor for pediatric physicians. So One Medical is mostly for adults in the major cities, and Brave Care is just for pediatrics, and blowing it out just like One Medical's blowing it out. And then you have schools like this too. These micro schools again are coming from the cloud. You get a local pod, and everything can come to life digitally with some facilitators that are local. So you're seeing that kind of One Medical model show up throughout the education area, and with huge impact, with huge outcomes. And again, we like to think of ourselves as triple bottom line, because it's not just financial returns, it's individual returns, so that kid is doing much better, and societal returns, because the society is much better off when you have an educated citizenship. So it's a kind of a triple bottom line in the education sector.
Well, I was going to ask them if they had $1 million, how would they allocate it, or 10? But I'll pause on that question. Other questions? Yes, Andrew.
So going back to the comment you made regarding Elon Musk's comment, K through 12 education, multiple choice, bunch of check boxes, blah, blah, blah. I agree. not a great way to learn. Extend that first to, I'm a believer in liberal arts colleges. I don't think at 17 or 18 years old, you should decide what career your life's going to be. And liberal arts colleges don't so much teach content as they teach the ability to learn, at least the one I went to. I wrote 100 pages of papers for an econometrics class. It's just math. And then I had a friend who decided to be an engineer, and he never wrote a paper in 4 years at a really good school in this country. So, first of all, tell me if you agree with the liberal arts model, and if you do, how do we transpose that back to high school? You said you're in Fairfield County, so am I. Westport High School, somebody told me, has 1,500 classes. How's a high school kid get a pick from 1,500 classes? So you can go the other way too, where they kind of don't learn anything.
Sure. So yeah, addressing first the liberal arts issue. So liberal arts, quintessential topic in liberal arts is philosophy. And if you go back to the beginning of philosophy, you had Plato's Academy, you had Pythagoras' Academy. These weren't theoretical things. You lived a better life. You studied philosophy to live well. What's that? Great. And so it's a practical, relevant skill. It's not just to get good grades in philosophy tests, right? So again, any topic, and sometimes people do get confused when we talk about these innovation age schools, that, you know, it's like all professional stuff. No, it's like, you know, how do you take care of yourself? How do you take care of yourself physically, exercise, nutrition, whatever? These are real practical, relevant things that are you know, topics in the liberal arts. There's practical applications to topics in the liberal arts, and again, we talked about the kind of innovation age skills, or what I call power skills, the soft skills of critical thinking, creative thinking, practical problem solving, communication, social skills, and social intelligence. All those types of things are usually embedded around things that you care about. So there's a thing called character traits that Martin Seligman at University of Pennsylvania has this whole thing called positive psychology movement. And basically you develop your character traits, and one of the theses they have is that, you know, if you want to predict someone's success in life, you know, instead of looking at their IQ, you look at their what they call grit. So persistence and passion towards something, and stick-to-itiveness, right? So basically, you measure grit of a kid, and that's going to be a much better predictor of their future success. But how do you develop grit? You have to develop grit in a real-world context where kids care about something, because you're not going to have any grit if you don't care about it. You know, somebody else cares about it and is forcing it upon me. And so, you know, again, love your topics, and yes, we can cover every topic of the world, whether it be liberal arts type of topic, whether it be a STEM topic, whether it be a business and organization type of topic. We can do that within something that's relevant to you, and when it's relevant to you and you care about it, you're going to do better. So to the 15,000 course things, I care about what one of those two courses that I'm really pumped up about, and I pick those two and I dive in with rigor and abandon, and that's a much better education than trying to cover all the crap that we cover and we don't remember a thing, because we learn it for the test, we dump it, and then we move on to the next thing. And it's just a horrible model of how we learn, because we as humans, to survive through evolution for billions of years, we're really good at one thing: forgetting. We're really good at forgetting if it's not relevant to us. Like, we're not using it, we lose it. And so school doesn't get that.
So you didn't see this, but I went to Denison before I went to Michigan. And we're this small liberal arts college, and it's all about ROI, whether it's the parent or the student or the adult, and you want ROI, right? You want to make sure, but you don't want rote, robotic, you want thinkers. You want those who are engaged, those who are soulful, you need both. You need the critical thinking skills, and then you need the last mile skills. So Denison's tried to be relevant. We've created majors, global commerce, data analytics, but staying true to the liberal arts tradition. And Adam Weinberg has been on many of as our president, and just wanted to make a plug. I believe liberal arts is still absolutely relevant. The question is, but a lot of other colleges aren't. Let alone, how we reintegrate other people who've just gone off track. That's the other issue. But Al Puchala, I'm going to transition, if I could. As you mosey up here, is there any last question on education? Well, then the last question really is, I give you $1 million or $10 million. Actually, you have one more deal to do. It's closing today. What is it? What is the best deal you have right now in education?
We have ours is dealing with the metaverse, and it's dealing with technology that uses multiple individuals with the AI to collaborate unique skill sets. What you talked about with the IQ, I put the other part of that, the EQ, the emotional quotient of the emotion behind it. And I run a podcast. We've done some 1,300 podcasts, and talked about the innovators out of Silicon Valley, and why is it in the case study that their companies went from big, small to hero size, and it all had to do with their ability to collaborate with many different skill sets together. Innovation happens when you bring the minds of many people with different EQs into the room and get them focused on a singular project, and that's where scale happens with this. So I believe I would look at the metaverse, look at AI technology, and things that will disrupt or transform the industry in those areas.
Excellent. I'll give you 3 really practical things you can invest in today if you're interested. One is called Edgy, which is by an NYU professor here. And what Edgy does is they basically bring, like we're all familiar with Clubhouse. It's basically a clubhouse for high schoolers primarily to take on the topics that we like to talk about and we adults get into that are fun topics, and like Web3 as a topic. And they also use Web3 as kind of giving kids kind of a cryptocurrency as they participate in this community, and they're playing around with DAOs and decentralized autonomous organizations where they'll, if they do more stuff, they get a bigger part of the community, and so they'll be part of the organization that is up for the community. And so he's really innovating with really interesting Web3 technologies, crypto, blockchain, all the kind of buzzwordy stuff. But he's doing it in a format that is just engaging high schoolers in just a kind of next level of engagement, and it's peer-to-peer primarily. So kids are stimulating other kids with what they're interested in, and they find their affinity groups, and they're kind of self-organizing into these really cool affinity groups, much like Clubhouse does at the adult level, except this guy is kind of using more interesting Web 3.0 technologies, and he is doing it with kids that are younger than adults. So that's one. The metaverse. There's a thing called Creator City right now, kind of in the very early stages, that's taking, Facebook's all its $1 billion investments in the metaverse, and it's doing some really simple stuff that simulates real stuff. So again, context engulfs the mind. So when you're in a context, you learn a lot more effectively. You have this presence where you feel like you're there. It's like a real experience that brings your emotions, brings your whole intuitive processing to bear, and your EQ type of processing to bear. And it's helping you kind of learn how to do, if anyone's heard of the Kerbal kind of space simulation, it's kind of like an mass market on-ramp to do really cool stuff with space engineering and to follow SpaceX and Blue Sky and all the billionaires' kind of space adventures. You get to do your own type of stuff and do your own engineering and stuff. You get to design your own metaverses with tools like SketchUp. And
Don, quick question: Are you around? So 4:30, we're gonna have breakouts.
Yeah.
You're around for the breakouts. You're around for the wine.
I can be, yes.
Please do. So let's continue.
Okay.
This is
Anyhow,
this
there's
is,
lots
this
of
is
really
great.
good examples. I can give you very specific companies. At the later stage growth thing, there's a company called Degreed in the corporate training space, which is really interesting, and they're already a unicorn, but they haven't gone public yet. So there's opportunities on all fronts across the entire spectrum.
And wouldn't it be perfect if these companies were in an opportunity zone? And we have a couple. We had an event in our first fall conference this time of year, 2018. Pretty sure this is when we first talked about opportunity zones. And I remember, you know Raymore and Flanagan? The family behind Raymore and Flanagan was in the room. They didn't even know what an opportunity. By the end of the session, they found out that 50% of their locations were operating in an opportunity zone. We were all trying to figure out how to interpret. But you've been a pioneer in this space, Al Puhala, and you were going on our road shows, helping us understand it when we didn't even have all the extra regulatory clarifications. So I'm glad you're back with us.
Thanks,
so
Mark.
First, thanks to our education panelists. Alan, you did a great job for your first panel. You're welcome back. Don, you're the man. Over to you, Al.
Great, thank you, Mark. Can everyone hear me? Good. So again, I'm Al Puhala. I'm CEO of Capstone Impact Investments. We are an opportunity zone in Norwalk, Connecticut, and we are, think of us as the sponsor. We help other people set up funds, and we manage those funds. I want to say thank you to Mark for inviting me. I am cognizant that I'm probably one of your last speakers before cocktail hour. No? Okay, so I still will rush along, but I will try to jazz up the few comments I give to you. So we're going to talk about that three-letter word that ends in X, that everyone thinks about all the time. Yeah, and that's tax. And we're going to be talking about tax for a minute, because opportunity zones are based on tax policy. And tax predates money. The feudal lords in England, versus getting tired of picking up pigs and chickens, they start picking up little pieces of silver and other metal for money. So tax is the basic force that drives any kind of change a government wants, positive, negative. And opportunity zones are just a tax policy. You have to think of it that way. What's different today than 3 years ago when I was running around with Mark around the country talking about opportunity zones, it's now potentially, and this is my premise, not just the best ESG scalable investment strategy, potentially the only one in America and possibly the world. The reason being, it's measurable and it's scalable. And so let me make my thesis. So stepping back, ESG is one mega trend we all know about. Infrastructure, another mega trend based on what's happening in Washington today with the bills. And I would say tax policy and opportunity zones the third. So think of it like a particle accelerator. These three sets of protons are circling, and they're going to collide in the next few months, year or two. And how are they going to collide in my view? Number one, ESG is now not just something you can talk about. If you disclose on your SEC documents an incorrect ESG approach, you get in trouble. The SEC will either punish you or potentially very much punish you. Number two, ESG is hard to do in the public markets. The negative screens of which stock actually makes it or not is very subjective. Number two, even if you're right, in 3 months when the next Q comes out, you may be wrong. The company went into another area. So the public markets, even though large and liquid, are not a good platform for ESG investing. It's the private markets. But to scale the private markets, you need to have a strategy and you need to have the ability to put a lot of money to work. So ESG has a huge tailwind, but it's going to be very hard to implement. So let's put that aside. The second point, infrastructure. Infrastructure since Eisenhower has never had the kind of focus this administration is focused on. You see Secretary Buttigieg saying infrastructure is not just building things, but it's correcting racial injustices, right? Highways went through communities that were bifurcated. We have environmental disasters based on infrastructure. So you're going to see infrastructure now within the ESG frame, but trillions of dollars in the next few years going out. So the second set of protons running around the particle accelerator. And now let's get to opportunity zones. Opportunity zones are the culmination of a bipartisan effort that now after 4 years, it's showtime. What happened? Two economists, as a thought experiment, wrote an article, let's solve poverty through location-based subsidies. Not how Americans do it. Americans basically subsidize on the type of person you are. Are you homeless? Do you need Head Start? We're going to subsidize you. We're going to write you a grant or help you. Or by sector, solar ITC credits, housing light tech credits. We don't do location-based subsidies by and large. Sometimes a local, downtown community would. Opportunities zones are that. It's a census tract. It's a polygon that if you're on this side of the street, you get the benefit, this side you don't. Different way of thinking, hard for people to get their heads around. Now, what are opportunity zones? They are basically 10% of America. 35 million people live in them. The footprint's about 10% of America, and anything goes. So what we have done at Capstone is create a firm that ourselves we invest in, but we help everyone else invest the way they want. If they want to come into a vintage 2021 fund, we can do that. If they want to come into a deal, they can do that. If they want their own SMA, we can set that up for them. Any sector, anywhere in the country. A different approach from traditional fund management. And number two, it's measurable. The two best data sources in America drive opportunity zones uniquely. One is based on the US Constitution. It's called the census every 10 years. The enumeration clause, Article 1, Section 2. So now you have data that's centuries old, updated every 10 years, measuring outcomes of poverty rates, incomes, what's going on, driving, okay, what has happened with this zone versus that zone. The US Census is supporting the Opportunity Zone program. And number two, tax filing information. You go to jail if you lie to the IRS, as you should. So that is driving what actually happens. So those two sources come together to prove what was the social impact, what was the S in ESG. And we ourselves at Capstone also do the E correctly. We're working on solar and clean data centers and wind and operating companies. But you will see so much happening with opportunity zones, I believe, over the next few years. It will make such a difference because it brings the public and private together. It brings it across sectors. And we think it has a holistic solution for these communities. I'll stop.
Well, so one of our companies, I don't know where I should be. Should I stand over here? Manus Bio. By the way, we're talking about it's a synthetic bio. Actually, bigger picture. I'm a big optimist for the world, particularly America, because technology is going to keep solving issues. And they have a synthetic bio. They create a molecule that will cure malaria. That's a stevia that tastes better than sugar. Imagine that. Better for you. Who likes stevia, right? No, it's better for you. It's in an opportunity zone in Augusta, Georgia. We might do 15, 30x. It's really good for Augusta, Georgia. But but no one's banking on it because we just don't know if we can comply all the way to the end. We're all worried about change of administrations, interpretations, and I want Chicago South Side. It's a whole opportunity zone. Accelerators, setting. Can we do this not just for real estate? Can we really do it for our venture companies where it needs to happen?
Yes. I mean, the answer is yes, yes, and yes. So what we do as a service, Capstone Analytics is one of my companies. Remember, I'm a fund in Norwalk, Connecticut. I have companies below me as investments. One is Capstone Analytics. We help anyone else, any investor, any company, any law firm, any accounting firm comply. Follow the 544 pages of tax regs. So we as a service will do that. The good news is, if you're in the zone, it's not that hard. It's how you pay your people and what your balance sheet looks like. So if you want to comply, the IRS has given you unbelievably clear guidance and safe harbors and examples. It's different than it was 3 years ago when it was a new law. No one knew about it. It was only about real estate. Today it's completely different. And Jared Bernstein, who's the current member of the Council on Economic Advisors for the President, he actually helped create the program when he was the Vice President's advisor. This is bipartisan. It's actually an Obama program.
Fair. Any question? John, go ahead.
So we did a lot of research on opportunity zones, and you were talking about venture. And two questions. One, I know different states can kind of tweak it a little bit. Is that correct?
No. They can comply and conform their state capital gains to the feds, But the federal break has nothing to do with the state, either approvals or even, there's no disclosure owed to the state.
Okay. And then the second, we were told, and it was a little gray, that if you bring in money into an opportunity zone through an opportunity fund, it's got to hold for 10 years. You get all the tax benefits if everybody holds. But the question is, 80% of the assets of the company have to be in that opportunity zone or not necessarily?
That's not the case, but you're close. So think of it this way. Tax is a box. I didn't do that great in law school, but I did get an A from Marty Ginsburg, Ruth's husband, in tax at Georgetown. So that's my one claim to fame. I think the only A I ever got in law school. So I'm a tax geek. That's what I think about. Tax is a box. You just have to follow the rules and check the boxes. So the 3 boxes are you an investor with a good gain, short-term, long-term, you can be a corporation or a person, within 180 days, put it into a fund. Your fund, someone else's fund, commingled, single, it doesn't matter. If you don't use it, you'll lose it forever. So that's why this is it's a rolling set of gains. If you control the exit and you have the money, 180 days, you have to make a decision. If you don't invest it, you've made that decision not to use it. Now, once the fund gets the money, let's say you give it to my fund, to Goldman Sachs's fund, or about a couple thousand funds now out there, that fund only has one rule, really, big rule. 90% of its assets have to be in good property, which is the lowest and 3rd row down. So what is good property? Directly held, a piece of land or inventory, or so that's where there is some slippage, but you have to structure correctly, and you can't go directly into a business with your gain. The other rule is half your payroll has to be paid to people in one or more zones, either by hours or aggregate dollar payroll. If you follow those 2 main rules, you're pretty good. So, and we organize that whole solution for any investor or any company. Any other questions? I'm happy to move us toward cocktail hour soon.
I'll be right there.
Oh, sorry, Mark. Okay, yeah, yes, sir.
Is there an online map to see the zones?
There is. So the IRS, I mean, I'm a student of good government. The IRS did a phenomenal job with this program. They took a 15-page law that was aspirational, that was stuffed into the tax bill in 2017, and they wrote such clear guidance to have you get it done right. One of the things, they do have a map on the IRS frequently asked questions. If you go to our website at capzoneimpactinvestments.com, we have an interactive map. You just have to put in the address, and if you're green, you're good. If you're not, you're not. So you can just, happy to have that circulated. But we'd like to have everyone have the information so that they can decide. The first step is, am I in the zone? And the second step, do I structure my investment to be compliant? You're tested every 6 months over the 10 years. The good news is, if you put $1 in a fund, you don't pay tax on that dollar for 5 years, time value of money for your 20 cents or more. You take 10% off that tax, so you pay 18 cents, not 20. So on your old gain, you're already getting benefits, right? Time value of money and abatement. And the dollar that goes into the investment, after 10 years, you can take it out earlier, you just don't get the forward break. After 10 years, any gain on that dollar is tax-free. The dollar hits a triple, $2 tax-free. The dollar hits Google, $1,000 tax-free. You control everything, no approvals, unlimited. It's a different way of investing.
Al, you're around for the breakouts. Breakouts are going to start at 4:30.
Yeah, exactly. I'm happy to.
We have 2 more panels. By the way, does a bulldog beat a wildcat, or does a wildcat beat a bulldog? Heath Bulldogs, Newark Wildcats.
That's right. We're both from the same little town in Ohio, and it's surprising how, you know, it's and it's in a zone, by the way. Heath
There are
is.
a lot of zones around there. We're the 80s and 90s were not good to our town.
No.
But I'm glad we could
Well, thank you for
reconnect.
having me, Mark. Thank you.
Cheers. All right, we got 2 more panels. Instead of breakouts, and then we get together for wine, maybe even more ping pong. You never know. Speaking of ping pong, 11-point games don't count, but John did win last night. Eddie's undefeated, but did not have a 21-point singles game. Yeah, smart move. Rich Nespula, if he he hears me in the other room, who runs a Better For You. It's a venture debt fund for the food and beverage industry. So this is the ag, food and beverage, and I know, John, you have applications in industrials, but let's talk about potatoes today, and actually, Eddie, this whole, you invest in all these verticals. So maybe by way of, maybe you kick it off, introduce Virtue Capital and how you're set up. And you also do it a little differently because you're investing in Don's fund. You're investing in Julia's fund. So you're a fund investor as well as directs. Go right ahead.
Yes, essentially take every fifth person of the room and I give them some money to play with. It's a very simple model.
Well, it's a special room though, right?
Spray and pray.
I like to think.
No, so Virtue Capital Fund, we started, Rich, Sobel, the better looking half, and me, started earlier this year, is an impact venture fund that aims to invest in 5 verticals. And ag tech is one of them, health tech is one of them, education tech is one of them. We invest small. We invested a ticket in Don's fund, who just saw, who was in education. Cannabis is one of them, and climate change is one of them. So I think we've hit all of them over the last couple of days. That's why you see me sometimes too often. It's not my fault, it's Mark's fault. We aim to invest in late seed stage through Series B. So we do want a demonstrated product market fit for our companies to take sort of some of the risk out of there and retain some of the upside. We started a little earlier than Series A typically because we see a lot of value creation early on. And each different vertical has a different subset of benefits that inure to society. We want a double bottom line approach, so not concessionary on returns, but in climate change, that's CO2 reduction. And in healthcare, there can be many things, but probably patient outcomes and better access is one of them. And we look for very strong managers, leaders, visionaries, strong teams, and a tech differentiable edge that can scale relatively easily with increasing returns. And we invest tickets between sort of $1 million and $3 million. So that's sort of more or less the fund in a nutshell. We do have a capacity to invest in managers that have extraordinary access to early stage deals. So Don Burton, for example, in LearnStart, Julia Monfrini in Pace Capital, that can provide us with excellent vetting capabilities and excellent deal flow access, because we can't possibly be credible deep domain expert in five sectors, even though we wear appropriate clothing for that. And that's all. I'll leave it at that and have John take it away.
Thanks, Eddie. I apologize if any of this is repetitive from yesterday. My name's John Coppolino. I'm one of the founders of Tigris, a solutions-oriented specialty chemical company. And our companies, we're very blessed, and we have a very simple model. We manufacture a safer acid, which would be a low pH acid, and a safer alkaline, which would be a high pH, 13 or 14. And our business model is to look to replace hazardous chemicals with a safer alternative by licensing that technology to leading brands and leading companies in specific industries to help them become more sustainable. And if we've been paying attention for the last 48 hours, impact and sustainability is a big focus, not only of this conference, but of every company in America and around the world. If you go to their website, you'll see a little tab that says sustainability. Now, you do have to be careful because everyone defines it differently. So you have to look at what that company's definition is of sustainability. But what we bring to the table is the ability to, in many cases, eliminate a hazardous chemical. So yesterday we talked a little bit about cleaning. Today we're more focused on ag tech and food tech. And we have really interesting applications in both that also have significant impact. One is our product can work as a wash. So I grew up in the food industry 20 years. I've been in hundreds of plants. And when raw materials come into the back end of a food manufacturing facility, they have to be cleaned and disinfected. Typically, they use a Clorox bath or some type of bleach to clean the celery or the potatoes or whatever that raw material is that could have bacteria on it. We can replace that with a more sustainable solution, and most importantly, we can extend the life of the product. So when you think of the impact, you know, one of the companies we've had some initial conversations with is the Food Corporation of India. They're the largest distributor of food, of grains and fruits and vegetables in the world to the poorest people in India. And the premise is if we can extend the life of the product a day or 2 days or 3 days, more people get fed. And that's as basic as it gets. Now, from the other side, we're working with a company called Eagle Eye, which is a large potato grower, and they were looking to extend the shelf life of a fresh cut potato so that they could distribute it across the country because it only had about a 15 to 20 day shelf life. Through about 6 months of testing, we were able to extend their shelf life to 40 days, and now they have the first fresh cut French fry that'll be distributed in 63 U.S. foods distribution centers under a private label, which is very unusual for U.S. Foods or Cisco to just blast out a private label and force distribution. But you got to think about the French fry industry, frozen is billions of dollars. So if you can change from frozen to refrigerated, the impact in the environment is significant because, number one, you're going to lower your cost of transportation. You're going to lower your cost of storage. And then you're going to lower your energy cost. And what does that do when you lower energy cost? Lowers carbon footprint. Yeah, you're lowering carbon footprint. And by the way, the French fry tastes better. Can't lose that. So we've done it in potatoes. We've now tested apples, green romaine lettuce. Oh, everybody's gone into a supermarket and bought that chopped up lettuce, and you have to look at the bottom to make sure it's not brown. So there's applications all through the food side of extending shelf life, which is really exciting for us. Second, on the crop side, we just finished completing testing on about 30,000 acres. I think it was 15,000 of just soybeans 2 years ago. And we saw a 13% yield increase, crop increase in soybeans, working directly with the farmers, mostly in Michigan, with some of the top farmers in Michigan. So they're getting a 5-to-1 on their return. If they give me $100, they're making $500. And all they're doing is they're adding our soil amendment, which is acid-based, to whatever they're using to get whatever they need to get on the crops, whether it's the pesticide or fertilizers. And what our product does is it maximizes the nutrients in the soil, and it just helps the plant grow healthier and bigger. And we've done 13 crops in probably 7 states. We went direct first to prove concept, and now we're signing up distributors, but we're also looking for global partners around the world because this has significant impact on the ag tech space. And our business model is to license our technology. So we're kind of a lean and mean business model. We don't need to go get 140 salespeople. We license our technology to the second largest cleaning company in the food industry called AFCO, and they compete with Ecolab's cleaning food plants. Conagra's their biggest customer. They have the 140 salespeople. So we just need to help them reformulate their products so that they can then take it to their sales force. So that's kind of on the food and beverage side.
All right, this is on. It is. So we're going to make this a little more interactive than just me talking to you. So by show of hands for everyone in the room, who is invested in real estate? Commercial, multifamily, whatever it is. Okay, great. How many of you ventured in venture capital? How many of you invested in private equity? How many of you were invested in crypto? How many of you were invested in a consumer brand? That's pretty good, actually. That's an index higher. How many of you invested in a consumer brand through credit? Well, you cheating, because you're with me. So how many? Like 2? Okay. So what we effectively do at BFY is a strategy that our family launched is specialty credit for consumer brands. specifically within food, beverage, beauty, and pet. And the reason why we did that was a couple of reasons. As you finance these companies, they're capital intensive. These are brands that we want to share with our friends, our families, depending upon how good you are with a friend or not. But these are things that are in our lives every day, right? Everyone eats, we all kind of shower, hopefully some more than others. But effectively, there's been a big trend. I think, one of the speakers earlier talked about this triple upshift, right? This kind of notion of alignment of values, alignment of sustainability, alignment of a conscientious consumer who's making decisions, purchase decisions based upon an affinity for what's better for them from a health and wellness perspective, what's better for the environment, and what's better for society from a fair and equitable standpoint. And brands that adhere to that typically show a much stronger brand affinity and relationship and performance, right? The problem is building a brand is really expensive, right? And unfortunately, the capital solutions that are available to them are bifurcated, either between equity financing, which most of us are exposed to, or lines of credit to support inventory and receivables, right? Either through factoring or lines of credit. No one has really kind of doubled or tripled down on this idea of providing these companies with venture debt, which you would normally see across Silicon Valley Bank and Square One and WTI and Comerica and Triple Point for more established middle market players, one, or two, investing really where the sponsor is with Andreessen or Excel or someone else, right, as the sponsor backing it. And we kind of ran the numbers from an impact standpoint for our family. We were looking for a way that we could touch everyone's lives for the products that we invested in, that you would walk down a Whole Foods or a King Cullen or a Publix or H-E-B, wherever you were in the country, and have an impact by consuming those brands that we back, number one. So there was an immediate affinity. Number two, we were making sure that the founders who spent years building these brands were not getting killed on the cap table. This is a long cycle. If you're in the equity, this is like a 15-year journey to build something of substance, unless you can really kind of catch lightning in a bottle. So you spend all this time and effort building this incredible product that hundreds of thousands and millions of people enjoy, and if you're fortunate enough to get an exit, you get virtually nothing in return, either as the founder, because you're layered by the preference stack, or as the early investor, friends and family, because you're layered by the preference stack, right? So you're absolutely screwed for the risk that you take. So we said, that kind of sucks, right? Why should I be in a situation of being in a brand, but I get no return, outside of just feeling good about creating something that people enjoy? So what we set out to do was kind of reset the table and say, look, founders, passionate people that are introducing these great brands for us that we consume every day should have a greater share of the upside. That's number one. The second part is, if you're an investor in these companies in the equity, you're getting absolutely slaughtered, right? It's a 15-year cycle typically. If you're investing in debt, we typically have a 4-year term, you can basically turn over our capital 3 times, fund 3 separate businesses, which is much more advantaged, right? And the last part was, it gave us something that was tangible to share with our, our families, right? So I've got 3 kids. I've got an 11-year-old, an 8-year-old, and a soon-to-be 6-year-old. I can't explain like Internet of Things technology or cryptography to them or blockchain, but I can share with them a gluten-free cookie, right? And tell the founder journey about how they had maybe a celiac disease or they had some other type of autoimmune deficiency that they were trying to address through food, because we're very big believers that food is medicine, right? It's a way to kind of offset diabetes and heart disease and all these things. These are simple habits that we can have a part of everyone's lives every day, but also too, we can be evangelical about them, right? So, I kind of go back to this premise of you don't always have to play by the same rules. Sometimes you have to invent them, right? So we got kind of sick and tired as a family office looking at the same types of investment strategies from the same managers and the same private equity firms for the wirehouses that our family's a part of. And through our own family office, we said, look, we can have an impact. We're going to get a great kind of risk-adjusted return. We can interact with these products every single day. And on top of it, right, we've effectively run kind of a syndication strategy for years. We get to work with other families that really kind of value the types of brands that we're backing in a really thoughtful and constructive way, right? So for us and for what you're doing, the impact orientation is how can I affect as many people as possible, right? That's not going to have a 10, 15, 20-year kind of life cycle that I have to see the fruits of my labor. I can see it in the spins and IRI and data reports that I get every couple of weeks about how our brands perform as they expand their distribution, they expand their velocity, I can see how much they're promoting their sales or not. So it becomes an asset class that most people don't have a lot of exposure to, but ironically, we consume these products every single day. So anyway, that's what we've been doing at BFY Capital on behalf of our family. We've been running Working Lab Capital for the better part of 7 years, investing opportunistically, and this is a strategy that we're spending the majority of our time on. So anyway.
I'd like to chime in here. Rich, you're almost underselling yourself. Rich is when I invested a small check in one of his strategies, like the Billy Bean of the food sector, right? He has an unfair advantage through all the spins and IRI data, and he underwrites stuff based on much more sophisticated metrics than banks can do on the debt side, and much smarter than equity players can do on the equity side. So that was the sort of the one paragraph sale, and he said, well, that makes sense. And then I showed it with the one asset we were looking at. It makes a lot of sense to do it if you do it and go deep in it. I like when investing in private debt, you really want to be part of somebody who just owns a vertical and has a sort of an unfair advantage based on the data they collect and the wisdom they garnered over time and the mistakes they make over time. Obviously, you do that too. You learn from that, and that's what Rich for me is.
I love that. Unfair advantages, the edges and all that. That's what we're all establishing. So if you know other managers with an unfair advantage or an edge, bring them into the flock. Is the food and beverage impact, and you've got something really interesting, and I wouldn't let you walk out the door until and you might have to show it to everybody. So of the five verticals, there's one that's not here, which is cannabis. But here's an impact.
Unfair disadvantage, I think.
So is it really good to smoke and vape cannabis when you could do something like this?
Appreciate the question. Pleasure to be with everyone today. I'm fresh in from California, where beginning this year we launched Alt. And tell you a bit about Alt. Alt is an alternative to smoking. It is an alternative to drinking alcohol. It is really an alternative way of consuming, and we stand for an alternative lifestyle. These products that we've initially introduced in the California market are 5 and 10 milligram beverage enhancers that are backed by a proprietary nanotechnology. To break that down simply, we break down the particle size of cannabis into nanoparticles. That allows for much greater bioavailability of the plant. It allows for a 5 to 15 minute onset. The medicine bypasses the blood-brain barrier, the liver, creating those immediate effects. It allows for a very controlled experience and a very controlled 2 to 3 hour offset. And so with Alt and these initial SKUs, we're really empowering the consumer to create their own cannabis experience, to decide exactly how many milligrams they want, to put it into their beverage of choice, and to build their euphoria until they find that sweet spot. With the tech, we're able to wholesale white label, to move into creating beverages for other companies, creating edible products. We can do topicals as well. And the power really is in the technology with respect to efficacy and with respect to consistency of effects. We're live in California. We are moving into the UK and Germany with Grow Pharma, a deal that Anon, who probably most of you know, orchestrated. And we're looking at another very interesting international play in Israel. And so just getting started, but we certainly believe that a cannabis beverage is the future of the space. That's going to be the biggest category. The why, beverage, food, it's how we most consistently connect across all cultures. And it's a very small category at this point in time, but as the new and emerging consumer rises, we see them gravitating heavily towards ingestibles. And you can't really have a social experience with a gummy, but you certainly can with cannabis beverage. And so that's why we deliver these products, and that's where we expect the market to go in the years ahead. Thank you.
All right, so this is the Ag Food and Beverage. Any questions for what you've heard so far? All super clear? You're nodding your head up and down. Any questions whatsoever? Oh, Sam, yell until I get there.
So on the alt beverage, I've tried it. I think the impact is outstanding. The flavoring seems to be just, there's a lot of flavor to it. Have you thought about making it like a little bit either more neutral to like a non-flavor, or like other options on the flavoring? And there's a group called Cannabistry Labs in Chicago that does flavorings for beverages if you'd want an introduction.
Can someone give? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so with this particular formulation, we have designed it to be as neutral in flavor as possible. There are some bitter blockers, there's some natural sweeteners, and we did want this to be flavor neutral so that it can adapt to most beverages. Certainly there's flavor profiles that it combines better with. So as an example, juices, anything with citrus, it's going to combine very well with beer, which we can't promote, alcoholic drinks, which we don't promote, coffee, flavored sparkling waters. And so one of our biggest challenges is, given the form factor, the 5 ml form factor, you don't have a lot of real estate to work with flavoring. And so one thing I like to help people understand is that the cannabis beverages in market, they're designed, the entire beverage, 6, 8, 12 ounces around this. And so the idea of this, again, is to create your own beverage. We are moving these products to live material, so live resin, live rosin. And what that allows for is naturally a more neutral finished product before masking and before flavor work. It also brings forward a lot of the terpene profiles. And so our next wave of products will naturally be more neutral, and then with the flavor work, be even more so. So we've certainly taken note to that. It's not recommended there.
All right, you guys can get a room on this flavoring thing. What other questions do we have? Any other questions? By the way, I'm just, as anecdotal, this is very popular with wives. Just, I happen to know that. Your product, that is. Other questions? Well, to me, this is the most. Oh, go ahead.
So for debt investments, what's your criteria? For debt investments, so what's your criteria? What stage companies need to be?
Typically, it's
Thanks.
capital. They have anywhere from, call it, 15 up to 50 million in revenue, where equity is still really expensive. They can't get access to structured credit, and debt financing is really just still limited to ABLs. So that's kind of the inflection point where we think there's good enterprise value for us to make the loan. We have a good amount of security and cushion. We're a secured lender. These are not unsecured loans, and they can also afford the debt service, right? So there's a good kind of trade-off between the way that we structure, where you have to be a larger size company, and then per Eddie's point earlier, I mean, we're a bunch of data wonks. So we did a proprietary study with Spins and IRI, which is a point of sale data aggregator, and you basically find that brands that are below 5 million, we call it the valley of death, right? So they have a high failure rate. So we typically invest in companies at a minimum of like 7.5 to 10 million as the earliest stage, with a more aggressive type of secured product that we have. And then for companies that are later stage, we can typically do like bridge to exit financings, et cetera. So I would say anywhere, it's a wide swath, which is what we like, because it gives a lot of different companies to finance based upon their circumstances. Mark's not here anymore, so any other questions for anyone else up here? There's Mark. All right, you have $1 million. Deals club, it's like 5 deals. It's closing tonight. Where are you investing? It can't be our own stuff? Yeah. I mean, I'll be selfish. I mean, we're doing this as a family. We put several $1 million to work in our own strategy, so I would continue to plow money back into what we're doing. So we're continually building a fintech company called BFY Capital. We've been financing it on our own balance sheet and in syndication with a couple other families. So I continue to kind of bet on myself and the team that we put together.
Fast tracking new SKUs in California, scale in California, fast tracking UK and Germany opportunities in addition to Israel.
Don't say you're going to put it to Virtue Capital.
Not. Obviously, I will. We're really looking into a circular economy as part of the solution to a lot of ag tech problems. So, for example, we're looking right now at a recovered carbon black play. Obviously, a massive issue with tires and reusing of tires. And nobody has yet broken through. We believe we have a company that has solved the formula, at least to a certain extent. While everybody has pledged, almost like the COP26 pledge, all the Pirellis of this world have pledged by 2050 to have a substantial amount of their tires be from recovered carbon black. And so we think that's going to be a massive industry, and to the extent we found a solution, I would invest everything in that.
So that's the next co-invest we're going to look at? Yeah, cool. You have 5 verticals. Maybe which vertical you're excited about?
I'm going to invest in the venture debt over on the right. I'm investing in venture debt. So, ag tech and food tech, for anyone who's invested in those sectors, they're super hot right now, especially food tech. So, I would always look at the food tech space right now to see what's the new innovation that's going to drive the next wave of where food tech's going. And whether it's our company or another company in the food tech space, if you can see where they're bringing a value proposition that makes sense and the margins are right, you can have a good long-term strategy. So I love both of the spaces.
You're going to stick around for the breakouts?
I got to do a presentation.
And then you're going to come back and play ping pong?
I'll be back. Yeah, I'll be back.
Some more closing comments. Like a lot of technologies in ag, and I think John has mentioned a lot of it. That there's been a tremendous underinvestment in ag over the last decades, actually, since inception. It's the largest $7 trillion marketplace. And so right now, it's all trying to catch up. So ag, VC, bankable, investable assets have doubled over the last 5 years and going to double again over the next 5 years. And it's necessary. So, for example, if you look at the soil, right now, 90% of the lettuce is grown in Arizona and California. That will stop to exist. A large part of that market will simply not be there over the next 30 years because it becomes unarable land. Soil will deplete, climate disruptions will take place. And so outdoor ag will have to be replaced with an alternative, indoor ag. And so it's exciting to work on sort of things that we take for granted as buying lettuce on the shelf, that we be produced in a completely novel manner, hopefully more cost efficient, hopefully with less waste, hopefully with less energy used. I think that's extremely excited to work on those type of systems, where as a consumer you might not notice and might not care, but it's important.
And we got to move on to health. And what's great is when you grow up, and when these babies grow up, they can accelerate with non-dilutive capital from our friend over there, Rich. And you're sort of you're getting grown up too. So that's what I love when our community can interconnect like that. Just full disclosure, if they're not, they're sort of our clients. A lot of people in this room are clients. So, but we've done diligence on them. We're excited about them. So, awesome, beautiful. Now, thank you. Now, we're going to talk about healthcare, health tech, and we're going to include water in that with Ari Kaufman and Julia. I can't even remember who's on the health and health innovation. Eddie you got to step back up because you're part of health. I know you don't have to say a lot. Let Julia up. Yeah, get some water. In fact, as we settle it up, Julie, why don't you kick us off with your here? You can take my. And that doesn't work. end of 2 days, batteries are, that you take my mic. Why don't you kick us off, and then Arian. And yeah, take a stool.
It's a fireside chat. So we are the last panel. We are the obstacle to the breakout rooms and the wine. So I'm going to do a quick sense check in the room. I do healthcare tech investments in the Midwest. I'm based in Chicago. How many of you would position the Midwest as a healthcare epicenter? Show of hands. Thank you, Mark. So actually, the Midwest is the hotbed of the healthcare industry in the US. And as my French accent will tell, being an outsider, I love data, I look at data. So let's look at data. If you take the FTSE 500 companies and you look at the healthcare names in there, it's about 100 names. A third of them are headquartered, drivable distance from Chicago. A third of them. So if you are a healthcare tech company, a startup, trying to break through a $3.6 trillion industry, which is primarily driven by payers, hospitals, distributors, pharmacies, consumers at best will pay out of pocket 5 to 7% of the healthcare size. So healthcare tech has to be next to its customers, and its customers are in the Midwest. Yet, if we look at early stage healthcare tech funding last year for the entire Midwest, it was less than 7%. So that creates a huge opportunity to drive investments behind well-positioned companies that are close to their customers. And there's talent and a great university, so the quality of innovation is really high. Just wanted to kick us off a little bit on what we do at Pace Healthcare Capital. My background, I have spent 12 of the last 16 years investing in healthcare. The bulk of my career was in private equity, where I have invested over $1 billion of capital with great returns. So I used to fly to the Midwest all the time for my private equity deals, only to find out how much early stage there is. Before I pass on to my co-panelists tonight, I'd like to add a note. We think of healthcare as a priority area for impact investments. But all healthcare deals aren't always impact oriented. So how do we think about driving impact in the space? And it comes down to 3 pillars. One is, how do we drive patient outcomes? How do we actually improve patients' health? The second is, how do we decrease cost? How do we make it more accessible? How do we treat more people with less resources? And the last one is, how do we expand access? In this country, still 10% of the population does not have healthcare insurance, pays out of pocket. That creates a barrier to access. There are also telecom deserts where people cannot actually access telemedicine. So these are the 3 pillars behind which we invest, and we will filter opportunities through that scorecard. And I was really energized by seeing today just how much energy there is to drive impact on causes as noble as human trafficking, prison education. Healthcare should be the next place to look into. We really have a lot to talk about. I'll stop there, move on.
Hi, my name is Ari Kaufman. I introduced myself yesterday, but I'll just quickly say I'm the CEO of a startup called Spout. We've got a product that measures and detects lead in drinking water in the home. I'm not here to talk about that, obviously. One of the things about impact tech, if you will, is the breakdown and the ability to prove the impact. And I think that's sort of one of the real fundamental flaws that's coming out of innovation. People know what a DALI is? Disability, sorry, I always forget the actual word. Disability adjusted life years. So the idea is, like for what I do is the impact of people drinking water with lead, right? So all the things that lead does to people, whether it's brain damage or heart or liver or kidney, all the things. So when you take all together the things that happen from people that ingest lead around the world, 24 million years are lost of life. Right? That's a DALI. So when you try to think about impact, what is my company trying to do? We're trying to eliminate 24 million years a year in lost life. And so that's where we take, so if we can eliminate lead in drinking water, how many heart attacks do we prevent? How many developing brains can we help? And that's not just brain damage, that's ADD, that's all the things that are resulting from lead. But you can actually draw together the DALI that you're saving. And so that's one of the things that we're trying to do, not just say we're removing lead service lines, but it's, 68% of the intellectual disability that's happening around the world is related to the ingestion of lead. So that's one of the things that we're trying to do for family funds and for the investors, to show the impact is much greater than just saving 22 million kids, but it's saving, millions and tens of millions of lives a year from all the ancillary impacts that something has. And I think that's a fundamental flaw that impact tech is not getting challenged to do. It's not getting challenged by investors, by family funds, and saying, well, show me my impact. Give me quantitative understanding so I can go back to my family and say, this is what we did. This is what we're doing. And I think it's a flaw. So anyway.
Great. Hello, everyone. I'm Mark Appel, the CEO of Orange Grove Bio. I'm not going to tell you a lot about my business today, because I think most of you are here trying to learn more broadly about perhaps the healthcare industry or ways you might think about investing. Instead, I'll sort of help to dispel kind of two myths, and I think one of them builds well upon a point made just a minute ago by one of my co-panelists. The first one is that opportunity in healthcare resides mostly in the coasts and probably disproportionately in Boston and San Francisco. And I think it's a great point that most of the large healthcare companies in this country are actually located in the middle of the country between the coasts. I think it kind of speaks to the fact that there's a lot going on that maybe is drifting under the radar of most of the venture capital industry, most of the family offices, and actually prices are lower, returns are higher on those opportunities in the middle of the country, just as a general rule. If you look across all of PitchBook and you compare the data, it's pretty stark contrast. Additionally, just in terms of the amount of research dollars spent, right? Where does the NIH put most of its money? There's a far more big research institutions between the coasts than there are on the coasts. And so actually more of your research dollars, all of our taxpayer dollars, are going to research in the middle of the country. Most of that actually is spent on drug and device development. And so if you're thinking about where can you actually invest in stuff at a lower price, have a greater impact, you're probably going to do it, be wise to at least spend some time thinking between the coasts. And that's one of the reasons actually our firm has spent a lot of time looking at opportunities in the middle of the country. A second myth that I kind of wanted to dispel, really is close to my heart, because I spend most of my time investing in the therapeutics world and building opportunities in the drug development world. And that's that drug development is inherently super high risk and takes an extremely long time, and as a result, you can never make money in it, right? I think that historically, there was a time where that was the case. If you had to go ahead and invest in something kind of out of an academic lab, and you were going to go and build that thing up and develop that drug all the way until it got to patients in the market, you were talking about a 15-year timeline. I'd say, outside of maybe the bravest of investors, that was a very hard thing to do, and it was a binary outcome at the end of the day, and that's something that a lot of people had a hard time embracing. The biotech community has matured a lot. And I think there's really two big changes. One is the fact that you can actually select what stage of drug development you want to invest in. So there's a strategy which inherently is becoming much more common in the biotech industry to invest in early and get out early. And that's actually very, very helpful because it means you're able to take on certain stages of risk, but not take on the risk of the full drug development cycle. That's why a lot of biotech venture funds have gotten significant outperformance, really, of most other types of investing over the past decade. There's really been this shift where you can get in early, you can actually exit to the public markets at a very early stage. Tied to all of that is the fact that if you position yourself in the correct way, in the right stages, and in the right types of drug development, you could also minimize risk. You could also invest in what are called platform plays, and that was something that was not really an area of being able to invest in drugs historically. You would invest in one product, it would work or it wouldn't work. Now there's an idea of, can I invest in an area of science that has multiple potential pathways to market, and if one piece of that fails, many of the other pieces may still be successful, and usually there's some underlying science that's pretty well established that kind of de-risks it. And so you're seeing a big transition in the biotech industry from what I would call high risk, long time frame binary outcomes to you kind of pick where you play, and you can actually do quite well by selecting where you play in the industry. Where we've chosen to play, just quickly give the view as to what Orange Grove is, and we're essentially at that earliest stage of development. So we've chosen to focus on programs coming out of academia and developing them through what's called preclinical development and into early clinical development. I will tell you, late preclinical development has about a 70% chance of succeeding. Most of the risks there are manufacturing. It's not actually the drug risks that we normally associate with drug development. Phase 1 trials have about a 60-something% success rate as well. These are just really across the whole industry. So you multiply those together, your success rates are actually pretty high as long as you aren't staying for those later stages of drug development and you aren't getting involved in essentially quote-unquote academic research that right now is being funded by the government. So if you kind of pick the stages you play, and others choose to play in other later stages, if you're just playing sort of a single area, stage of development, the risks there can be quite manageable, right? You can get in early, get out early. You can come in later, get out later. And there's multiple different strategies that can work. We've kind of chosen our place, and so far so good. But I just wanted to dispel some of the general, I think maybe misinformation that people have about kind of healthcare investing.
So are there actually any questions? I can take you on to venturing in some of the investments we've made. But I also would like to make sure the talk is relevant to any concerns or areas you may be spending into. Any questions about healthcare or things you are particularly interested in? No. How many have lost a loved one to sepsis? How many know what sepsis is? Okay, so good knowledge base. So sepsis, sometimes defined as a blood infection, more often defined as a hyperbolic response of the immune system. It's the leading cause of mortality in hospitals. Mortality rate is as high as 50% once patients deteriorate, and the ones who do survive, unfortunately, in the process of having sepsis, often have their blood vessels constricting, which lead to amputation. Terrible, terrible syndrome. The diagnostic industry has spent the last 30 years trying to find a biomarker that tells what's going on with a patient before they actually become septic. The challenge is when a patient is septic, at the beginning, at the onset of the symptoms, they have very few things. It's going to be an elevated temperature. It's going to be an elevated heart rate. Actually, one of the chief complaints when they walk into the ED is belly pain. Very undifferentiated. They could be having appendicitis or a whole host of things. But once patients deteriorate, it unravels really fast. It's very difficult to treat them. Antibiotics aren't enough, hence mortality rate. As a consequence, it's also one of the leading causes of malpractice lawsuits against emergency room doctors, because it's one of the easiest places to say, well, you missed it. Well, it was so early, how could we tell? We found an entrepreneur that took the decision to say, before we actually diagnose sepsis or try to figure out a biomarker, we gotta understand the patients. And went on a journey of accumulating data, actually 55,000 blood samples, over 11,000 patients, full electronic health records. It took 10 years to build, to just understand what sepsis patients are, and found that actually there are 10 different subgroups of patients. So my sepsis reactions will be different from Mark's, will be different from yours. And we first have to understand what goes on inside their body. With this, he found out, he thought, let me develop a hardware, a reagent, diagnostics, that's what we do. He found out actually his software performs better alone. That means much lower costs. If you try to develop and deploy hardware, reagent, sort of razor blade model in hospitals, usually a test costs between $500 and $5,000 per test. And that's where the market for sepsis diagnosis is today, with no actual answer. With software, we're in the low double digits. So with that model, we've not only improved patient outcomes by being able to detect sepsis much earlier through software, diagnostic as a software, we've also meaningfully decreased costs because we're able to price a diagnostic tool at about 1/10 of the lowest price competitor. That's also how we expand access. Oh, thank you. No, actually, I prefer it. Never mind. That biobank, that amount of data, is now creating a number of other products. We can look at people that have myocardial infarction. We can look at people that have acute kidney injuries, similar onsets of indications. It's hard to tell early when a patient is about to deteriorate, but the data and the information is inside their body. Once they do, it's really just hard to turn around. And so it's an example of places where if we take our filter of thinking through, well, it's a medical diagnostic. I, as a fund, don't do FDA-approved products. It's binary. Well, no. This business has actually revenues. They've been able to monetize their data, and they've actually been able to survive really well, in addition to developing a product that's revolutionizing the detection of sepsis. So the point I'm trying to drive here is there are many underserved areas in terms of capital in healthcare, where if we try to follow the traditional VC template, I do FDA approval, I don't do FDA approval, I do diagnostics, I don't do diagnostics, I do software, is it diagnostic? We're gonna miss opportunities. When we came across this entrepreneur with my fund, the first thing we did was to reach out to actually emergency room doctors, chief medical officer of Team Health. It's a very large business, a $6 billion company actually, who called Kevin and said, hey Kevin, I think we've got something really differentiated for your doctors, but it's technical, can you come take a look at this with us? So this is the next thing. Let me come on and stay on. And with this, we've actually built a movement to try to help the entrepreneur get to the next level. But it takes tailored and crafted capital to make this happen. This is where actually many family offices have a differentiated role to play, because you will look at each opportunity for what it is, for where it stands, for the type of risk it represents, for the upside, yes, a return, as well as how can we drive patient outcomes, decrease costs, expand access. And this is in those areas, actually, that I think we all ought to spend more time discussing how can we support the best entrepreneurs in healthcare tech of tomorrow, because the VC model doesn't identify them, and they're really there to drive the difference.
Here, I'll also open with a question, maybe one that you're not expecting. How many of you have played Pac-Man, the video game? There we go. That's so I'm gonna tell you a little story about how actually learnings from Pac-Man have actually helped us save lives for patients. And I think it's one of the more fun stories that we've had within our business. So I don't know if many of you have heard the term cytokine storm. It was, I'd say, not a very household name prior to COVID, and COVID unfortunately has made it much more of a household name. It's essentially when immune cells in your body get really excited and they keep building up in an area until they eventually cause tissue death, right? And it happens a lot in the lungs, and it results in patients not being able to breathe, ending up on ventilators. Has existed, by the way, long before COVID was ever around, right? The acute respiratory distress is the generalized condition. It's caused by pneumonia, caused by flu, caused by lots of things. Clearly, even before COVID, it was something that was killing over 1 million people every year around the world. What people hadn't really understood for a long time is the immune cells that were actually causing this disease, and actually many other diseases, are basically like little round balls that go around your bloodstream. Sorry, I'm maybe oversimplifying, but it really is what they're doing. And they basically identify harmful pathogens in your body, and they gobble them up, right? They basically open their mouths like Pac-Man. If you look at them under a microscope, that's what it looks like. And they gobble up particles. You feel like you're watching them grabbing the little yellow balls and going around the bloodstream doing it. And what researchers at the University of Michigan were able to figure out was if you go ahead and make a little ball out of aspirin, it's much easier said than done. It's actually really complex engineering to develop one of those. There's a lot of IP around that. But if you can make aspirin into a little ball that you can inject into the bloodstream, your immune cells will actually selectively gobble this thing up. They'll eat that before they eat anything else. And if you've ever taken an aspirin before, you know it essentially tones down inflammation, turns immune cells off. So imagine giving a really, really high dose of aspirin to your immune cells and how rapidly that could turn off parts of your immune response, and do it for just in a short period of time. Aspirin doesn't normally last that long in the body. Eventually gets kind of chewed up and removed. And so if you really wanted to turn off one of these cytokine storms, the hypothesis was, could you give people little balls of aspirin basically and turn those immune cells off? And lo and behold, I mean, it sounds like a crazy hypothesis, but they tested this out at first, obviously in smaller animals and ultimately in larger animals, and they found that actually you give an animal acute respiratory distress, or actually any number of very, very severe conditions where they get a cytokine storm, and little balls of aspirin works better than most other things that are out there. Works a lot better than steroids, works a lot better than just taking aspirin, because you're not actually targeting it to these cells. And so it's something that we're actually in the process of getting ready to take into human studies now. And in a really scaled up way. It took a long time to master all the manufacturing and get to that point. But it's a little bit of a fun story. It really started with, saying, looking at how these cells look and comparing it to a video game and saying, could we actually design some really clever science around this and actually solve a major human health problem? So anyway, thought that would be a fun one. It's one of our more fun investments. I know therapeutics typically is something that is relatively inaccessible to a lot of investors, and a lot of times the very intuitive, simple things are actually some of the best innovations in science. I mean, people will even tell you sometimes repurposing drugs or finding ways to do things that are more clever than brilliant have been some of the ways we've solved some of the biggest scientific challenges. Penicillin, for example, was founded off of kind of moldy cheese. So it's kind of incredible how opportunistic sometimes you have to be in drug discovery.
Should we see if anybody has any questions? And we're actually at the end of the time. We're supposed to be going to the breakouts. Does anybody have any questions before we do that? No? Yeah.
I'd say first off, an ounce of prevention worth a pound of cure, right? Maybe the high-level summary. There's certainly a lot of money at this day and age going into vaccines and other forms of treatment like that. I'd say that the challenge there is a lot of the diseases we're trying to grapple with now, like forms of cancer, like autoimmune diseases, like genetic diseases. You really can't use vaccines as a solution necessarily to those. But for a lot of other things like infectious disease, a lot of things that are more transmittable you acquire over a lifetime, there is a big push. I mean, it's actually where a lot of the RNA and even genetic studies are going is how do we actually prevent some of the worst afflictions, or at least prevent them from getting worse before they actually get really bad, and hopefully prevent more people from getting things like sepsis. So certainly a big area of research, an area close to my heart too. So if we have time for more stories, we can talk offline about preventative things we're working on.
Oh, I hate to stop what could be a longer discussion, which again, these should be deep dives. So when we go to these breakouts, half an hour, grab wine, water, coffee, come back here at what will be now 5. One last town hall / reception, I'll morph into reception. But as you break out, so this group with others, go to the Zoom room if you're on Zoom, and I need someone with a device. So I put some names up there. You don't have to do anything, Julia, because we're going to stay right here. But if you are in ag tech or energy, you're going to go by the elevators to cactus or the fern rooms. And then if you are interested in ed tech or real estate and op zones with like Al Pucala, there's a room called Palm and Spruce right over here. So open up someone with a device, open it up, so you're going to speak to other people that are going to join that. Oh, make sure you join the breakout when you've joined Zoom. If you don't know how to do that, I'll mingle and make sure that happens. And we'll come back here, and then Ari, you can stay here, or you can go to the cafe where they did it before, those who are interested in water. Or stay here and keep talking about water. Come back here. Eddie and I have not played 21 points yet. For a while. What's that? Oh, in doubles, yes. That worked really well for you. Fair enough. All right. Who cares? It's just a game. All right. So let's just all again grab a drink if you'd like. Stay here if you're interested in healthcare and innovation, ag and energy by the elevators. Op zones with Al, or what did I forget? Or ed tech with Don, right over here, and I'll be moving around. So, thank you. We're almost done. Oh, Rosemary, I forgot. You can go any room you like. Let's do it. Thank you. Thank you, panel. By the way, Gary, can we allow the Zoom to speak? Because Blue, if you're still there, since you're in healthcare, she's in. Sorry. Okay, great. She's with a health system on the philanthropic side, so from one or more angles that could be relevant for you. And if anyone in Zoom, there she is. She's trying to speak, but you're actually on mute, Blue.
Hold on, I'm going there. There you go.
Yeah.
Hi, Mike. This is Blue. Come on. Go on.
Hi, Mike. This is Blue. Yep. I'm on.
Yes, I can talk to. Yeah, Blue, do you have any comments from a health industry perspective? Not right now. Come over here. That's you. Chris Wood. So go ahead, Blue.
Yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity to to be a part of this 2-day summit and conference, and I really just have been listening with regards to the different topics. As far as I am with St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. I'm on the philanthropic side, and our interest is really to understand the trends and so forth. There's a lot going on for us personally on the global side. So I think I had mentioned in the past that St. Jude has a very aggressive strategic plan that takes us into FY27 with the intent of really moving the needle for survival rates internationally from there are countries that have survival rates at like the 20% mark for pediatric cancer. And we are aggressively working with the World Health Organization and such to move the top 6 forms of cancer up to the 60% survival rate. So that's sort of my focus.
Mark invited her in.
Okay.
Hi, this is Hi, Blue. Julia Manfrini speaking. Very nice to meet you over this hybrid model. I'll ask Mark that he puts us in touch. I'd love to exchange with you and compare notes on things we see. Thanks.
That'd be great. Thank you.
There is activity actually on the digital health side to support patients with managing their side effects. So essentially, when patients go through chemotherapy or radiotherapy right now, to manage the side effects, they are sent to CVS or Walgreens, IL, and figure out what you should be taking, if it's an Advil, if it's more, little information. There are pilots that have demonstrated that if you can actually help patients stay on top of their side effects, and essentially in my layman's terms, doctors would do much better job at explaining than I do, but if you help patients be less miserable about their treatment, you can inflect mortality rate by as much as 20 to 30%. It's hard today to actually develop cancer drug that will provide that much impact. So there is a real opportunity here, and we've been looking at companies that can actually leverage technology to hold the hand of those patients once they leave the oncology center to manage their side effects. And so I think there might be interesting things. We're looking at this with the American Cancer Society, and it's really promising.
Great, thank you.
Working. There it goes. we see a lot of children's oncology-related programs, at least in the drug development space. I think the real challenge we've found with many of those programs is the indication sets are very small, right? You're looking at subsets of cancer, and it's very, very hard to make those profitable. We've looked at a number to try to figure out with a pediatric voucher, a few other angles, are there ways to make these worth developing? And it's actually been a real challenge to get those brought to market. So if there are charitable resources that can help bridge some of that gap and make those profitable, that would be very interesting, because we see them all the time and are actually struggle with the profitability model and trying to figure out how can we actually get these things developed, because we think there's potential, think that they could really help. But obviously we're backed by a number of venture firms in the biotech space. We're unfortunately always, at the end of the day, married to a certain IRR threshold that makes certain programs undoable. So if there are other ways to make them happen, we'd love to still see them get in the hands of patients and help patients, because that's at least my mission at the end of the day, even if it doesn't always align with the investment objectives.
Yeah, and thank you for that comment. I'll just say on the St. Jude side, it is one of the reasons why St. Jude does the work that they do, because we know that can be a barrier at times. And so, I'm not sure St. Jude could easily be replicated, because a lot of the funding does come from the public, but it allows us, to do some really innovative, progressive focus on the research side and treatment, because it is also funded by the community. So I do understand that.
I'd be happy to be in touch and even just share programs with you, even if we don't get involved at all. If there's a way you could partner with an academic institution or in some nonprofit fashion and figure out ways to make things happen. I just would like to see some of these things be able to come forward, even if we're not the right partner.
That would be great. And if you want to find me either on this platform or LinkedIn, that would be fantastic.
Good.
There we go.
Hi, everybody. Alcohol here with Andrea, right?
Yes.
So we are the two physical people here at the room in New York. Who else is on the line? Do we want to go around the room? Mark, I see, is on.
Bruce, there's a few. Yeah.
Does anyone want to introduce themselves, or we can just hop right into a zone discussion? I'll come around here.
This is as far as it goes. No, no, it's Can anyone hear? All right. Hello?
Can you hear me? It's Mark Fromson.
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right,
So
cool.
great conference. I got some of it, and just I'll introduce myself. I'm an orthopedic surgeon and now an investor in healthcare. Work with a number of startups through my company, Riverside Health Advisors, and through Angel MD. I'll just give you a couple quick comments as a longtime provider. I mean, I did hip and knee replacements for about 30 years. So I tend to think from the perspective of patients and make sure that every innovation that we're looking into is going to be value to patients. And I think of, I'll be brief, but I tend to think of four things that I look for. One is, new capabilities, problems that have yet to be solved, whether it's drugs, devices, therapeutics, diagnostics, even the sepsis example you gave, Julia, is a capability. The second is capacity. The demand for healthcare is almost insatiable. And we don't have enough providers. We don't have enough healthcare delivery to meet the demand. So we tend to ration it, whether we believe it or not. The third is technology or innovations that improve reliability. I think we would all agree that defects in healthcare are pretty high, mistakes are high, patient safety is a concern. So we're always looking for innovations that improve reliability. And then the fourth is one that's been mentioned, which is access, and really reducing friction so that people can demystify the healthcare system and actually get into it.
Oh, okay, Mark. I don't know if this is the Opportunity Zone breakout room. I don't know if I think you're trying to reach the healthcare one, right?
Yeah. Well, anyway, good talking to all of you.
Well, good listening to you. Hey, will you look at the note in the comment section and just maybe, and then, but I don't know how to switch you, but
Yeah,
it's just,
got it. Okay, see you guys.
so you may have gotten thrown into this breakout room,
Yeah, I
but
hear you.
what you just said is actually super interesting. So maybe continue that conversation. But it's just, this one is actually about real estate. Not to say you can't do, maybe some healthcare investments, businesses in Opportunity Zone.
No, we actually do.
If you're-
A couple of our companies are in Opportunity Zones. So
Oh, perfect.
we have to recognize the value there.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, you bet. Okay. That was so funny because it was like the first intro.
So again, Al Puhala, hi everybody. I think I'm one of the moderators. So this is Opportunity Zones and real estate, although we do investments also outside of real estate. And Erica's here, Andrea's here, and happy to answer questions, or I can kind of outline maybe how an investor or a project think about tapping the zone program. Would that be helpful to people, or does anyone want to say anything before I maybe get into a few details of options for people? Great. So think of it this way: the program exists, and if you're an investor, you need a gain. A capital gain, short-term or long-term. It can happen anytime. It can happen to you, right? You get a K1, oh my gosh, I have a capital gain I need to put to work. Or you can trigger a gain, right? You can sell your stock or your house or your business. So with that gain, within 180 days, you need to invest in a fund. Now you have two choices. You can do your own fund. We'll help you do that. So if you say, look, I want to put my dollar in my fund and put it out this way, part real estate, part data centers, part Series A, healthcare companies, we can help you do that and basically advise your fund, help form it and advise it. Or you can come into a vintage fund where we are now connected with a group called Tocqueville Asset Management, which is a large asset manager in New York and Vero Beach. They manage about $9 billion, and we are doing funds with them every year. So you could just take your gain, come into our fund, and say, okay, Al and the Tocqueville folks, what are you going to invest it in the next year? Because we're going to do it annually. And we'll say, oh, we have housing for disabled veterans in Colorado, which is one of the deals we're trying to close shortly. To both give veterans housing in Colorado Springs and jobs training, especially for disabled vets, which are a very, very specialized type of support you need. So that's a $40 million project. We need about 15, 20 in equity. That's going to be one of our fund investments. We have a data center in Maine where we have the cleanest data center on earth that we're building. Bechtel's building it for us. We need about $100 million, 30 in equity, 70 in debt. So
I need a fast charger that's plugged into that.
Yeah, I don't have that. Mine's a USB-C charger. It's not a flat USB. Yeah, but
Hey, Mike.
USB-C too.
We're having technical issues.
Oh, come here. Bring me your phone.
Well, if people can still hear, I'll just finish and then open it up. But the issue is, if you're an investor, you can do your own thing, or you can invest in a fund, and we would help anyone do that to the strategy they would like to organize. The zones are really powerful. They add about 300 to 600 basis points of annual IRR pickup to your equity returns, tax-free basically over the 10-year period. So very, very positive impact in the communities if you do it well, and very, very good for the investor. So happy to open up to any comments or questions or thoughts.
What's the timeline out?
So the question is, did they move the timeline out? They did. So what happened, there are two timelines at play. One is how long you've had to use your gain the 180 days, and they extended that through the pandemic. So that basically still allows you by the end of the year to use gains that would have expired. And number two, they're thinking about, have not done yet, but I think will, extend the last time you can make a new investment from 2026 to 2028 or 2029 because of the pandemic. So you're going to have the program itself be open larger. Once you invest, you have to exit by 2047. So you can stay tax-free, almost like a 401k, until you exit in 10 years, 15 years, up to 25 years from now, tax-free. So that extension will be in place.
And these are federal zones that are placed federally, right?
So they're census tracts, exactly. So what happened is every governor, plus the 5 territories, was asked by the IRS. Okay, just the answer to the question. So the zones are census tracts that were picked by the governors. So the governors were all asked by the IRS in 2018, pick the low-income communities in your state that you think should get a tax break. And they picked a group of zones. That's about 9,000 zones. That represents about 10% of America. Those are now in place for the next 25 years.
There's no modification.
No modification. Now, they may add to those, Congress may change it, but right now, those are pretty much in place. 38 states say, in addition to the federal benefit of not paying federal capital gains tax, you don't also have to pay the state tax. Ohio, New Jersey. So you really get, if you have a short-term capital gain in New York, basically 50%, full. That is now waived. So it's a very powerful benefit if you do it right and you're in a state that supports that. Hi, I'm Al Puhala.
Dale St. Clair. Pleasure.
Nice to meet you. How does the world of opportunity zones fit into your world?
Nice to meet you. I'm familiar with them, so full disclosure. I'm on the investment board of the New York State Common Pension Fund.
Oh, sure.
And I'm also OCIO for a foundation. I was just curious about the firm, and I know a lot about activities, and so that's great to meet you.
Oh, thank you. And we are trying to do zones in the spirit of the law to really help the communities. One of the communities we're working with is Claiborne County, Mississippi. It's the poorest county in America. 95% African American. Literally, the kids don't have computers in school. It's too poor, the school system, so they don't know how to type on paper. Alcorn State is there now trying to set up a STEM program, so working with the county to set up a zone program. They have the whole county's zone. So now, if any capital goes in, no capital's gone into the county for decades, they're going to be very happy. So those are the types of things we want to do. And it's really, what's nice about the zone program, I spent most of my career in Wall Street, very narrow, telecom deals or setting up a Russia fund for the U.S. government. That you can put together a basket of investments that support each other. So you can do the real estate for the housing, workforce housing. You need clean water, clean energy infrastructure, and you need an innovation district for the jobs, all together in one fund if you want it. If you want to do the Cleveland County Fund or the New London, Connecticut Fund. So we're trying to think of investing differently versus picking investment winners and losers to say, hey, community, what do you need? What's the basket of investments? What's the timeline for that? And trying to organize a plan. And that's a way better.
That's a holistic approach.
Yeah.
I actually don't know who else is doing that.
We're the only group doing it. Just because.
And you know better than I, that's fine.
Well, 4 years ago, the problem was there were draft regulations. So no one really wanted to put a lot of money on drafts.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, they were finalized in January 2020. And what happened? Pandemic. Right? So no one was. So really until this year, no one's really paid attention to zones. And for good or for bad, I have. And I think we're really ready now to say, okay, Colorado, we know we work with the governor's office there. We know what they want. They want to work with something called just transition, which is the just and fair. How do you help the mining industry get the renewables? How do you close down the mining things but still get the people jobs? And the governor has a $15 million budget to help support it for subsidies. They want zone equity to help. Same thing with Atlantic County. There's a zone in Atlantic County. The FAA I've met with is setting up where they're going to test all their drones and air taxis. they're telling people move into the zone, Lockheed or Boeing, and then you can accelerate your permitting. See, again, a smart way for it to bring it all together. So start thinking about social planning. My father passed away now, but he worked for the city of Chicago and worked with gang leaders in the south side of Chicago in the 60s.
So what's your father?
Alfred, my state name, Alfred Plumala, and he set up a summer program for jobs and the whole thing, and it was crazy with the riots in the 60s, but he also said, any one thing you do is meaningless. You have to help the whole community stand up. There's so many different ways they can fail, any one of those. So we're thinking of that holistic approach. Listen to the community first, figure out the priorities, and then bring in the capital that way. And I think that's a way better way to do social impact.
Oh, but then I was part of the Midwest tour, and we were in Chicago, and there were a lot of talks about these broken social contracts. I mean, the reason crimes went up so much on the South Side is a lot of them were pushed into South Side as a result of gentrification. And so there's some irony in, oh, here, we'll come, and as a result, a lot of the gangs were put in the same space, thus the crimes that ensued. So yes, it's always nice to have a conversation about these things, but there's definitely the trauma, apparently, from a lot of just broken social contracts. And then around that same time, I think I was in Baltimore, and some of us were looking at opportunity zones there with Ray Lewis. But without Ray Lewis, I think it's one of those situations where you go in, you build something, it'll just get ripped apart. So I don't know that this is like solve by night situation, but then you have guys like a local hero, a national hero, kind of, right? But
You're so on target. All your comments are correct.
That's why Opportunity Zone, with all its promises, it's like carrying it out. It looks slightly different than what maybe was not intended. I think the intent is still good, and taxes will certainly be a carrot in all of this, but and also just playing devil's advocate.
No, your comments are spot on. And look, we're not the market, we're a player in the market. The way I look at it is the government uses tax policy in two ways and not the third. The first way is debt, right? We get muni debt, tax deduction. You get federal debt programs. So debt gets the tax break. And then philanthropy, right? Charitable giving. We don't really do equity. We do maybe a program here like an SBIC, but so now this is the equity seat at the table. And what I say is, I'd like to share part of the profit with the community. We're trying to create structures where part of the profit stays in a trust with the community. And now they're owners of that fund. Erie, Pennsylvania, we're working with a little bit on that. So I'm just saying there's structures to just exactly what you said.
So you would give them part of a GP?
Yeah. We're exploring that right now. At Hartford, Connecticut, Stanley Black & Decker, we're talking to, and others, it's just that these communities, if they own something, you then take care of it a little bit more, and so I mean, so why not have all the structures to bring in inclusive capitalism? Frankly, have failed, right? I mean, ESOPs and all this. If you say, look, there's a preferential return to an investor, like a normal 6, 7, 8% fine. Above that, I'm getting an extraordinary GP stake because I'm getting all this tax break. Why doesn't part of that stay with the community? And with a board from the community that helps direct it for, so there are structures like that we're now trying to create. I mean, there's an SEC issue with, we're doing a stock option.
So do you have any institutional LPs?
So we've partnered with a group called Tocqueville Asset Management.
I know Tocqueville.
So we announced a deal with them a few months ago. We wrote
I missed your announcement, but I know Tocqueville.
Yeah, so we and Tocqueville partnered up. And so we're putting together a vintage fund. Our first one's 2021. And they're co-managing it. We're actually a sub-advisor to them. And they'll be doing zones with us into the data. We're targeting 100, but it's going to be every year we'll be doing it. So we were shooting for a total of 500 to $1 billion over the 5 years. You really can't do committed capital because what if I call your money down next year? You don't have to do it.
I understand.
So these are going to be vintage funds.
That's great. That's a great partner.
It's a great partner, and they do all the work for us on the modeling and the negotiation. Robert Kleinschmidt and I, and we co-authored an article for Barron's a few weeks ago. It went out to 1 million subscribers on how zones are ESG.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Okay, yeah, that was,
I saw that, yeah, yeah.
we offer that. So
Sometimes I don't pay attention to the bylaw, but yes, I read it because
that was my
it was
article.
talking about, oh, that's great.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, my
so-
gosh. Well, now I'm really pleased to meet you.
Oh, thank you. Well, look, we want everyone to win because I mean, I've done this for 40 years. I was a junior banker, a mid-sized. I mean, you know, finance is hard to advance good social policy. It's just hard to get those things connected. And I worked a lot with the federal government on TARP asset issues. After Solyndra, I was the advisor to the Department of Energy. This is the best way to do T3s at the deal level through tax. It really is. So if you want to have social impact, you should be doing zones. I mean, I was in the first class of Head Start in 1966 in Chicago. I was a 5-year-old. I used to walk there as a summer pilot program. I'm a big believer in social programs that work. This is the one. I guarantee you, I can talk anyone into it. Once you understand what zones can do and structure it well, this is the way to do it. Hi, I'm Al Puhala.
Hi, me too. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I
And we're on also a video, so don't say anything you don't want to have potentially recorded.
I hope I can join. I just was interested in learning more about opportunity zones, just from the perspective of having done a lot of social entrepreneurship in the past. Right now, I run an investment fund that focuses on early stage opportunities and pre-seed and seed. We're sector agnostic, but I had founded a 501c3 when I was a teenager, actually, to kind of bridge healthcare and financial gaps in India, as well as financial literacy gaps that the American education system has. Because, you know, we didn't learn anything about financial literacy in my high school, unfortunately. So I was just curious about learning about, like, you know, your understanding of the opportunity gaps and how that kind of integrates with other sectors like fintech and real estate and stuff like that.
The zones work for anything.
Is that your part?
Well, yes, please.
Pardon me.
No, I
didn't
want
want
to.
I didn't want to forget to ask, so.
I'd love to be in touch,
Sure,
yes.
me too.
Thank you. Thank you.
But keep going.
Well, so it's interesting you mentioned India because we're working with I don't know if you know the Pangamia tree. It comes from India. It's a very high nutrition bean that's basically able to grow almost on any land. And India now is the purveyor of Pangamia trees. In Florida, the citrus disease killed a lot of the groves. The farmers have nothing. So we're now going to be bringing over seeds from India to put into zones in Florida to give farmers a livelihood again. See, that's what zones can do. And you know, so you're thinking about the social impact. But I mean, like the hardest one is Tulsa. So the Tulsa, Oklahoma, the Chamber of Commerce and the George Kaiser Foundation brought me 2 years ago to Tulsa to speak to the mayor's office and others. And they took me to Black Wall Street, the place where the 300 African Americans were murdered 100 years ago. That's all a zone, all 40 blocks. And I know the developer who has the rights. So what if we set up a zone to rebuild Black Wall Street the right way? And we see these are things you can start to do holistically with the real estate, with the companies, with the infrastructure. So think of it as not what can you do, what can't you do?
Have you targeted any jurisdictions in New York yet? I know it's still early, but
Well,
I'm curious.
we have mostly in northern New York in the States. So we have, where was the old IBM plant?
It's Armagh.
No,
the other one.
The other
The
one.
old, the really old.
East
I mean,
Hill,
like
Hill
the original.
The original. That's,
That's, yeah, I can't pronounce
that's
it.
all a zone. That whole thing, the 4 million square feet is a
Yeah,
zone. So the people who have it said, like, we need zone capital, we want to rebuild it, we want to do good jobs, and that's the kind of project. So now I think northern New York, this Manhattan's hard because I mean, frankly, there are very few zones. Actually, West 50th is a zone.
I was gonna say, yeah.
I don't know how that made the list.
Yeah.
It's called,
I know the zones.
Some
And then
politicians
there's
have
also zones, at this, around Hudson.
Yeah.
As you know.
And the Navy Yard in Brooklyn is all a zone.
Huge.
All,
Oh, yeah.
and I walked the zone with the director.
How are these zones, like, how is the borders of it, like, who voted on that? How did that?
No, really good question. So what happened is my dad was a professor of sociology. I see this as a big sociology experiment. So when the law got passed in December 2017, it was 2 economists who wrote it as a thought experiment. It was written by Jared Bernstein, who's the current president, who's then the vice president's advisor, and Kevin Hassett, who's actually Trump's chief advisor. They met through Sean Parker. They said, how do we solve poverty through location-based approaches, like Jack Kemp tried and Maggie Thatcher tried? And they wrote a little article that was in the academic press in 2015 of how you do it. wealthy people don't like to pay gains tax. These communities need money. That's the trade. That was the big trade. And they wrote this little article that became basically, the Trump folks put it in the tax bill as is. That's how it happened. So it will never happen again. A law like this will never happen. No congressional testimony, no draft regulations. And it was 15 pages saying, solve poverty through zones. That's all it was.
I have your starters for housing opportunities.
Yeah. So the IRS implemented it, and they basically asked the governors to pick the zones.
No, I mean, I studied political science in undergrad, and initially was planning on going to law school and all that. Deferred it to do an MBA, but I didn't know about this. Like, I feel like I track politics. Like, I didn't hear about.
Well, you don't even.
Yeah.
So the real story is that what happened is Senator Tim Scott gave part of the story is that after Charlottesville, with the marches and stuff, Senator Scott met with the president and basically said, let's do something for these communities and pass the Opportunity Zone law. The Trump folks said, like, what Opportunity Zone law? They said, oh, the 15-page thought experiment thing. So they grabbed it as is and put it in the tax bill. That's how it was passed.
So it was bipartisan.
Yeah, and Cory Booker and Tim Scott co-sponsored it. And what happened over 2018, 19, and 20 is the IRS was catching up with the law, with their regulations. How do you prove your
And then they put up times, so it was very.
So the whole thing you'll never see again. It's the most unique law in America. It would never get through Congress without all the lobbyists doing stuff.
Yeah.
And what's beautiful is the most measurable ESG. I argued in my little speech, if you heard it, is that not only do I think zones are the best ESG, I think they're the only ESG investment in America of scale, because the two best data sources in the world feed it. Census tract data that comes from the U.S. Constitution, right? Every 10 years, we need a census. That's good at. And IRS data, good at DLI. And that drives zone measurement. The private market. So you don't have to make the public schools. I mean, in some ways, if you really could scale this thing, this is ESG. Done the right way. We do solar and we do wind.
So I have
and
a
we do,
family in New York. I had several years ago, he was investing in a Baca, and the company was housed in a zone.
Yeah.
And he didn't know about it either, right? So I went and advised him. He created. I tried to get him to do what you said. I said, let's buy the building. Let's create an innovation center.
Sure.
Let's put services. If he loves, we're creating jobs. Let's have startups up above. Let's teach people entrepreneurship. And he didn't want to go to the state. He invested in multiple companies in there.
No, and we would help anyone do that as either for a fee or as an investment. And there, there are 180 military bases and zones. Fort Hood, Corpus Christi, in Texas, they're zones themselves. All that military housing can be upgraded as a zone investment.
Yeah.
That's right. This is so big when you start thinking about it.
Bizarre.
1,200 universities are in zones.
Private-public partnerships sometimes, and then they remain military.
Yeah.
Well, they all do need upgrade.
We're working with Fort Bragg a little bit right now. Fort Bragg is next to a zone, but the city of Fayetteville needs housing for the workers. So what if you did it together, right? So now you can start social, investments and planning to get two off-takers for the clean water. See, so this is really interesting. It's such a great area, but you got to do it right. And the bad actors who did the 5-star hotels who didn't care about the community, we don't do any of that. But that's
there's definitely some.
Look, the first applications on the internet were unsavory, right? I mean, right? I mean, you think of all these new things, right? It's but we believe, there's some large families, that we're in touch with many billions of dollars who want to start to commit to their own fund, trigger the gains, put it in their own portfolio. Because remember, for 25 years, you can grow tax-free in those investments. So this is going to be a very large investment. It's already $80 billion at work today.
Wow.
Probably going to $1 trillion in equity over the next 5 years. So I would say anyone who wants to do zones, set up your own thing or join someone else's fund, or someone else's, it doesn't matter. But you are helping these communities if you do it the right way. And that's what I'm saying. So the screen is zone stuff works, yes, and then is it good for the community?
So explain something, because the only thing I was a little confused and but was going back and forth was you said the rules for fun and to put the dollars to work, kind of quickly, and et cetera. But opportunity zones aren't just for funds.
Yeah, it has to be.
It has to be a fund.
So the IRS got this 15-page law that was made up by these two economists who literally had dinner at Sean Parker's house here in New York and said, let's solve poverty. And they wrote this article. The article became the law. I mean, that's literally how it happened. The IRS said, stop everybody. Like, wait, this could move billions of dollars. We want to make sure the money goes in the zone. we're giving you all these tax breaks to not pay your old tax gain for a while or something else, we want to make sure it's in the zone. So they gave the plumbing of how it works. They said a gain has to go into a fund, a newly formed QOF, QOF, Qualified Opportunity Fund. It has to have a new EIN number. It has to have, it could be any structure, LLC, partnership, C Corp, REIT, doesn't matter. But we want to say new taxpayer, they got those gains so we can see the measurement. So that's always a mandatory step.
So it's not necessarily a fund, it could be a company.
SPV, it could be an SPV, yeah. So we are Capstone.
It could be a fund of one.
It could be your own gains, your own funds for one deal. But see, that's what I'm saying, the nomenclature so confuses the
What did I
market.
say? I mean, setting up, a company in Delaware and then filing a tax return is not a
Fund, but the issue, but then the fund only then has 6 months to put that dollar in a deal that's either a project or a company that's compliant. So that's where you can't play too many games. You can't just sell
No, it's not
cash.
just getting the money, you have to be shut down in a certain time to the right.
Well, so let's follow the money. So you have 180 days to put into a fund. So day 179 it goes in. The fund has 6 to 12 months. It's very technical with testing periods, but call it 6 months. And once the money goes into the business has 2.5 years to use it.
Oh, really?
Per a written plan done in good faith. So we organize that whole stack. Getting the investment with the right gain into the right vehicle that they want to use, LLC versus C Corp, partnership versus REIT, into the right deal or deals that all have that 2.5 year working capital plan.
And because it's real estate.
No, it's anything.
No. Well, that's true. It could be the business itself, but from a.
But it could be a Series A. It could be a Series A healthcare company, a dentist specific.
No, I understand.
Location specific income.
So if you try to borrow money, as part parcel of the business plan, is there any difference?
No. Think of you and I. We like Erica's deal. She's in the zone, right? You are a taxpayer. You have your own fund. We're going to put it into, and it's going to go into her Series A round. I don't know the first thing about zones. I don't care. I just like your deal. We both give her $100, and 10 years later, she gives us back $300. I'm sure you tell the IRS in year 10, hi IRS, I did hit a triple. I have a $200 gain, and guess what? I did everything right. I had the gain that went to the fund that hit the deal. I'm not paying any tax, IRS. You didn't. No one's approval, no disclosure, unlimited. I didn't even know you did it. You got to see. So the point is, there's no program here. It's just the incentive you do it right. So we help everyone do it right. But that's why we help you then set up a business that's compliant. You have to pay people the right way, the list is the right way.
About that. So what if it's like an internet-based business, and so it only creates a minimal amount of jobs, but there's.
You have to ask all the hard questions, don't you?
I mean, if these things have.
No, it's a very good question, by the way. So there are 544 pages of tax regs, and I've read them a few times. But the issue is there are lots of cases, especially on how you use IP. The IRS doesn't want Mickey Mouse to be housed in a zone and for tax free. So if you're using IP, it's got to be kind of used in the right way. The good news is there's a lot of cushion. Only half your people have to be in a zone for you to be 100% compliant, either by dollars or by hours.
So what about your actual business?
Well, the
Aren't
only
you supposed to be doing business in there, right? So if you have an internet.
but where you sell doesn't matter. It's the only two things that matter are your balance sheet and your tangible assets. No, I'm sorry, I do want to take any questions, but exactly. So we know how to follow the rules to make sure you're compliant. Did we? I'm not sure we're in the same conversation. Are there any questions? I don't know. I don't want to be rude to any people on the. So 70% of your assets have to be in the zone. Quite almost at the end of time anyway. Have you tried to do a zone deal or not?
No, because the things that you just said a few minutes ago when it first came out, interesting, there's homework on it, there's a lot of noise, misinformation, information, and it's gonna read 544 pages of the tax code to do a deal. And then what we started seeing was biggest players in the institutional world, which came from Blackstone, BlackRock, whatever. Really? It's like, how do you scale the opportunity zone investment up to something useful to them? And they did. And then there were the bad players. There were people like in Las Vegas that, the thing was on the border and called it an opportunity zone. And it's like, ranch for wealthy people or whatever the hell it was, So
Yeah, and a lot of places like Google just moved to East Palo Alto to take advantage of that. So
Yes.
Well, you mentioned New York, and I did want to say the poster child for how not to do a zone deal is Lion City, Amazon second headquarters. So that was the last zone that was designated by the governor, right in time to attract Amazon before people said, "Wait, you didn't talk to us." Yeah, but the power of designated zone got Amazon to pick Lion City. That's how powerful it is.
Did it fall through? Or
Yeah,
did
it
fall
fell through.
Yeah, it fell through.
No.
It changed the real estate
But fell
of
through
why
because of
people
politics, not
because
because
they
of
can afford to go to
opportunities.
work and
But think if you used, I always say like Spider-Man, like power should be used for good, whatever.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, what if you use that to help, help a person, that's we're partnering now, right? Or Mayor Garcetti in LA, he's a huge proponent of zones to help. If you use it right, it's the most powerful tool.
No, it seemed like it. No, it seemed like a great opportunity. And then, so I used to be in the institutional world and now we're the family office world. And the things that we do are too small, too idiosyncratic, or not available to big players because of scale. We don't need huge scale. We don't even want it. So, but when I see all those people jumping into something, it's like, that's a bathtub that's gotten way too full and I don't even want to get in.
The good news about the zones, and whatever your politics are,
No.
So I'm saying, I'm stretching, but this last administration, like or not, whatever, they did a very good job of clearly identifying how you follow the rules. So that 544 pages gave examples and safe harbors, and one of it is, what if you want to do a zone deal, right, with Erica, but you want to buy the business from me, and I'm living in Switzerland. You could pay me a check for $100. Now you own her company. You still don't get the tax break yet. You own the business, but you have to put another 100 in to create jobs and activity to get the total credit on 200. So there are very few loopholes to somehow do buyouts somewhere. That's why most of the PE folks don't like this program. You can't get paid uncommitted capital because what if you don't have a gain in 2 years when I call your capital?
We don't get that, but the capital.
The carried interest doesn't work at the fund level because it created the synthetic level. So and then thirdly, it's mostly project finance, and you can't go buy Time Warner. So the whole managed money world doesn't like this program. This is so disruptive for the managed money, on Carlyle and Blackstone, and they're not doing zone funds. Goldman's doing it. So
my impression was they raised some pretty large funds.
It's usually for an SMA and usually commercial real estate because that's these big, billion-dollar deals. As you move into, solar that we're very active in, as you move into wind, as you move into operating companies and agriculture, no one else is doing that.
So you're active in solar, other than the fact that you could put it in seemed like a particularly good fit.
Well, first of all,
You're in a solar farm. Is that what you're saying?
well, just
No
remember,
employees to speak of.
but again, it's not only a jobs program. It's we believe we're accelerating the movement of renewable facilities. So right now you can get a tax break.
Are you talking about building a solar farm though, or are you talking about solar companies that are doing residential?
It can be either, but yeah. So both utility scale, CNI, storage, all that can be done through its own thing. I've been talking to this current administration about really tying to what the LPO office is doing at DOE, what's happening at the White House. We're going to be very. Build Back Better is going to have a lot of its own language. Already, Pete Buttigieg, when he became Secretary of Transportation, his first press release in February this year was, "I have $889 million to give away in grants for DOT, and the only priority you get is if you're in a zone." That's the current administration. See, so I think a lot of this $2 or $3 trillion is going to prioritize toward these.
It's interesting. There's somebody blabbing away on TV about how do we distribute this money to benefit everyone, and they've already had the incentive to do it. It's already built in. So this person obviously didn't know that.
It's hard for the government. This is why it's so disruptive. I was with Governor Hickenlooper in Denver in 2018. He was the first governor to do his own conference and invited a few of us out. And he said to the group, he said, "Look, this is very much different from how government works. So usually I give you an approval or a zoning or a credit or whatever. He goes, not only do I not, he goes, you don't even need to tell me. You could do a deal here and get your federal break.
Just
he goes,
Google the map.
and he goes,
You're on it or you're not.
and he goes, and that's okay. He goes, because there's a reason these are poor communities after all these generations. Let's try something different. I want to be your partner. I'll throw in whatever accelerated zoning and goodies to help attract you. And I thought, wow, that was so far thinking. It's very threatening off to the government official who's used to having the control of the tax credit and the new markets. This is not that.
Yeah. So a friend of a friend, older like me, left finance, whole career, and he helps people apply for SBA loans because they, they're relatively small loans. They even do micro loans, and the people getting them don't have the bureaucratic skills to go through the hoops and things of whatever the lending institution wants them to do. They have to write a business plan. They have to have financials. Sure. Some guy owns a deli doesn't do a pivot table. Sure. Not happening. So he's got to, it's not like he's going to get rich, but he's giving back and making, a living, a little bit of money out of it. That's exactly. So the point is, you don't have that.
You don't have the overhead, and you don't have to go hire a big lawyer or whatever. You just kind of do it. And remember, unless you're overturned on audit, you just don't pay your tax. The whole thing is switched now. No approvals needed. Now again, with that comes a lot of onus of responsibility, but sure, the IRS is trying to give you a guideline to get this money really into these communities, and then you're done. So we try to help everyone do it.
So this is something where you can actually do a C corp without being double taxed.
Right. Okay. So you feed your C corp. I mean, I know a lot of Fortune 500 companies are setting up their funds now. And yeah, they're setting up C corps. You can take your gain from anywhere, and so it's not. It's a little different. Corporations are treated differently under the rules. It's one of the,
when you're in
it was hard. Most
person, you have to be present.
All of our deals and most deals I work with are pass-throughs. Either it's a partnership. Corporate vehicles, they work. It's clear they work, but it's really only used by corporations usually.
Well, the reason I bring it up is because the traditional way, most of the benefits are for U.S. taxpayers. And if you want to bring foreign investors into an opportunity,
all they need is a U.S. I mean, they're FERPA issues, but all you need is a U.S. tax obligation. The foreigners are fine. They are 100% welcome to use the program.
No, I understand that, but let's say you don't, because a lot of times, truthfully, it's best offshore. Even by the way, they store money for pension funds. Even they invest offshore to avoid taxes on earned income, because it's the one place where a nonprofit actually still has to pay tax. So they create, it's legal, they create a tax shelter. It's a stupid law because it makes everybody invest through the Cayman Islands instead of Delaware. So it's retarded, but that's the law. So they should just change it, but they don't.
We're partnered with Northeastern University. They have something called the Global Resilience Institute, which is they got hired actually by FEMA to help figure out how to do the pandemic response stuff. And GRI, Global Resilience Institute, they basically work on supply chain issues because all these corporations now are coming to the U.S. because they have to build here now to make sure that you can get stuff that's not just in time. So you're going to see a whole bunch of building by foreign corporations in the U.S. for supply chain reasons, and then they're going to use some because I know a lot of them are calling.
If these are funds, just for argument's sake, what happens to the fees that the fund pays to the manager?
So that's where we're different from others. So the folks who try to do.
That's why I brought up C corp.
No. So funds that are set up traditionally, like Starwood tried to raise a fund, actually was not successful. Brookfield tried, not successful.
These guys raise money. Water.
Because you can't get paid on commits. You gotta get paid on funding. So it's more merchant banking. Because remember, the deals got to be lining up because you only have 180 days. So, and you can't get carry at the fund level. So it's really Erie Insurance Company.
Saying you can't get capital.
It's a bad asset. You can, but it's not at the fund level. So you have to create it synthetically at the deal level. I mean, that's what Golden's doing. That's what we're doing. But it's complicated. The reason I raised Northeastern is that there's a resilience aspect to this, the long-term nature of the investment. Banks get CRA credit, and they can have local rule exceptions if banks can invest now in zones like SBIC. So there's just a lot of magnetism to the program, but no one's like operationalized it yet.
You're saying, I thought you said before, within the 10-year time frame, you can get out, but whoever you sell it to them has no benefit.
Exactly incorrect on both points. So you can get out, just pay your tax then. So if I don't want to wait for year 10, at year 3, I just want to blow up my thing and pay your tax then, and you're fine. Whoever buys into a fund, even the secondary market, and an IPO just happened to a fund a few weeks ago, you take your gain and buy a secondary share and step into the shoes and start your own 10 years. Yeah, it works. Yes. Oh, that happened in the final rules. It wasn't there in the draft. That's what I'm saying. Most people who looked at the draft rules, it changed dramatically, and then COVID hit in the first quarter of 2020.
So in your example of 3 years, yes, you get nothing, but if you're 5 years or 7 years, the step up is
Yes. Yeah, like you know the rules, exactly, on your own game. It's just you don't hit your 10-year forward thing.
so you don't get the full benefit. I have a quick question. So in your example of the solar farm or whatever development, are there precluding factors to them getting government subsidies if they're in built-in opportunity zones?
Complicated question. So no, but the deals like have you ever worked like on a partnership flip on a solar deal, ITC?
No.
They're very, very, it's your point, very complicated legal stuff to get the depreciation and tax benefits from like solar to an investor. So usually the developer doesn't have the taxable income to shelter, and they use something called partnership flips. They flip, So when you're a zone investor, you're kind of entering this alligator farm of like, all the complicated stuff. So we just say like, we don't want any of it. We just want to do zone equity. We'll write a check. We get our 500 basis points, pick up an IRR. But it's taking on the system that does all the structured finance, how you get rid of credits to other people. There's a real complicated world. So you can get them, but we don't like to play in that sandbox because there's so many artificial things happening at the deal level, like tech credits and new markets, and it's just like we just want to be an investor.
But you said solar. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I thought you said something question. I thought you said solar was a big thing.
It is, but the issue is, have you done an ITC deal? So
we're looking at
there's a huge.
We have a deal that could potentially be rolling.
So the way a solar deal normally happens today is called tax equity. That the passive investor, and probably anyone in this house, unless you're a solar developer, I don't think anyone is. When you write a check, they don't give you any return. You get like a 2% return. So the way you get to 10 or 12% IRR is they give you the tax breaks across the whole cap structure. So they flip the 99% of the tax breaks to you, and the minute you get your return, they get it back. So because developers usually don't make money. So there's a very complicated legal structure the IRS is blessed for tax equity to go from the developer to the family office or the corporation. When you're in the middle of that, they're saying, we're just going to pay you 2% a year, and we know you're getting another 8% on your tax break, so you're really getting 10%. That's the world as it stands today. So now when we step in, we say, we don't want this artificial stuff going on. We just want to write a check for all the equity. So we're trying to figure out with the lawyers and accountants how we can also get the tax break and our tax equity. Our zone equity. But it's complicated. It's a really, really complicated system. Everyone should call their congressman and say, go to direct pay. So I don't know if you know this. What Biden wants to do is say, none of this machinations on partnership flips and legal documents. It's like, if you want a solar facility, we'll just write you a subsidy check to the government. We like that. Because then we'll get the check and we'll have our zone equity. But right now, the lawyers and accountants make everybody. Yeah, exactly. That's how the mind folks are pulling a lot of the crap out of this very inefficient way.
So, and what about carbon credits? Is that some money?
Yeah, you can get anything. Remember, if you're in a zone deal, we're in Erica's deal, the deal can have all the credits, everything. You just don't pay tax when you get your return. Think of it as like there's nothing at the deal level that changes.
So we can get the carbon credits, sell the carbon credits, we can distribute the income tax rate.
If it's normal debt tax free, so what we do is we shelter through interest and depreciation any distributions along the way. So yeah, so we try to get you as much tax free along the way and the exit tax free. And there's no recapture of the shelter gains. The IRS lets you have your cake and eat it too. You don't pay any accelerated depreciation. Normally you'd have to repay that on exit. That's just another gain you exclude. It's an unbelievable structure. And the IRS clarified it. It works.
And there are rules against self-dealing, right? You can't then sell it to yourself, right?
Correct. That's the arm's length thing. We are Boy Scout, Girl Scouts about it. We just like, we want everything right. We want everyone to follow rules. And then the IRS is happy that incomes went up. I want to go big. I want to put billions to work. I like to work with everyone. So if you don't have my card, I hope you have my card.
I don't have.
But I would love to. I'd love to.
Also,
Like,
the good thing is because I live right here.
whoa, where are you?
I live in Raleigh.
Oh, I'm in Westport. Yeah. So
Oh, you said Norwalk is what you said.
it was the closest zone to where I live. So that's where we're by the Maritime Center.
Close enough.
But I'm on Old Hill in Westport.
Okay. Well, 5 minutes from now.
Thank you.
Another scan, Brian. Please be in touch. If any questions, just yell.
Hello, Blue, are you there?
Hi there, I'm on.
Hi, Blue.
How are you?
Pretty good. I don't know. I think we connected over LinkedIn, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
We did. Can you remind me again your work? Can you remind me again what you were doing? You're working with on the human trafficking thing, right?
No, so I'm with St. Jude Children's Research Hospital in the healthcare foundation space. And part of my interest in just the family office space and so forth is St. Jude is in a really really aggressive goal from now until FY27 for us. That's focused on a global conversation with regards to moving the needle for children that get pediatric cancer and helping increase survival rates. So that's sort of my context.
Are there any let's say disparities that you can track based on demographics, or is that a part of what you guys do?
Yes, there are a lot of disparities. So
is it mostly income, or what are the fault lines, so to speak?
There's different ones. So I've been 30 plus years in the nonprofit space, predominantly Children's Health International. And so part of the reason why I came over to St. Jude, because I have been on the ground in various countries where I've seen the disparity really is lack of access. Also, medical providers, needing to have access and train up and so forth. And so so St. Jude's been in the international space for a while, but we're taking a very aggressive goal around specifically training up and providing access so that kids can get the treatment that they need. And I knew that what I saw internationally, that St. Jude was going to be a very important voice to be able to move that needle. So it's the reason why I came over to St. Jude probably about 6 years ago.
It's interesting because what the popular perception is around St. Jude's, or whatever it is that most of us know, what little kind of we know about it. The idea that you're, doing things on this kind of like macro societal level, so to speak, is interesting,
Yeah. And, I knew when I started with St. Jude, I knew enough to be dangerous with regards to the work that St. Jude was doing. But, 6 years later, I'm just so impressed with what I've come to now, learn, and I'm learning all the time. And
St. Jude's is behind, and St. Jude's is really behind it, huh?
Well, yeah. So, for example, like in the pediatric cancer space, if a child is getting treated locally at their children's hospital for cancer, they're probably most likely on a St. Jude protocol. And so a lot of people aren't aware of that. So there's just a lot of different things that we attempt to, really drill down on. And I think because we're funded by, predominantly the public and donations, it gives our doctors and researchers the capacity to really go deep on subject matters and not have to, work to ask for support, but just to focus on their specialty.
And not to be so narrow, and probably not to be so narrow focused in what they would have to do to, you could say, please, funders, more or less. Right?
Exactly. Yeah. Because kids will have oftentimes a secondary cancer. So if they have pediatric cancer, our research shows that they are likely to have a secondary cancer. They also are getting, pretty intense treatment. So therefore, they have complications as sort of they come out of treatment from their cancer. So, yeah.
There's just so much, I have to admit, there's just kind of like there's so many kind of like aspects you could say of what it is that we've got to kind of do to, you could say, revitalize communities or, improve like, the quality of life, so to speak,
Yes.
on a broad scale that, yeah, I guess I do, I have to kind of organize myself a little bit because I guess we can't do it all at once, but, definitely, I'm interested in like, keeping contact with you because it's one of the things you could say, I guess, is becoming one of the things that people are doing community-based work are becoming more aware of is this idea of public health, right? As opposed, I guess especially what's been happening, let's say in the last 30 years or so, we've all been conditioned to think of kind of health as like, just personal choices, right? Personal lifestyle choices, or, if you're talking about, even the treatment, that's kind of when you get into the whole thing of like, insurance and affordability. But,
right.
From what I've been learning, public health is a whole nother thing, which goes even beyond, talking about kind of like medical treatment. And I'm assuming that there are some, let's say, environmental factors that influence like cancer rates, right? And so that somehow what it is that you're doing at a certain point, especially if you're working on that macro level, some of it at a certain point does intersect with public health, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, there's a lot of different, right, I would say players in the ecosystem of pediatric cancer, but I do know that, St. Jude is looking at all those things because, we're trying to find, viable treatments, and we are trying to manage pretty complex types of cancer because the kids that actually come to our facility in Memphis are basically some of the sickest kids. And so there's just a lot of investigative work that we need to do, a lot of trials that we're running, and such. Yeah, and definitely.
That's interesting that you're saying that pretty much if you got a pediatric cancer patient somewhere in the United States, it's most likely they're on a St. Jude protocol. So you
right.
guys, what you're doing is going far beyond just your location, your facility there in Memphis. Is there any work at all in terms of like, you could say wellness or prevention, or you could say educating people about, in a sense, how to kind of even, avoid some of these things?
Yeah, what's interesting is I think right prior to me joining St. Jude, we had just finished a campaign around a genome project. And so we've been gathering a lot of information on that. And so it was an investment. But the amount of findings out of that investment have been huge on a lot of different levels. So yes, we are looking at preventative. We are looking at, a lot of different avenues. So, and I want to say that Danny Thomas, who was the founder of St. Jude, what I love about his story is that it really was a grassroots effort when he started. Mm-hmm. And his vision was, if we put this organization together to help kids, and at the time the survival rate, so if a child was diagnosed with pediatric cancer, at that time it was like a 4% survival rate, and it basically was a death sentence. Mm. But when Danny Thomas, took on this topic, he said, we're going to do this. This needs to be freely shared. So anything that we learn at St. Jude and the public's going to invest in, we need to make this available as broadly as we can, because the purpose is to move the needle for children as quick as possible. So
another reason I guess why I'm personally, touched by, you could say, the Danny Thomas story is I was in the entertainment business for a lot of years. And, folks tend to, you could say, dismiss entertainers or people in the entertainment industry as not really being pretty superficial, right? And so, for someone like that, for a guy like him to have like a vision of this, it makes it kind of shows, entertainer people in the entertainment industry, they can come up with some good stuff too, more than just singing and dancing and amusing people, right?
Yeah, I could go on, but his story of how and why he started St. Jude is pretty inspiring and incredible, and I think about it often. So yes.
Is Marlo Thomas, his daughter, is she involved? Is she involved in it? Has she picked up the work, basically?
Yeah, so Marla Thomas is actually one of, I would say she would call herself the ambassador for St. Jude. So you'll see her like in this holiday season on some of the main media talking about, we have a program every, winter, it's called Thanksgiving. So you'll start to see Marlo that way. And she's come to a couple of staff meetings. It is such a pleasure when she comes, and because she always shares about sort of that journey as a young child watching her father, and talk to people about St. Jude, and their entire family is involved one way or another in sharing the story of St. Jude.
Wow. Okay. Hey, how do you say it? It's a lot to do, but I'm really, how you said, I do get energized, with days like this, when you see so many people who are kind of like, and really, earnest and passionate about the things that they're involved in. And, let's face it, this group could be thinking about just making money and leaving it at that. And they wouldn't have to go any ways beyond that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't have to be doing a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, I so appreciate, Mark's leadership and everybody involved, in hearing sort of the threads of philanthropy and the different topics. I mean, I certainly have learned a lot in the different sessions on other philanthropic topics, so it's been great.
Yeah. Okay. Listen, like I say, let's stay in touch. And what I'm kind of always doing is sort of like cueing different things, so that when I guess, there's time to sort of pull the trigger. And certainly I'm going to keep my eye out for anybody in Chicago who is like, actively, doing this work. Right.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. I gotta run now, but yeah, since I saw you on here, I just thought I wanted to touch base with you. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Have a
Fun
good
to
one.
connect. All right. Thanks. You too.
Come join our 361 firm community of investors and thought leaders. We have a lot of events created by the community as we collaborate on investments and philanthropic interests. Join us.